Eliana, did I say that right?
Yes.
Welcome in, Eliana. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And what God or higher power do you believe in?
I follow Jesus.
Cool. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for Jesus slash the Trinity slash the Christian God slash Yahweh being real?
I think that's kind of the problem is you want to narrow it down to one different thing and it's multiple things. So let me ask you, what type of proof would you need?
Any proof that can be tested, measured, witnessed with eyeballs, or even a good argument.
Okay. So if God is outside of time and space and created all of this, how exactly would you expect to measure that physically
Well, that's exactly
if
what I
he's
would.
not physical?
That's exactly what I would say my God is, as long as I wanted to believe in something that was completely unfalsifiable.
Okay, but one way or the other, would you admit there's either a God or there's not a God?
I think there's either a billion gods or there's no gods.
Why do you think there's either a billion or none?
I think it's
Why would you say
silly.
there couldn't just be one?
I think it's silly to believe in one God.
Why?
Because multiple gods at least explains the carnage that people are experiencing on the planet.
Okay. And am I correct? Does somebody I thought said in the comments yesterday that you used to be a pastor?
Yep,
Is that correct? How long were you a pastor?
about a decade.
Wow, nice. What can I? Sorry if this is too personal. Can I ask why you decided against it?
Because the Bible wasn't true.
What I'm saying, like, what made you determine that?
Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. The Old Testament is horrific. The earth is older than 6,000 years. There's no dome called the firmament over the earth. The earth is not flat, even though the Bible seems to think that it's flat. It's also just not true. Like when it gives the genealogies of the various nations, those aren't actually where the people came from. They didn't come from the Middle East. Most of them actually came from Africa. I mean, I can go on and on. It says that there were rivers that were fed by rainwater, except rain didn't exist at the time, so they certainly couldn't have existed.
Okay, well, let's pick that apart.
Yeah,
That was a lot.
yeah,
One, let's say
pick
the
your favorite
firmament.
one. Mhm.
Okay, so the I don't know if I can run this down quickly for you. The way I believe is that the earth was formed a certain way, not the way we see it today. That when it was first formed, there was no rain. Rain did not happen until the flood came.
Right,
So the firmament
which
might
means
not have
which
been what you think. Like I don't know what you determine a firmament to be. To me, that's the atmosphere.
it's not. So the Hebrew word rakia is referring to a hard structure, which is why a lot of new translations, like the NRSV, is just calling it a dome because that's what it was. In fact, the ancient Jewish rabbis went through lengthy debates trying to figure out what the dome was made out of, how thick it was, how far away from Earth it was, and even books like Enoch quite literally described how there were doors in the shell of the firmament that allowed the sun to pass through and then go underneath the flat earth. Like everyone believed the earth was flat and that there was a dome over top of it, including the Bible.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll
No, it's
we'll
true.
we'll agree to disagree on that one because I don't know enough about that conversation to go deep in that rabbit hole.
Mhm.
What was the other thing? Yeah, I don't know where you're getting the Earth was flat. I mean, again, if I don't know much about that rabbit hole. I can look into it. That could possibly just be Jews did a lot of that thought experiment type stuff, and that doesn't necessarily make it true, and that's why it was not in the Bible. That's why they have
Well,
that separately written.
the Bible says it is. Bible
I
says that
believe it's called the Midrash, if I'm not mistaken.
the Bible says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. Have you ever seen clay beneath a seal?
Clay beneath the seal.
Mhm.
I don't know what you mean.
It's a
Are you
flat
talking like
disc.
a seal?
It's a flat disc, yeah. So the way that they did seals, clay seals, is you would have a ring typically, or a roller, either one. But this is probably referring to the ring. And a king would have a signet on the ring that had his icon, and then you would smush the clay, and you'd have an impression. And almost all of
Again, though,
the
you would
ancient
have
clay
to
seals
tell
that we've
me
discovered are in fact flat and round. Job
you would have to
38:14.
tell me where that is written in the Bible because again, context always matters, the type of writing matters. Again, with the
Yeah.
Bible, I again as a pastor, I would think you know that certain things are written as history, certain things are written as poetry, certain things are written as literature.
Yep,
So
Job
I you would
38:14.
have to tell me like where exactly that is.
Job 38:14.
Job 38. 13.
Job also says that the firmament is hard like a cast metal mirror.
Do we know if we're talking about the firmament around the earth still, or is it possible that that could have been interpreted as a firmament around the universe?
There's no
As
firmament
in
around the
possibly
universe.
some type of barrier between us and God.
Neither. The firmament is a dome, and God's home is on the top of the firmament, according to Psalm 50, verse 1.
But again, psalm is poetry.
So
that's metaphor.
saying no,
To say
saying
that
something
God's
poetic
throne sits above
again.
us, God's
Nah,
throne
not how
is
that
over
works.
top of us.
Not how that works.
I mean, it is.
Just being
That is how
poetry.
poetry
No,
works.
that's literally not how that works. Just being poetry doesn't mean everything in the poetry is metaphor. If I wrote
But what
a poem,
makes you determine what you believe in the poetry is metaphor versus
if
what's
I
not?
wrote a poem that said I read a book, would that be a metaphor or would it just be a claim within my poem?
That's why I just asked you what would make you determine,
try
okay,
again.
this is
Eliana,
fact.
try again. Pay attention to my question.
I
If
just did,
write,
and I answered it.
You didn't. Try again.
I'm trying to answer it right now.
You're
I said,
not
what makes you
answering it right
determine if
now.
something is written in poetry
Eliana,
that this is
I don't want to mute you, so don't make me mute you. I asked a simple question. I just want you to listen to my question and give me an answer. If I write a poem and in my poem I say that I read a book, is that a
I
metaphor?
don't know if you read that book. I don't know because I don't know if you read the book.
Tell you which book. I said a book. If
I don't know if you read a book.
If I make a claim in my poem that I read a book, is it logical to conclude that my poem is about me reading a book or that I'm making a metaphor for something?
It could be a metaphor because it's a poem. You could be referring to something else. You could be referring to a lady.
Are you
I read
aware
this
that
beautiful
not all
book.
poems are
The
metaphors?
pages were silky smooth. You could be talking about a woman.
Are you aware that not all poems are metaphorical?
Sure.
Okay.
But how do you know you didn't write the poem? So that's why I'm asking, what makes you decide he was being serious when he said this, but this was metaphor?
Because
what makes you decide the difference?
You have to know what the metaphor is for, or else the metaphor is useless. So when he says that the
That's
earth
my
is
point.
formed,
At the time when these were
Eliana,
written,
why are
the
you talking
cultural
over it? Eliana, I'm going to turn your volume down, so every time you talk over me, no one can hear you. You want that? Okay. Now in Job 38:14, there is a statement that is mentioned. The statement is that the earth is formed like clay under a seal. It even says that it has edges, it has skirts. Now, if that's a metaphor, then it's on you to figure out what the hell the metaphor is. So what is it?
Right. Again, I would have to look into the cultural references because at that time, the culture was different than what it is to us now. Wheat, water, different things meant different things to these people. So when they said this is this, to them, it had a different meaning than what we read it in English and say, oh, they're just being literal. No, they're not. There's
you don't know
probably
what
a
it's talking
deeper
about?
meaning to it.
So you don't so you don't actually know what it's talking about then?
Which one, Psalm or Job? I
We're talking
told you
about-
what I believe Psalm means.
We're talking
Job,
about
I would have to look into it to find out if
38:14. So if you don't know what Job 38:14 is actually saying, then you can't say that I'm wrong. Just saying, well, it's a metaphor is useless. You don't even know if it's a metaphor.
Okay, give me 2 seconds and I'll read it.
I love Christian's favorite defense. It's a metaphor. The words don't mean words.
That's not true. You know there are writings that are not meant to be what, just like there one in a Song of Solomon that's about a woman, but it's about Israel.
No, I don't think the Song of Solomon's about Israel.
There is one in there that is. It's either a
so.
psalm or it's in the Song of Solomon. It's one of the two, and it's written and it's very erotic, and it's written about Israel.
I disagree.
That's my point. So people are having different interpretations of what this means and what it doesn't, and that's why there's biblical study into the culture and the time period to find out why that was written the way it was and what it actually meant.
Yep, I did all that. Yep.
Okay, so this is in Job 31.
Job 38.
Can you bind the change of the Pleiades? Can you loosen Orion's belt?
We're in
You
Job
think
38,
that's literal?
We're in Job 38, just so you're
Yeah,
aware.
I'm getting down to it. Again, I'm going with context because you can't pull one verse out of an entire chapter and then go, oh, gotcha.
You're not even in the right chapter.
You need to look at the context, the entire context of Job 38.
I've read the entire context of the Bible. I've read every last word of the Bible, most of it in the original languages.
I'm literally reading it right to you. Do you believe, can you loosen Orion's belt is literal?
You're in Job 31. I'm in Job 38.
This is Job 38.
I'm not your honey.
Verse 31. Job 38.
Okay,
verse
31. Okay, 38, 31. Yes.
Yeah, I'm making my way down to 38 to get the context.
And it's talking about constellations, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the constellations of Pleiades and Orion?
It says, can you loosen Orion's belt? Yeah. Do you believe that that is meant literally?
Yeah, that's actually the point. The point here is that Job is not capable of doing what God is capable of doing. Job cannot actually do anything with the stars or the constellations. That's God's job. God is the one who designed everything, not Job.
Right.
This entire chapter is about asking Job, inquiring of Job about his capabilities, and it turns out he doesn't have any capabilities because he's not
What
God.
I'm saying, though, is you're trying to say this is meant to be literal. It's saying the earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
Yeah,
features stand out like those of a garment. That is...
So what's it mean?
That's not a literal mean.
What's it mean?
He's basically describing that, like, I created this world. I made everything. I made it like a seal. It's so perfect. I made it like this. Its features stand out like those of fine garments.
Seals have nothing to do with perfection.
Giving glory to the creation that he made.
Yeah, we all know that. That has nothing to do with the words. The words in the sentence is that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. What is when something looks like clay beneath a seal, what would it look like?
I don't think that's what it's saying. I think it's like no, honey, you can use they even have the cylinder seals. You just roll it out.
I know.
So it's saying after you roll it out, this is what it's going to look like.
That's flat too. I've got them right
because I designed it that way. So I made that image. I stamped that image.
Yeah, I've got a whole collection of cylinder seals, and you know what happens when you roll them out?
They create an image.
They create flat images.
What does flat have anything to do with the fact that he's just talking about it creates an image?
He's not saying an image.
Either way,
he said it's
when a person is standing on the earth, do you see that it's round?
Do I get to talk on my own live stream or no? Let me know.
You talk the whole time on your live stream.
I'm asking you to talk right now. I'm responding to the thing you said. Okay.
Right.
When clay is pressed beneath the seal, what shape is it?
It depends on what you're putting it on.
When clay is pressed beneath a cylinder seal or a ring seal, what shape is it?
It depends on what you're putting it on. If you roll it around a sphere,
it's flat.
If you roll it around a sphere, what shape is it going to be?
There's no sphere. So when you press your signet into a piece of clay, it becomes flat. When you roll it out with a roller, it becomes flat. It's saying that the earth is flat with topology.
No, it's saying, okay, it's saying if you have a piece of clay and you stamp something down on it, you're imprinting you're imprinting an image. I'm not talking about the flat piece of clay. Just like I said, if you have a round piece of clay and you run a cylinder seal all the way around it, that clay is still going to be round, but now it has an image on the surface. You can say I'm wrong all you want because you're going to argue every point I make.
There's not a single
That's how you do this. So it doesn't matter
of
what
the
I
ancient
say.
world. I know, because you're just making
So we can
stuff
move
up.
on from that because I have many other points. You're a parent, correct?
You don't actually have any points. So
no,
there's not a
actually have a
single
lot.
instance from the ancient world, not one. There's not a single archaeological instance I've ever seen, and you'll never find one either, of a sphere that has been stamped by a clay seal.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I think your interpretation is incorrect. I don't think they're talking about the flat piece of clay that it is being stamped upon. I think he's talking about the stamped making an impression.
Yeah, flat.
The image that shows up.
Flat with edges.
Okay, if that's what you want to say, sure.
No, the
That's not what
Bible
I
says it.
believe. So
The
we can, again, we can
the
agree to
Bible says
disagree on
it.
that point because that's not how I interpret it.
The Bible says it has skirts, it has edges.
Where's that at?
The same verse we're just reading, one verse prior.
So 13.
Yep.
Have you ever given orders to the morning or shown the dawn its place, that it might take the earth by the edges and shake the wicked out of it? That's not what it's saying.
It says edge, skirt of the earth. Do spheres have edges and skirts?
It doesn't say skirts in my translation. It says edges.
Same thing. A skirt is an edge.
Would you consider the Grand Canyon having an edge?
No.
You don't think the Grand Canyon has an edge? So if God is huge
it has a ledge.
and he goes to grasp up the earth, he can't stick his hand in crevices and say that's an edge?
No, a crevice is not an
Okay.
edge. The edge of the
Well,
earth is what you would
again-
expect for a flat disc.
Again, I don't think that this is all meant to be literal. I think it's meant.
Yeah, words never mean words. I know.
You have to. Okay, again, if you're a scholar and you've studied the Bible, do you deny that different books are written in different types of literature?
Yeah, and I deny that when you don't like something that's in the Bible, that you just call it metaphor, even though you don't know what it's a metaphor for.
It's not that I don't like it. I just don't agree with your interpretation
you
because
don't like what it says, so you have to go through and say, well, the words don't mean what words mean. I'm not willing to lie.
I can literally read this as a human being with a brain and go, that's not meant to be literal.
Only if you're
God
a liar.
is giving a description of majesty here. It's not meant to be a literal interpretation. I can read it and see that myself. I don't need somebody to tell me that. And I'm not going to base my entire belief off one verse in the Bible.
What is the edge of the earth then?
I just told you what it could be. It could be the edge of a mountain. It could be the Grand Canyon.
The edge of a mountain. So God took the edge of a mountain.
How would you pick up a ball?
So what you're discovering here is
how would you pick up a basketball? When you pick up a ball,
well, you wouldn't grab it by the edge.
I'm sorry?
You wouldn't grab it by the edge.
What would you grab? What would you call it if they
there's no edge on a basketball.
Reinterpreted that and changed the word that would make you happy? What would you call it on the side? If he said side, would that have made a difference?
Yeah, we can use the word side. That's an easy one.
So how do you know that's not possibly one of the interpretations?
Because there's a Hebrew word for side and it wasn't used here. The word that was used here means edge or skirt, which is why all of our English translations say edge or skirt. And the image being painted by the author is of a garment being shaken out by the edge. It's flat.
So you just answered your question. He's comparing it to the garment.
Yes, exactly. He's describing the earth.
So it's not literal.
The
earth is clearly not a garment.
We'll try this again. No one's saying the earth is a garment. Pay attention. He's describing the earth, saying it is like a garment. It is like clay beneath a seal. If I said that my basketball is... hey, listen.
You just proved my point.
No, I didn't. Pay attention. This is how simile works. I don't know if you learned about simile when you were a kid, but that's how simile works. If I said that my basketball is like a pancake, what shape is that?
If you say that again?
If I said my basketball is like a pancake, what shape is my basketball?
A circle?
Which is what? Is it flat?
A circle.
Is it flat?
Depends, because again, depending on
if
you're looking directly at a ball and you can't see that it's a sphere and you go, it looks like a pancake, it's a circle. It doesn't mean it's flat. It depends on your perspective.
Do you think pancakes are flat?
I think they're circular. I think the earth is circular.
Do you think they're flat though?
Oh yeah, I mean, depends on. Well, I don't know. You've never seen them Japanese pancakes? That ain't flat.
If I told you that my basketball is like a pancake, that means that there's no air in my basketball.
Oh, by the way, I looked it up.
I don't know why you keep talking over me.
It does not mean skirt. It does not mean edge. It says to the ends of the earth. The ends of the earth.
No, it does not.
That's the Hebrew interpretation.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I'm literally looking it up right now.
Yeah. You don't know Hebrew, do you?
I'm literally looking it up right now.
Is it kanaf? Is that the word?
Where to go? Hold on. Shoot, it took me to Genesis. What? I don't know. I can't pronounce it.
I
It's
know because you don't know
B E
Hebrew.
K. I mean, you can talk. I did not deny that, did I? I'm pretty
Alright.
sure I said I don't
So,
know
I mean,
Hebrew.
just
I'm
being
sitting here
aware,
telling you though. I'm
telling
looking it up,
so
and that's not the word that
the
you're saying
okay,
unless it's
okay,
pronounced
okay,
differently.
just so we're aware, you don't knowing Hebrew shouldn't be explaining Hebrew to a person who learned it. So I've already read these
So
passages in Hebrew, and I agree with the English translations. I think the English translations are good as a person who already knows Hebrew. So you don't know any Hebrew. You have literally no reason to be going into this text and correcting the people with the PhDs who actually do know Hebrew. It's like telling your doctor how to do surgery on you. Do you tell your mechanic how to fix your car?
it depends.
Yeah, I believe that.
Again, I'm looking up the word you said, and it says wing, extremity, edge, winged border, corner, shirt. None of this would
Oh,
describe
funny,
the earth. So
funny
we're
skirt.
basing the
Yeah.
entire Bible off that word.
No, all of them. All of those words in that definition describe
The
the shape of
edge,
the earth according to the Bible, which has an edge. It doesn't
border,
match. It doesn't match
corner.
it doesn't match the sphere of the earth because the people who wrote the Bible didn't know the earth was a sphere. They thought it was a flat disc.
What's the Hebrew word for sphere?
There's not one.
So wouldn't that possibly be why they didn't use a word because they didn't have a word for sphere? But you're
No,
telling me they didn't know spheres existed,
they knew spheres existed. There is no
but they didn't have a
word.
word for
There's
it,
no word in biblical Hebrew to describe the
right?
sphere of the
So they
earth.
used a different
You
word
can
that was as close to it as possible,
you can
correct?
say it. You can say it's like a ball. You can say it's
Did they have a word for ball?
there is a word for ball, yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Not off the top of my head. I can find it for you if you think it's really important, but it's not in the Bible.
Well, either way, like I said, I'm not basing my entire belief system off of what I believe is a metaphor or simile. I don't believe it was meant to be, oh, this is literal, this is what we meant. I
I never
believe
s-
it was
It's a simile.
more artistic
When
than
you
that,
say
huh?
something is like something else, it's a
Right,
simile. So
right.
what you need to ask yourself is how does similes work? That's why I gave you the example from my basketball. If I said my basketball is like a pancake, it means my basketball is currently flat.
And I understand. And that's what I was saying about perspective. As a human being standing on the earth, can you tell that it's round or does it not look like it is
No,
flat, that it has edges?
that's why the biblical authors thought it was flat because they were standing on the earth, they were looking around, and everybody thought it was flat. The problem is God knows it's
What's
not
wrong with
flat,
that?
and if God knows that it's not flat, He should have said so.
Why? Why is God obligated to tell us information like that?
No, He's obligated to not lie.
When did he lie?
If God describes the earth as being flat, then in fact He's lying.
When is he lying? Where does he say that the earth is flat? Where does God say the earth is flat?
We literally just read it.
I thought we just agreed that that was simile.
No, I agree that it's a simile, and similes have meanings, just like the simile of my basketball is like a pancake. That means my basketball is
Okay.
flat.
So my point is, as a God, you may know that the earth is round, but you're speaking to a human who does not see that. So how are you going to describe it to them other than what they know?
You can tell them that it's not flat. You don't have to describe it inaccurately. You can tell them that it's shaped like a ball. Thank you, Bertram, for the galaxy, by the way. You don't have to lie just because you think the words are hard.
I don't think it's a lie. I just think
It is a
you're
lie.
putting way too much stock in one word and
Oh,
saying,
no,
"Oh,
not
he
at
couldn't
all.
possibly have meant this. It couldn't possibly be
Nope.
that I'm reading it this
No,
way."
you'd be wrong. Because
Well, then I'm
every
wrong.
verse
My
in
whole oh God,
every verse
oh
in the Bible
forgive me,
depicts the
Lord, I
earth
gotta
as
run
being
away.
flat, every single one. There's not a single verse in
Okay.
the Bible that would depict the earth as being anything but flat. That's why there's a dome over top of the earth that's hard like a cast metal mirror, according to Job 37. Jesus was taken up on the highest mountain and could see all the kingdoms of the earth. That only works with a flat earth. Everybody in the ancient world thought the earth was flat like a disc with a dome over top of it. That didn't change until the early medieval period. Actually,
I still am not getting the correlation on how that means God doesn't exist,
the
because
Greeks actually figured it out, but other than the Greeks,
I
nobody knew
don't
it.
see how that, again, if the Bible is a story about human and redemption through Jesus,
It's not,
what
though.
does science have anything to do with it?
Well, how many lies do you think the Bible should have before I don't trust it?
I don't think they're lies. Like I said, I think it's
Well,
just an interpretation issue
how
in
many
culture. Like,
how
I
many
don't think it's a
untrue
lie.
things do you think should be in the Bible before I don't have to trust it?
One.
One. So if the Bible
Yeah.
says one thing that's not true, then we
Yes.
shouldn't trust it.
Yep.
You sure about
100%.
that? If I show you,
I'm 100%. Yeah.
if I show you
100% sure about that.
something, if I show you something in the Bible is not true, what do you think?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Bring it on.
No, tell me now. If I show you something in the Bible that's simply not true, then what would you do?
I would look into the context, find out, is this meant to be literal? Is this a literal lie? Or is this, again, one of those metaphor things that you're reading differently and going, oh, see, God lied?
I didn't ask about metaphor. I asked if I showed you, it's hypothetical. If I showed you right now something in the Bible that de
If you can
facto,
prove to me that it's not true, yes.
oh, easy enough. We can start
Let's
with
do it.
a statement that's not true, and then if you really want to get silly, we can go to straight up contradictions, or we can go to the historical errors too.
Okay.
So go. You already know where your New Testament is. We'll go to an easy book. Go to Mark chapter 1.
Okay.
Read Mark chapter 1 verses 1 through 3.
The beginning of the good news about Jesus the Messiah, the Son of God, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet, I will send my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way, a voice of one calling in the wilderness. Prepare the way for the Lord, make straight paths for him.
Cool. Do you have a reference Bible?
No.
Where do you think quote from verse 2 came from when it says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way"? Where do you think that quote comes from?
I would guess Isaiah because that's where it said.
You'd be wrong. Can you find me in Isaiah where that quote shows up?
I am trying right now.
Because it shows up identically in the Greek Septuagint version of Malachi chapter 1. Which is why my cross-reference Bible says it's from Malachi, because it's from Malachi.
Isaiah 43. A
You'd be
voice of
wrong.
one calling in the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God.
Yep.
Isaiah 43.
That's the wrong quote. That's verse 3. I asked about verse 2.
No, I'm reading you Isaiah 40, verse 3.
Right, which was quoted in Mark verse 3 of chapter 1. I'm asking you about verse 2 of chapter 1.
Hold on, let me go back to Mark 1. Verse 2 is, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet. And then verse 3 is,
Nope.
I will send my messenger ahead of you. I just read you where it is in
Verse
Isaiah.
2 says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way."
No. Oh,
Well,
hold on. 2, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet, I will send my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way.
there we go. Okay. The quote,
Hold
"See,
on,
I'm
let me
sending
go
my
back to
messenger ahead
Isaiah.
of you." Where do you think you're going to find that?
That is the voice calling.
It's not.
Then who's calling the voice?
It's irrelevant. The quotation you're looking
That's the
for
messenger, is
in
what I'm
verse
saying. The messenger is the voice.
No. The quotation you're looking for is in Malachi chapter 1. Turn to Malachi 1. Read it.
I don't know. Like 1-1?
Yeah. Actually, I'm sorry, 3-1, not 1-1. That's my bad.
Malachi 3.
Yeah.
No,
You can read it out loud for the class.
I'm trying. Hold on. It's
the
keeps taking me out.
last
Hold
book
on.
of the Old Testament.
Malachi 2. It wouldn't let me see it because there was like a box in front of it. You said Malachi 3:1.
Mm-hmm.
I will send my messenger who will prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the Lord you are seeking will come to his temple. The messenger of the covenant whom you desire will come, says the Almighty Lord.
Yep. The sentence, see, I'm sending my messenger to prepare the way before me. That is what's being quoted in Mark chapter 1, verse 2. And if you compare it to what's in the Greek Septuagint, it reads almost word for word, which is what the New Testament quoted from. The New Testament almost always quotes from the Greek Old Testament, not the Hebrew.
But it does still say it in Isaiah, so I'm not understanding why that's an issue.
It doesn't say it in Isaiah.
It does. It says a voice of one calling, which is the messenger
That's
in the
verse
wilderness,
3.
prepare the way for the Lord.
Well, we'll try this
Which
again.
there's a
Okay.
good chance that Malachi was written based off of Isaiah because it was written later, correct?
No, we'll try this again. Okay. So the quote is attributed to Isaiah. Okay. It says in verse 2
Right.
that
But
this
Isaiah
is,
said it first,
just
correct?
pay attention. No, Isaiah didn't say it first. Eliana, it says, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That is a quotation that Mark says was written by Isaiah, but it's not. That is a quotation written by Malachi. Which means he got the wrong person.
But what I'm saying is Isaiah says it also.
It doesn't.
And Isaiah does predate Malachi.
It doesn't say it.
I read it to you that it
No,
does in
you
43. It says a voice calling. The voice is the messenger, and it's saying, make a
Nope.
path for the Lord.
You'd be wrong again. We're not asking
You can
who.
say I'm wrong, but
we're
I'm
not
looking
ask-
directly at
Well,
it.
you are wrong. We're
A
not
voice of
asking.
one calling.
We're not
the
asking.
messenger
We're
in
not
the
asking
wilderness,
who the
prepare the
messenger
way for the
is.
Lord.
The messenger's irrelevant. The question is
That's what
who's.
you're fighting, though.
No, it's not. It has
Is the
nothing.
messenger part.
Pay attention. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Not a single thing. The question we're answering here is who said the words. Okay.
Isaiah. I'm reading it to
Isaiah.
you. In
Okay.
the wilderness,
Okay.
prepare the way for the Lord.
Eliana,
Make straight.
stop. If you find me these words in Isaiah, I'll Venmo you $100 right now.
I just told you, look it up. I'm looking directly at it.
Stop talking and listen. I will Venmo you $100 as we speak if you can find these words in Isaiah. And the words are, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. Find those words in Isaiah.
Say it again.
See, I am sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That's the words. Those are the words that need to appear in Isaiah.
That it's talking about the messenger in Isaiah 40. That's what I'm telling you.
No
you just
one
don't want to
cares.
accept
Eliana,
it.
we're not talking about the identity of the messenger. That's fucking relevant. We're talking about who
I didn't say anything about the identity. I said a voice calling is referring to a messenger.
Eliana, I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you. So stop making me want to mute you, okay? Easy enough. I want to know who said the words. I don't care about the identity of the messenger. I want to know who said the words. Who said the words, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way? Who said those words?
Isaiah 57:14.
That's close, but it's not it.
I'm still telling you, in my interpretation, a voice calling is saying a messenger. Is it in quotations? No.
That's the wrong verse. We're talking about the verse 2. Mark 1, verse 2. There's a quotation that says, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way." It's identical to what is said in Malachi 3:1. It doesn't show up in Isaiah.
That's what I'm telling you. We're disagreeing on, because I'm seeing where it says a voice called.
We're
That
not
to me
asking
says a
about
messenger
the
called.
voice. We're not asking about that quotation. I'm not asking about verse 3. I'm asking you about verse 2. Verse 2 is a quotation from something. Where is that quote taken from?
It's in both Isaiah and in Malachi.
Okay, then give me the verse in Isaiah that's
Isaiah 40, verse 3.
it
I've
doesn't
already answered
it
this
doesn't
for
say
you.
that.
You just
It
don't
doesn't
want
say
to
that.
accept.
No.
I understand that
Try
it doesn't say it
Eliana.
verbatim the way
Eliana,
you're
it
expecting
doesn't
it.
say it at all.
Again, just because it doesn't say it the way you're expecting
It
it to
doesn't say
say it,
it at
this is
all.
semantics at this
It's not
point. Like,
semantics. It's a
it
direct
does
quote
say
from
a voice
Malachi.
called. A voice is a messenger
It's
in the
a
Bible.
it's a
Every
direct
time a voice is,
quotation, Eliana. It's a direct quotation from Malachi. You just read Malachi.
what's the word for messenger in Old Testament Hebrew?
It's malach.
Okay, what does malach usually represent?
A
What do
malach
they
is a
hear? What do
messenger.
they hear when they say, "I heard the what of God"?
A malach is any messenger. In fact, that's why most scholars believe that Malachi isn't even the name of the author of that particular prophecy. It's a pseudonym, meaning my messenger. In Hebrew, it
Okay,
means my
and what do they
messenger.
usually say when they say, "I heard the what of God"?
Listen, no one cares. The question is who made the quotation, and the quotation does not show up in Isaiah. It shows up in Malachi.
What represents the voice of God in the Old
He
Testament?
can't,
Is
he
it
can't,
not the
he can't help
angels, the
himself.
malach?
No, God speaks directly and he speaks through the angel of the Lord. None of that's relevant. No one's
But they're all considered messengers,
Eliana,
correct?
I don't know if you're paying attention here.
I am. You're not.
We're
You're
not
not. You're not getting what I'm putting down here,
Eliana,
man. The
we're not
voice is the
talking
messenger.
Eliana, we're not
You're
talking about
looking for a direct quote, and it's not there.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. Eliana, we don't care who the messenger is. No one cares. That's not the purpose of the inquiry. The only purpose is who said the words. And right before I muted you, you admitted it. The quotation, "See, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who prepare your way," it doesn't show up in Isaiah, does it? I need a yes or no for this before we're going to move on. Yes or no? Does that quotation show up in Isaiah?
Directly in
Yeah.
quotations? No.
Yeah. Okay. Does it show
Not
up
in quotations.
Does it show up somewhere else?
Yes. Where did Malachi get it?
Okay, there we go. So Malachi has the quotation. Isaiah
Where
doesn't.
did he get it?
It's
Why
from
is it in
God.
quotations in Malachi?
He got it from God. Mark screwed up.
No, he is quoting Isaiah.
He's not quoting Isaiah because Isaiah doesn't say it.
He did, though. You just don't like the way it was said.
He
That's
did
what we're
not.
arguing about for no
No,
reason. He did. He said a voice
Malachi
calling, that is the
did not
messenger
quote Isaiah
making the
because
way.
Isaiah didn't say it.
The voice is referring to the messenger. So Isaiah did
Malachi
say it. You
did
just
not
don't like how
quote.
it was said.
We'll try this again. So verse 3, okay, is almost word for word copied from Isaiah. Verse 2 is almost word for word copied from Malachi. The problem you have here is you have a composite quote. The author of Mark thinks it came from the same person. It doesn't. The first part of the quote comes from Malachi. The second part of the quote comes from Isaiah.
What about it makes it incorrect?
Because it didn't come from Isaiah.
But part of it did.
It did not.
We already admitted that. We've already read that. You can't deny that.
Verse
Isaiah
3
did say it.
does. Verse 3 comes from Isaiah.
Okay.
Verse 2
So
comes
how
from
is it
Malachi.
incorrect?
Because Malachi
again,
said it, not Isaiah.
But we're debating on that first part where it says a voice called. That to me is the messenger.
No, we're
you
not.
just don't like that it's
Eliana,
not the same
that's
word.
not the debate. We are not debating who the voice is. That has nothing to do with what's happening right now. Only thing we're answering right now is who.
Are you not understanding what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to break this down in English any better, sir.
Eliana, you're not understanding what I am saying.
The messenger. It was written a different way.
Okay, we'll try this again. We don't give a flying fuck who the voice is. The only thing we care about here is who said the words? That's what we want to know. Who said the words? Okay. The words in verse 2 were spoken by Malachi. You already admitted it. The words in verse 3 were spoken by Isaiah. Those are two different authors. You have no reason whatsoever to believe that Malachi was quoting Isaiah, because if he was quoting Isaiah, we could find those words in Isaiah, and we don't find those words in Isaiah.
You don't want to look at it. Isaiah
So
40:30.
I know
He
you
did say it.
were talking the whole time.
Isaiah 40:30. That's where he got it from. You don't want to admit to
It's
it.
not
So
in
what's your
there.
next incorrect thing in the Bible? Because we're just going to go in circles on this one.
Okay, so I crushed you on that. I'll find something even easier for you. I'll find something
You got me.
easier for your lying
You got me.
face.
Okay.
All this requires is for you to know numbers. Do you know how numbers work?
The book of Numbers?
No, numbers. Do you know how
Or
numbers work? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
no, could you teach me that real quick? I don't
Okay.
really
Do you think
know.
the number 3 and the number 7 are the same number?
Again, what's the context?
Do you think there needs to be context to know if 7 and 3 are the same number?
It depends on what you're talking about.
But I'm talking about the value of the number 3 and the value of the number 7. Are they the same value?
No.
Okay. Now, turn in your Bible over to
Mhm.
1 Chronicles 21.
You said 21?
Yep.
Okay.
We're going to go to verse 11.
So Gad went to David and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. Take your choice." Am I keep going?
Yep. Read verse
3
12 as
years
well.
of famine, 3 months of being swept away before your enemies with the swords overtaking you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, days of plague in the land, and the angel of the Lord ravaging every part of Israel. Now then, decide, how should I answer the one who sent me?
Okay. So we have a fantastic story where David is going to be punished and his people are going to be punished because he took the census. Now, this story
Uh-huh.
is told again in Samuel. It's told in Samuel and it's told in Chronicles. So we're going to read the parallel to this from Samuel. That's going to be in 2 Samuel 24.
Hold on one second. Here it is. Oh, sorry. Okay. That one.
And you can start in verse
Which one is it?
12.
Where are we going?
2 Samuel 24:12.
Second Samuel. You said 24:12?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go ahead and read 12 and 13.
Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says. I am giving you 3 options. Choose one of them for me to carry out against you. So Gad went to David and said to him, shall there come on you 3 years of famine?
Should say 7. Your Bible corrected it, didn't it? What Bible translation are you using?
It's the NIV.
Why? Why would you use that? Is
Why would I not? Which one would you like me to
is there a
use?
footnote where it says 7 that tells you that the Hebrew text actually says 3? I bet there is. The Hebrew text says 7, not 3. I got the NIV open now. Let me see what it
Do you know which
says.
one it came out of?
Yeah, so in the NIV, if you
In
go
the
to
Septuagint?
oh no, the Septuagint, if you, depending on which recension you're in, there is a version of the Septuagint that says 3, not 7.
What were we just in? First Samuel or Second Samuel what?
2 Samuel 24. And the NIV says 3 years of famine. The Hebrew text doesn't. The Hebrew text doesn't say that, which is why there's a footnote. Actually, there's not even a footnote on the online version. Typically, there is a footnote for it. Let me turn the footnotes on here. Let me see if I can turn footnotes on. There we go. Yeah. It says in the Hebrew, 7. Also, it doesn't, I don't think even in all of the Septuagint versions it says 3. So the Septuagint, when they translated it into Greek, they fixed it. They went through and said, nope, that should be 3. We don't like that.
But you deny that there weren't mistranslations that they had to fix throughout the history where somebody, it was like a clerical error?
How do you know they fixed it?
Because you have multiple different texts. So you compare all the texts, and whichever one has the most right ones in it, that's the one you usually
Right.
go with,
So
because
so
clearly this one was written wrong.
so follow along. Okay, pay
Hmm.
attention. It was written in Hebrew originally. The
Yeah.
authors of at least one of the recensions of the Septuagint came along and said, no, we don't like that. It contradicts the other passage. We're going to change it to 3.
How do you
What?
know that?
Because the Hebrew text doesn't say 3, it says 7. The Greek is a translation of the Hebrew.
But the Hebrew text could not have been incorrect, that the one that they were translating it to, and then they
That's
realized, wait, this
that's the
doesn't match all
point.
the other texts we
That's the
have.
point. The Hebrew text, the original text of the Bible, had a contradiction in it. That's the point.
What I'm saying is we have many texts of many different books of the Bible, correct?
We
Probably the
do.
most text
Okay.
in the world of anything ever written
Can
is the
you
Bible,
find me
correct?
a Hebrew text without this contradiction? The Bible was written in Hebrew, not in Greek. The answer is no, there's not one. Just so you're aware.
But Chronicles is written in Greek, correct?
No, they're both written in Hebrew.
Then what does writing it in Greek have to do with anything?
The Greek is a translation of the Hebrew. When they translated it into Greek, they said, we don't like this contradiction. We're going to change it. That's why I read from the Hebrew Old Testament, because that's what it was originally written in. The same reason, like when we read from the English translation, you want to go back to the original language. You want to go back to what it was written in. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. That's the language I'm appealing to. I'm not appealing to someone who came along later and tried to fix a contradiction.
I'm not saying anybody was trying to fix a contradiction. I'm saying it was a fix of a scribal error. It could have been that. Or there's another interpretation where there was already famine going on that had already lasted for 4 years. And so they're adding 3 more.
Oh, no, that's certainly not true. Because if you just read 2 Samuel chapter 21, the famine ended. So after they put to death 7 of Saul's sons to avenge the Gibeonites, God ends the famine. It's like it down in like verse 14 or something. I forget where it's at. So no, it's not the extension of a famine. It's just a contradiction.
How you know David didn't just piss God off more?
It's the same story.
I know. How you know he didn't change his mind?
God can't change his mind according to the book.
Actually, he can. He did multiple times in the
Well,
Bible.
it sounds like you found out your next contradiction because Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29 says he can't change his mind. She walked right into that one. Ever read Numbers
Where does it say God
23:19?
can't change his mind?
It's Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29.
I'm sorry, which one?
Numbers 23:19
Oh, crap. I was in 24. That's why.
says, God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. He has promised and he will do it. He has spoken and will he not fulfill it? And then we get the same thing in 1 Samuel 15. Moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not immortal that he should change his mind. You know God changes his mind. You've read Exodus 32, haven't you?
Hmm?
You know that God changes his mind in the book.
Eh, again, it's debatable on what you say is a change of
It's
mind.
not. It directly says it in Exodus 32. It says God changed his mind about the destruction he was going to bring upon Israel.
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to find the one in Numbers.
Yep, Numbers
23 what?
23:19.
3:19. Again, it's talking about his promises and fulfilling them.
What
He
did
didn't promise anything to David because he was asking David to choose.
and what did it say in Numbers 23:19 about his character?
That he does not change his mind. But again, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying in
So if
Exodus,
God doesn't change his mind, that means he doesn't change his mind.
right? I'm not denying that.
Also, you don't have to send me $100. Kyle Boyd just sent me $100, says I won already. Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate that. Trust me, we know Christians aren't going to admit to the truth. Big W, Kyle. Okay, and 1 Samuel
You're
15,
just
1 Samuel 15:29 says the same thing. It says, he will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not
when
immortal
God,
that he should change his mind.
once God promises something, he has not changed his mind. The thing he changed his mind about in Exodus was basically, I'm gonna kill all these people. And Moses was like, well, don't. And then I was like, all right, I won't.
Yeah,
He
he changed his
never
mind.
said
He
for
said, move
sure,
aside,
like,
I
oh,
will wipe them out. And then it literally says that God
you don't
changed
believe
his
that that was a
mind.
test,
No,
that God never intended to actually do it.
the text says he changed his mind. You want to read it? I think it's verse
But
14.
do you believe that God had actually made up his mind in that moment, or was that a test for Moses to see if Moses would stand up for his people?
I think neither, and I'll tell you why. Because in your worldview, you think God is all knowing, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, if God is all knowing, that means he literally can't change his mind. And if that's the case, that means he
right.
lied. Now, what we find in Exodus 32:14 is a statement that says, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. If he was just testing them, then he wouldn't have changed his mind.
I don't know. I'm the type who would probably disagree with Numbers that God can't change his mind, but that's just me.
No, I trust me, I agree. I think the statement saying that God can't change his mind or doesn't change his mind, I think they're false because the God of the Bible does change his mind, which means yet again we found a contradiction within the Bible. There's a bunch of them. Want to read my favorite?
Sure.
Let's go to Hebrews 9:22. Now, Hebrews 9:22 makes a really interesting statement about the Old Testament law. It says that indeed under the law almost everything is purified with blood, and without the shedding of blood there is no forgiveness of sins. Do you agree with that statement?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Right. The author of Hebrews says that without the shedding of blood there is no forgiveness of sins.
That's what you're asking if I believe is true?
Yeah.
According to God, yes.
Okay. So what I shouldn't be able to do is go in the Old Testament and find forgiveness without blood.
You said what you should not be able to do?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Have you read Leviticus?
No.
Okay. Go to Leviticus chapter 5, and we're going to go to verse 11-ish. Yeah, it's 11.
Chapter, you said 5:11?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There's a sin offering described here that says, if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering, so on and so forth. And then you make the purification offering. So all you need is 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour in some situations.
And where did it say you have to have the blood?
Hebrews 9:22 says there's no forgiveness without the shedding of blood.
I mean, in all technicality, though, in Leviticus, other people were shedding blood, so there was blood being shed.
That does flour
But
bleed?
I guess here's the problem that I would disagree with you on that aspect of it is because Jesus is determined to be God. If he sheds his blood, it's shed for eternity because God is outside of time.
We're making a
So
statement
even in the
about the law.
past, even in the Old Testament, you will see that there is forgiveness prior to Moses without blood.
Right, another contradiction, right? So, but the problem is in Hebrews 9, he's talking about the law, right? Like 3/4 of the book of Hebrew is dealing with why in the world did the law of Moses have to happen? Why do we have this sacrificial system, right? And he's saying that in the old sacrificial system, there was no forgiveness without the shedding of blood. That's the context. But if you actually read the sacrificial system, you know there's lots of times where there's forgiveness without the shedding of blood. Like what we just read.
But I guess that's where I'm saying my context would take that as Jesus, when he shed his blood, it's shed for all eternity. So whoever abides in him, even prior
No,
to him, is going to have that forgiveness.
Hebrews is not making a statement about Jesus, it's making a statement about the law of Moses. It says, under the law of Moses, there's no forgiveness without the shedding of blood. All right, I'm going to show you one more passage, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest. We have people waiting for a while. We're going to go to Jeremiah 31:15 through 17. Have you read Jeremiah 31 before?
I've read Jeremiah. I can't remember if I got all the way to the 31.
Yeah. It's a long read, don't worry. Okay, in Jeremiah, the main context is that the Israelites are being sent into Babylon as punishment for their sins. In fact, God even says in Jeremiah that he's going to punish you doubly in Babylon for your sins. But anyways, it says in chapter 25 that the Israelites are going to be there for 70 years, and then they're going to come back. They're going to come back from the land of the enemy. We find something very similar to this in chapter 31, verse 15,
Is this where
16.
the amount of people are different?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Verse 15 says, thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. Now, given what you know about the book of Jeremiah, when it was written, why it was written, what would be a plain text understanding of what was just read?
That the Israelites are going to go back to Jerusalem?
Yeah, they're going to come back, right? They're going to go into
Right,
exile, and then they're going to come back. It seems pretty simple.
right.
It matches all the rest of Jeremiah. Not a problem. Now,
Okay.
the problem I have is if you go to Matthew chapter 2, like verse 17 through 19, Matthew says about the babies in and around Bethlehem when they were slaughtered by Herod, he says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice is heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because there are no more. But we just read it. That doesn't match the context, nor does it have anything to do with what Jeremiah was talking about, which means Matthew's making stuff up.
Not necessarily, because I do
Yeah.
believe there are many prophecies in the Bible that aren't only fulfilled one time.
Well, how many fulfillments did they get? 3, 4, 5, 6?
But that's up to God. I'm not God.
So you don't know. So how do you know that Joseph Smith wasn't the third fulfillment?
Because it never says anything about Joseph Smith
Well, it
coming in the
does.
Bible.
It
Where?
certainly does. Genesis 49, but it certainly doesn't say anything about Jesus either. So all of the prophecies about Jesus are applied identically the same way the prophecies about Joseph Smith are applied. They're the same. They're
How
all of
so?
them are completely divorced from the actual context of the prophet. There's not a single prophecy in the Old Testament where the original context of the prophecy was fulfilled in Jesus. Not one.
How so?
I just showed you. I showed you an easy prophecy from the book of Matthew, and it clearly isn't talking about the Messiah. It's talking about people coming back from the land of Babylon to their homeland. So it can't be applied to the children that are being slaughtered in Bethlehem because it has nothing to do with the Babylonian exile, and they're certainly not coming back to their own land. They're dead. They're gone.
And you're saying that's what he's trying to say it is?
That's what Matthew says. Yes.
Hold
Matthew
on. I
says,
gotta look up Matthew because I didn't have that pulled up.
yeah,
Which one was it? Matthew what?
Matthew 2, verses 17 and 18.
Thank you. Matthew 2.
Also, while you're finding it, you know how we're not talking over each other right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's because I don't talk over you unless you talk over me. That's my rule. So if you ever come back, just know I won't talk over you. But if you talk over me, I'll definitely talk over you.
I really was not trying to. I just feel like what I was trying to answer wasn't good enough for you. And it's like, I don't know how else to word it. I'm
Be-
trying to say it the best I can.
because it had nothing to do with what I was talking about.
I felt like it did, but either way. But this is just talking about the voice heard in Rama, the weeping and the great mourning, and Rachel weeping for her children. It's not continuing on to the next part of it.
I know, yeah.
So I
Prophecies
don't
have
understand
context.
why that can't be considered a separate thing of just saying, hey, this matches the same deal.
It's not a separate prophecy. Context matters. You can't just say the entire chapter is about the Babylonian exile, but this one sentence, this one phrase, I'm just going to pull it out and say, no, that's something
But
different.
if you do keep going in Matthew, it talks about the return to Nazareth.
No, they didn't
And it
return to
says
no,
after Herod died, an angel of the Lord.
Jesus returned to Nazareth.
It says, "Get up, take the child," and yeah. So I don't.
Go to Egypt, yeah. It has nothing to do with Jeremiah 31. That's a fulfillment from Hosea chapter 11, which also isn't a prophecy.
So then, how do you explain Jesus?
He's a liar and a fraud. That
Why would he
fulfilled
lie?
that fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. He lied because he's a fraud. Now, I actually don't think he thought he was a fraud. I think he was convinced that he was the Messiah and he was just wrong.
But is it not a general consensus that people do agree he lived?
Yeah, I
They
agree.
do agree he
Yeah,
died,
just like
and they
Muhammad.
do
Yeah.
agree that a lot of people believe they saw him resurrected.
No, we don't agree on that. I think there
Why
was
not?
probably only one disciple that saw him resurrected, and I don't even think they saw him. I think based on the historical context that we have, one disciple saw an imposter pretending to be Jesus and told all the other disciples, and in their state of grief, they were willing to believe it. It's the minimum witnesses theory developed initially by Paulogia. I modified it slightly.
And you truly believe that these people just were willing to lay their lives down over something they didn't see?
Yep, happens all the time. In fact, when Nero resurrected from the dead, you might not know this, Nero was claimed to resurrect from the dead by lots of different sources. And in fact, there was an imposter that was so convincing that the Parthian army went to war believing that they were going to march into Rome and put the resurrected Nero back on the throne. And then they got slaughtered.
So you also believe Mount Sinai never happened and that all the Jews were convinced that they saw it?
Well, I don't think the Jews were convinced of it. And I certainly don't believe that the Mount Sinai nonsense happened. No.
So how do you believe that Judaism started?
I think Judaism started like most ancient religions. It started with legends and stories, and the legends and stories grow over time. I think a good example of this is the Epic of Gilgamesh. The original or the oldest edition we have from ancient Sumer was short, maybe 6 to 8 tablets. That's it. Very short story. And then over the course of time, it grew. It grew and grew and grew. And now, based on what we have from the Neo-Assyrian period, the Epic of Gilgamesh is like almost it's almost 3 times as long as the original. These large meta narratives, they grow over time. Was there a group of people that probably lived near the Sinai desert region that maybe worshipped a god that was based out of Midian, and then they moved northward into the Judean foothills and created an empire for themselves called Judea? Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Do I believe that 2.5 million Jews left Egypt and wandered in the desert for 40 years, and then God gave them a revelation on the mountain? No, that's silly. That doesn't even make sense. We have no evidence of
But
two and a half million Jews.
then what basis of belief do they have if nobody can say, yeah, we saw that?
They don't. That's why like half of Jews today are atheists.
I'm saying, how would it have started? How could you get a religion up and running on a lie?
The same way Muhammad did.
I know, but Muhammad was the only one who said he saw anything.
So what?
There was many witnesses with the Jews who saw it.
No, there are thousands of people that claim to have seen Muhammad split the moon in two. You don't think he split the moon in two, do you?
Where is that?
It's in the Hadiths.
Who said that they saw it?
Thousands of people. There are accounts by Tacitus and Suetonius claiming that Emperor Vespasian healed a person of a lame leg and blindness. Do you think Emperor Vespasian healed a person in front of a multitude of witnesses?
If there were witnesses, why would I deny it?
See, that's my point, though. Like these types of claims, like these miraculous claims, they exist all over the ancient world. They're abundant in every religion, and the reason why they exist is because they're untestable, they're unfalsifiable. They exist
I
in the
guess
past.
the problem for me though is what's the motive? What's the motive? Because when you look back at the culture in which Judaism arose from, everything that the Jews were doing was completely opposite. That's why it was
Mm-mm.
considered quote unquote holy. It's set apart. You are to be set apart from these people.
Well,
What would be the purpose if it goes against all of human nature to be prideful, to store up wealth, to take like I don't understand the motive, I guess, because you kind of act like it's to keep people in line, but not really because
I didn't say
that's
that.
not what they were all about at that point.
I didn't say any of that. So the reason why you have like these ancient narratives for ancient Israel is because that's what everyone else in the ancient world was doing. So all the other people in the ancient world were giving animal sacrifices and grain sacrifices. Everybody else in the ancient
Mhm.
world were doing all the same thing that Israel was doing. There's almost
Well,
no difference.
that's not true. They were sacrificing babies.
No, that's not
They
true.
were raping the women. They were
That's
raping the
not true.
men.
That's not true.
How is it not true?
But
They
those
have
aren't true.
evidence of this.
No, there's not.
How is this not true?
There's no evidence of it. These are claims made by the Bible to villainize people that they want to slaughter. These are not things that happened in history.
Well, I guess you've never seen that movie Apocalypse.
I don't watch movies.
Well, they definitely human sacrifices definitely existed. That's not a debatable topic.
I'm not saying that nobody in the world ever did a human sacrifice. We know the Aztecs were doing it. We're talking about the infant sacrifices to Molech that are in the Bible. Those things have no historical backing.
I'm pretty sure they found the altars of it, no?
They did not.
So basically you're just saying everybody's been good from the beginning and they created the religion for what then?
They created religion the same reason why everybody else had their own religion. The same reason why the Babylonians had a religion, the same reason why the Greeks had their own religion. They were fundamental mythologies for their people group that serve to explain why things are. That's why we find in the book of Genesis, almost everything in the book of Genesis is an explanation for why stuff is the way that it is today. Well, let me tell you why it is the way today. Why do we not like Ammon and Moab? Well, we don't like them because they were born from an incestual union, an evil union between Lot and his two daughters. Easy. I mean, everything in Genesis 3 is an explanation. Why do snakes crawl in our bellies? Why is there birth child pains? Why do we have to farm to get food for ourselves when the earth was made for us? Genesis is a book of mythological origin stories for the people.
I hate to say it, dude, but it makes more sense than everything else I've ever heard. And no offense, but when it comes down to it, because I'll let you get on to other people, the Bible could be 100% wrong. God cannot exist. But ultimately, the teachings of Jesus do help people. They help them be better people. They help us treat each other better. If all humans were to help each other and be a community again,
Yeah, I
say you
disagree.
lost your job tomorrow, and I'm like, hey, I'll feed you, man. I don't care. And say something bad happens to me and you show up for me, you're telling me community wouldn't be a whole lot better. And that's all in the Bible.
I
So I don't
disagree
understand why we want to hate something that really could help everyone.
because the Bible says you can own slaves and you have to stone gay people too.
That's all in the Old Testament, for
So
one.
God approved of it. Jesus said to follow the law.
But it is wicked, and I'm sorry, whoever out
The
there is
law?
gay, I don't mean any offense, but it is.
Okay, that's the problem. That's why the religion is vile. Do you think that women should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you think the women should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night? Because Deuteronomy 22 thinks so.
If they don't bleed on their wedding night,
Yeah,
why would you want your wife to bleed on her wedding night?
it's a sign that she's a virgin.
But how could that possibly time up to her wedding night?
Because that's the first time you do the thing. Ancient Hebrews had sex at
Oh,
the
I get what you mean.
wedding.
I thought you were talking about a menstrual cycle. I'm sorry. I'm so confused.
No, no,
My
no.
bad. I get what you mean now.
Yep.
I thought you were talking about her cycle, and I was like, well, what does that have to do with it? I mean, if it's a lie, it's a lie.
Do you think it's justified to be stoned if you don't bleed?
Why would you lie about it?
I'm not asking whether or not she lied. I said, do you think it's justified to stone a girl if she doesn't bleed?
I believe the way it was written was probably based on whether or not she was telling the truth and if they were trying to trick somebody.
No one's asking whether or not she told the truth. I'm asking you if that woman does not bleed on her wedding night, should she be stoned?
If she lied, possibly. If not, probably not.
Are you aware that only about 43% of women bleed their first time?
No, I'm not aware of that because that was not my experience.
Which means almost all of the women brought up on charges probably would have been innocent. They would have been the 40 or the
Do you
57% that
truly
don't
believe
bleed.
these people were actually going through with it, though? Like, do you truly believe they stoned their children if their children weren't behaving?
I could care less. God said to do it. Whether or not they actually did it is irrelevant. The fact that God
I
told
guess
them
the
to
way
do
I
it
look at
is
that
a
is
problem.
I'm not God. I don't know God's reasoning for things. I don't know the cultural references. I don't know all that. All I know is what I can say is say the world's gone to shit. You have all this money. You built a
Yeah.
city, but you want people to come live there. And you say, but I have these laws. These are
God
my rules for my city if you want to come live in it.
God gave
And
the
you can
reason.
either, hold on, you can either agree and come live in my city, or you can disagree and you can stay out in the wilderness.
God gave the reason. Want to hear it?
Yeah.
Verse 21, it says, "They shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to unalivement because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst." The goal of
Yeah.
this exercise is to purge the evil from your midst, but it actually isn't purging evil from your midst because most of the women that would have been stoned were innocent.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
But again, you're assuming that they would not have bled. You're assuming that God would have allowed an innocent woman to not bleed and then be stoned to death. And I don't believe that is what I'm saying. I believe that God had his reasons for doing that. And most likely it is because God knew if that was going to happen, that they were lying.
Well, it doesn't matter because that trend of women not bleeding their first time continued for thousands of years. In fact, we have got documentation of it by the ancient Jewish rabbis and by the early Greeks and the early Romans. They came to the same conclusion as well that not all women bleed their first time because not all women have the same biological anatomy. Not all women are the same. And remember, they came to this conclusion before Jesus came. They already knew it. If you were honest, Eliana, right now you would say that's kind of disgusting. I need to go think about that.
I grew up Christian.
I know, I
I
could
fell
tell.
away from the faith. No, let me finish. I
Sorry.
fell away from the faith for like 20 years. I was on heroin for 10 years. Jesus was the only thing that saved me. So, is there things in the Bible that is hard for me to understand and hard for me to accept in my day and age and what I know now? Yes, there is. But ultimately, I do believe that if there is a God and God exists, that he knows way better than what I know. His ways are way more perfect than what I can ever come up with. And I can't sit here and question, well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, why do you do this? Well, why do you do that? I know ultimately he has a purpose for everything he has done, every law that was written. It was all to prove something, it was all to show something, it was all to lead to Jesus. And I do believe Jesus came and died to save us. I don't see any other reason why a human would come here and say, yeah, I'm the Messiah and I'm going to be tortured to death. For what? I don't see any motive that makes sense in my little tiny human brain
Because he
to
thought
wrap my
he
head
needed
around why
to.
people would have done that and what motive would have been behind it, because he didn't gain riches,
But
he didn't
he
gain
thought
power.
he needed to. He thought he would be resurrected and would do whatever it is he thought he was gonna do. The same reason why David Koresh willingly went to his death at Waco. We have all kinds of cult leaders that willingly went to their deaths. Brigham Young
But
and Joseph Smith were both martyred
no,
for their
let's
religion.
let's get a little honest about this. Was
I
David
I
Koresh
have.
having sex with all the women? Was he collecting everybody's property? Did he have power?
Well, he had power and he did have many wives, but he didn't steal anyone's property. But you're actually
Yes,
missing the
he did, because
point.
everybody same with Jim
He had
Jones.
the opportunity to save his life and he chose not to.
Same with Jim Jones. Everybody had to turn their property over to them.
Well, Jim Jones is a
They
different
owned nothing.
person.
Huh?
Jim Jones is a different person. We're talking about
I
David
know. I'm
Koresh.
saying it's the same deal when you have cult leaders like that.
I know.
It doesn't matter what they believe. Ultimately, when you break it down, you know why they did what they did. They did it because they got women. They did it because they got money. They did it because they got power.
No, that's not always the
That's all they
case.
needed.
That's certainly
Huh?
not always the case. There's all kinds of cult leaders in the East that don't have money, power, or women. Like if you follow the
Who?
Eastern religions, there's all kinds of faith healers that basically live in the streets. Think of like even people like I would use the people like Gandhi. Like Gandhi is not necessarily a cult leader, but there's lots of people in different religions that forsake all worldly riches and carnal relations. Just the fact that Jesus did something similar to that doesn't make him right. Like the fact all you need is what's in the Bible. The Bible's just not true. He didn't fulfill any prophecies, not even one. He's a liar. He's a fraud.
But people would debate you on that and say he fulfilled numerous, like hundreds of
And
prophecies.
they'll fail. They'll fail. I've been running the argument that Jesus fulfilled zero prophecies for 2 years now. Not a
Have you ever
single.
debated somebody who knows as much about the Bible as you?
Yeah, I've debated pastors and bishops and they all fail.
Do you have videos on it?
There's probably pastors, but not bishops. The last bishop I talked to was before I was streaming to YouTube, but there's definitely some pastors in my YouTube queue or in my YouTube backlog.
I mean, like, would you have like Wes Huff on there?
Anytime you bring, I will literally debate the Pope. You bring him on here.
I'm honestly just curious because, like I said, for me, it is more of a feeling. I do believe a lot of what they've said. Now you have me questioning it, like I need to go look into it. But ultimately, what's the other option?
I
Just
think.
think that all of this is pointless.
Well,
And what's the point of living, anyways, then? Because
I-
it's all for crap, anyways.
Eliana, I think the point is
That's so depressing.
you need to believe in yourself. So I know a lot about drug addiction. I've got a lot of it in my family as well, and I've seen what it does to both the people that use and to the family. And so I can tell you that getting off of heroin is hard. Like you did something that's nearly impossible, and you should congratulate yourself for doing it because most people can't do it. That being said, The reason why NA and AA work is because of a placebo effect. It's the same reason why you believing in Jesus can get you through your heroin addiction. That works for every religion. There are people in Buddhism, there are people in the Hindu faith, there are people
But
in
it
Islam.
didn't.
Hold on. There are people in the Islamic faith, and they all claim that they were able to overcome addictions with those gods, right? And the reason why it works across all faiths is because it's a placebo effect, not because all of those gods exist.
I did AA. I did.
Mhm.
It did not work. I mean, it worked for a few months.
It's not one size fits all. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Again, what's the other alternative? This
There
is all for nothing.
What's all for nothing?
Life. Why wake up and pay your bills? Why wake up and deal with people being rude and mean and hateful? Why watch wars? Why watch people suffer? What's the point then? Why don't we all just kill ourselves? I mean, why
Because
bother?
if you're watching a
Whoa.
movie, Benny, I'm sorry, she can't hear you because she's on YouTube.
Oh yeah. I
But
just wanted to say whoa.
oh, sorry, um, Eliana, if you're watching a movie, you know the movie is going to end. Are you gonna be like, "Well, fuck it, I'm not gonna finish the movie"?
That depends on the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, if it's a dog shit movie, yeah, I get you. But I mean, if you're enjoying the movie and you know it's going to end, you're not gonna be like, "Well,
But
I'm just
that's
gonna stop watching now because I know it's gonna be over."
I guess that's what I'm saying. What is there else to enjoy then?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what we are enjoying is where we are now. Like, for example, there's some wisdom in the Bible. If you read the book of Ecclesiastes, he goes through this whole narrative of like everything comes to an end. The author of Ecclesiastes did not believe in an afterlife. That's abundantly clear if you read the book. And he has to answer the same question as you do. In fact, the Epic of Gilgamesh was written to answer the same question. We've been having existential crisis in literature for all of human history. And both in Gilgamesh and in the book of Ecclesiastes, the author comes to a very poignant conclusion. Yes, it's all going to come to an end, but we can enjoy what we have now. We can make our life great. We can make others' lives great, even though it's going to end. It's okay.
I guess the only other point I would make is I do look at God as a parent, and you have a son, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So when your son wants all kinds of things that you know are bad for him, are you going to give it to him?
Not if it's bad for him.
Okay. If he does do something bad, are you going to let it go, or is there some going to be a punishment possibly?
No,
Some sort of consequence for this is what you did you knew you shouldn't have.
he'll get corrected because his brain's not developed yet.
Same with us, man. That's what I'm saying. If God created all of us, he's above all us. He knows better.
But I don't think that has anything to do with
We're
what we're
just a bunch of
saying.
children. Huh?
I don't think that has anything to do with what I'm saying. Like, whether or not you think God is a good father is irrelevant to whether or not God actually exists. Like, even if you
I'm
believe
saying
in,
when you look at things in the Bible and it looks like, oh my God, I can't see why he would do that. To me, that's where I come back to I'm not God. I don't have his ultimate understanding of how life is going to play out. And even if it looks horrendous to me, there's a good reason. Like I think I heard you talking about natural disasters.
Mhm.
It's nature, like
Well,
hurricanes do rearrange things that end up causing growth later.
but
Volcanoes create growth.
do they destroy human life?
Why would you live near it? You know what I'm saying?
Not
That's our
everyone.
choice.
Not everyone has a
It's like
choice. I don't.
saying, "Hey, I'm going to take you to the Grand Canyon. Don't jump off the cliff, you'll die." Somebody
No,
jumps off the cliff and then goes, "Man, you let me jump off the cliff. Man, I told you not to."
there's literally nowhere on Earth you can live where you're not going to be in danger of some kind of natural disaster. I live
But that's just
in the
life,
most
no?
boring place in the USA. There's no volcanoes here. There's no flash floods. We don't get hurricanes here, but we get tornadoes
Are you in
here.
Ohio too?
I mean, listen, it's the heart of it all. Okay,
I'm just saying, it just to me that's life though too. It just that
but
is what is to be expected with flesh.
but pay attention. Like the fact that natural disasters exist when they don't have to exist is the problem.
I guess I'm saying I think they do have to exist
Why?
because again, we have weather patterns
For
that
what?
will cause a hurricane because the earth spins. The earth has to spin or we're going to die. And
Yeah,
we have to have rain or we're going to die.
but
The
that's because it was created
volcanoes,
that way in your review. Could God create it a different way?
Say that again.
Could God have created it a different way?
I don't know. I really don't. Again, I'm not God. I don't know.
Well, that's the
It,
thing.
the way I
Hold,
look at the
hold, hold,
earth
on, hold on. Don't
is
don't get carried away. We're almost to a point here, okay? If God couldn't have done it any other way, then he's just not all powerful. You have to abandon the idea of an all powerful God at that point.
but I disagree on that point because it says in the Bible that he did create the world perfectly. And like I said, I don't believe any of those, I don't believe any of the natural disasters existed at that point. I believe when man fell, the earth was cursed and that we are living in
Okay.
that curse still.
And the curse was a result of who? Who gave the curse?
God,
Okay. Did God
as
have
a parent,
did
that
God
was the punishment.
hold on. Did God have to curse the planet so that it would have natural disasters, or did he choose to do it?
I think it's a result of our actions. Again, like
Try again.
I said,
Hold
I
on.
didn't
You're
think
getting hold on.
when he first
Hold on.
cursed.
You're getting carried away. You didn't answer the question yet. I said, did God have to set those specific consequences, or could he have used any other consequences? It's just a yes or no. Did he have to use
I
those
don't
specific consequences?
Again, I don't think that those were specific consequences. I think they were consequences of everything else that happened. Like I said, I
Does
didn't believe rain happened until the flood came.
does God have
Thus,
control over
that
the
was another
consequences?
curse. Say that again.
Does God have control over the consequences he sets?
Yes.
Okay, if God has control over the consequences that he sets, that means
Hmm.
he doesn't have to set those consequences. He could set other consequences.
Right. I agree.
Okay.
I
So
100% agree with what you're
so
saying.
what that
I'm
means is
just
that
saying that
hold on.
if, but we're making that determination as humans who live maybe 100 years if we're lucky.
It's just a logical deduction, okay? So if God didn't have to set consequences that included the natural disasters, that means the natural disasters are unnecessary. It's just a decision that he made. You follow?
I get what you're saying, but I think, like I said, in my mind, I just think it's just the way. I think we're trying to take away what humans possibly have contributed to it and
Mm-mm.
saying it was all God. And I
Nope.
don't believe that. Like
Nope.
erosion would not be as severe today
That's
if we weren't
that's
pulling
not what I'm
trees up
talking
and
about.
building
That's not
houses.
what I'm talking about. I didn't say anything about that.
I'm saying I believe a lot of the natural disasters are also a consequence of
No,
our
no
actions and the
one's
way we
asking
are
that.
with our earth.
No one's asking if we're making them worse. That's not a question that we're asking right now. We don't need an answer for that. The only question we're asking right now is who caused the natural disasters. And as far as I can tell, it's a consequence that God set. Like if my son went to school and punched another little boy in the nose, I could bring
Mhm.
him home. I could discipline him in any way I want to. I could choose to ground him to his room. I could put him in the corner. I could have him go over to the boy's house and apologize to the boy and the family, or I could just punch him in the nose myself, right? Just
Right.
okay. So if I choose to punch my son in the nose because he punched another kid in the nose, that's not a good consequence, is it?
Uh, Not the first time, probably not, but
But
after a few times, I
but
would not blame you for doing that because
but
he didn't learn his lesson the first 5
he's
times.
6. Do you think 6-year-olds should be punched in the nose?
If he continues to punch kids in the nose, I mean, do what you gotta do to get him to stop.
Do you think 6-year-olds should be punched in the nose by grown adults? Keep in mind there's only
Maybe not
one
a
right
punch.
answer.
Again, I already answered it. If he is continuing to do it over and over, yeah, I'd lay it on him
Okay. Well,
because I'm not gonna have my child
sorry.
go around punching people and
I
not learning, hey,
assumed
this is what it feels like to be
I
punched.
assumed your
Or
humanity
maybe you don't
threshold
punch him,
was
but at
better,
least
so
let the kid punch him.
I never had to do this for anybody. You're the first person I ever had to do this to. Now I have to change my analogy because I thought too highly of you. I need to lower the bar. So if the punishment for my child for punching another child, if I make the punishment, I don't know, lighting you on fire, is that a fair punishment?
For punching a kid in the face?
Yeah.
I mean, I would not like to be set on fire, obviously, but
But he
it's your
punched a
child.
kid. But he punched a kid. I have to light him on fire. Why can't I do it?
Is she for real right now?
Do you see the problem? Like you're saying, mankind sinned. God had to create natural disasters, but he doesn't. God doesn't have to do it. It's just a decision that he made. If
But how
God,
do you know he doesn't have to? You don't know
because
his
he
reasoning, is I guess
is
what I'm
all
saying.
powerful. All powerful beings don't have to do anything. That's baked into the definition of all powerful. All right.
I guess what I'm saying is if you told your child, if you punch another kid in the face, I'm going to set you on fire, and then he punches a kid in the face and you set him on fire, are you being just?
No,
If that's what you,
and
if that's
at
what you
that point,
prior, if
uh,
that's what you told him, his
Eliana,
consequence would be.
I think at this point this is the end of the road for us.
I mean, it's just,
I
it's
can't
you.
talk to
Why can't
somebody
you answer that?
that's advocating for lighting children on fire,
I'm not. I'm
but
saying if you told him ahead of time,
I guess I'm not surprised since it's baked into your religion. Lighting people on fire is literally baked into your religion. But I can't tolerate this anymore. That's something that we don't do around here. We don't advocate for child abuse. So we'll leave that up to the Catholic priest. Welcome in, Pastor Bell.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I assume you're a Christian?
Oh, well, I'm a little Tootsie Roll. I was
So
raised
you're not?
Catholic. I am what I'm calling myself as a born again Christian.
So you are a Christian. Okay.
However, yes, I am. However, I do want to point out that in America, in the United States of America, there is this false Christianity floating around like a butterfly.
I'm sure.
Actually, it's like a It's like a dragonfly. Actually,
I know. Every Christian I've ever talked to is the only one that's doing it right. But I'm sure you're the one that got it right, right?
I'm Messianic Christian. I am part Jew, so
I'm sure.
I have Jewish lineage, and I believe in the Lord God Almighty. I believe in the one sovereign Creator, Yahuwah.
Fantastic.
And
so, what's your best evidence
Yeshua,
that the Christian God is real?
Oh, I've seen and heard, and He's appeared to me, as well as I've had signs and wonders.
Great.
That no man can create, nor
so
can
then,
the Bible.
When are you going to start worshiping the Egyptian and Greek pantheon? Because Hanji has experienced the Egyptian and Greek deities.
Sure have.
Well, I don't think that they have the ability to open up the sky.
They do.
And I don't.
Why wouldn't they?
Well,
Moon Rock came from the sky.
Yeah.
He created everything.
Yeah, I know there's multiple gods. I understand that. I know that there's multiple religions, and every culture has their own gods. But the only God that I believe in is the Creator.
Great.
The Lord of the universe.
Sure. So what's your evidence?
That is the only one that I believe in. And I do believe in the death, hell, and grave, and all of that goodness and whatever.
I'm sure you do. But what's the evidence?
What is the evidence?
Yeah.
Well, the evidence is historically it's written.
What's written?
The story of Christ dying and going to the cross and Calvary.
So if it's written, then it's real.
I believe so.
Oh,
I believe that the Holy Word.
When are you going to start worshiping the Greek gods? The Greek gods are written in history. In fact, I've got it right here.
Praise Zeus.
You can read about some of them right here in Homer. Just read the Odyssey. So
I've read, believe you me, I've read a lot of books through the years. I used to read dictionaries and encyclopedias as a child.
Okay,
and
so then it's not true because it's in a book.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. But
so that's not good evidence.
But when you have, well, are you going to let me finish answering?
I mean,
when you have the power of the Holy Spirit come upon you and the Lord appear to you, then and only then will you know the difference between what is written in the Bible as it is it true or is it not? Is that real? Because there are also the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I bet you don't know what they are.
Which I do, actually. I have them literally right here on my bedside. Mm-hmm. So, yes, actually, I do know what they are.
And how do the Dead Sea Scrolls help your narrative?
Well, what I've been doing, which I recommend everybody do, is I recommend that you go back as far as you can
That wasn't
in
my
recorded
question.
history. What is your question?
Thank you,
then?
Lizzie, for the cap. How do you think the Dead Sea Scrolls help your argument?
Well, I don't really have an argument right now.
Yeah, it sounds that way.
I'm not
So-
arguing.
So you don't have any evidence that the Christian God is real then?
I just told you what my evidence was.
Personal experience?
That he's appeared. Yes, he's appeared to me.
Congratulations. That
Well,
happens
when
in
you-
every
when you've
religion.
met the Lord.
That happens
when-
at Pastor Bell. That happens in every religion. I just told you that Hanji had her gods appear to her. So if I accept that your God appeared to you, then I have to accept that Hanji's gods appeared to her, and so do you.
So what is your belief? Your screen, your thumbnail here says that the Christian God is imaginary.
Yeah, I don't believe in any gods.
How is it imaginary? How is he imaginary if he has
Anthony-
appeared to me?
Anthony, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. W. Anthony for the 666. Praise Satan. Kayla, thank you for the $10 as well over Venmo. W. Kayla Ryan for the $10. Kayla says, praise the Holy Tooth Fairy. I agree. Praise the Tooth Fairy. Hail the High Queen. I don't believe in any deities. I see no evidence for these deities. And if personal experience is the only evidence that you have, then it must be true that all the gods are real.
Has God ever appeared to you then? No, I guess not, huh?
Nope. Do you think there's power in the name of Jesus, though?
So do you? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
So
do you think that Jesus
we
was
just
telling the truth?
arbitrarily
Do you think that
came
Jesus was
about
telling the
by
truth?
what?
Do you think Jesus was telling the truth when he says that if you ask anything in my name, I'll do it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So can you
But
pray?
there's also
Can you
scripture
show us
that-
the
but there's
power in
also-
the name of Jesus by praying to him and having him open this can in front of 857 people?
Well, you're not supposed to mock God.
I'm
number
not
one.
mocking him. We're asking you to demonstrate that there's power in the
Well,
name of
I'm not-
Jesus.
I'm definitely not going to mock God.
We're not mocking God.
But I
I'm
will
just
pray
asking
for
you to
you.
demonstrate that there's power in the name of Jesus. Because as it turns out, I can open this can with one finger. Is God more powerful than my one finger?
God gave you the ability to use that one finger, and He can take away the ability to use that one finger with you mocking Him.
He should be able to open this can then.
Might
Let's
not
have
be
it.
today. Well, it might not be today, but I would be really careful
Here
about
come the
that.
threats.
I'm not worried at all.
I wouldn't do it.
You
Your
see
God
how my
is
deities-
completely powerless.
Chat, you see, council, you see how my deities don't threaten you guys because you simply just don't believe? But yet, for some reason, Yahweh has an issue with people who don't want to serve him.
Yeah.
You're a deity.
If believing
need
in
to be
this
served.
deity was so important, then why wouldn't he give people evidence?
I'm sorry, what's that?
If believing in this deity was so important to him, then why wouldn't he give people evidence that he exists?
He does.
What's
a lot
the
of people
evidence?
have witnessed him.
I haven't.
The breath in your lungs is evidence.
Prove it.
Who gave you that? Who
Could it-
gave you that?
Nobody did.
Oh,
The breath in our lungs is a product of our atmosphere. It's a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen.
yeah, it's science. I got it. I get it.
It's just
Yeah.
verifiably true. Thank you, Anthony. I got a friend from Anthony on Venmo now. Anthony and I are now friends, but thank you for the donation on Venmo. So the breath in my lungs is not from God. It's just the fact that my diaphragm allows my lungs to expand and contract. And when that happens, the oxygen and the nitrogen in our atmosphere comes into my lungs. Nothing to do with God. In fact, I can defy God right now by holding my breath.
Well, he can also take it away from you. Just I wouldn't challenge him.
I'm challenging him right now.
We don't care.
Well, you know what? Because he is a loving God, he's not going to just zap you out. That's not how he operates.
How does he
but-
operate? Because as far as I can tell, there's no distinction between God and no God.
Actually, I wanted to hear more about the word, how you analyze the word, because I wanted to verify that you are correct as a Christian, as a born-again Christian. You actually are correct in that there are multiple contradictory scriptures in the Word of God.
Bunch.
I know that. I've read it. But again, The Americanized Bible is not the original scriptures.
Oh, I'm sure. Okay. I agree. It's in Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic.
Correct.
Fantastic.
That is
So
correct.
do you
That is
have a
correct? It's been translated.
Great. Do you have a problem with any of the passages that I brought up previously that need to be retranslated?
I mean, I only heard this last guy that you were talking to. Come on, Polo. Polo. Come on, babe. Come on, hon. Go ahead. Go on.
So what I'm hearing is you have no evidence that the Christian God is real. That's what I heard.
Okay. I'm not. Nobody's hurting me. Go ahead. Go. I'm sorry. What was that?
So what I'm hearing is that you don't have any evidence that the Christian God is real.
I have plenty of evidence of myself that God has shown me.
But
I don't need
nothing that you can demonstrate.
I'm not a voodoo worshiper. I'm not a vixen of Satan. So I'm not going to sit here and pull magic rabbits out of my hat
Okay,
to
so
appease you.
the answer is no. You don't have any evidence.
I don't need evidence.
Man, if I had evidence of a God and I knew I could demonstrate it, I'd tell everybody and I would show everybody. You would
Well,
never
if you
shut
wanna
me
come-
up.
If you want to come to my church, you can come on.
I've been to church.
We'll show you.
There's no evidence
We'll
there.
show you. You've never been. You've never been to a church that's full of the Holy Ghost? Then?
Yeah, I have. I was a Christian for 20 years, and for half that time, I went to a Holy Ghost Spirit-filled church. That's why I know it's all lies.
Why do you say it's a lie? How?
Because
So you
because
knew
prayer,
that it was
because
filled with
prayer,
the Holy Spirit,
because prayer never
and yet
gets
you still
answered.
you turned away from it.
Because prayer never gets answered, and because this Bible is full of lies. If this Bible is full of
That's
lies,
incorrect.
then I have no reason to believe anything in
That's
it is
incorrect.
true, much less that the Holy Spirit's going to be answering prayers.
God has always answered prayers. He's
No-
answered the
okay,
prayers
then
of many.
pray right now and have them open this can, and you'll convert 889 people.
I'm not
Let's
gonna-
see a
I'm
let's
not
see a
gonna
one in the
talk
chat,
about
guys. Put a one in the chat right now that you'll believe that this God is real if she prays and this pop can opens on its own. I want to see it. You'll get a bunch of people. A lot of ones in the chat. Look, you have the opportunity to convert all these people to believing in your God right now, and all you have to do is have him wiggle his nose and open his pop can.
Well, if it's His will, I ask for Him to do it right now in Jesus' name. But He's not going to be.
Oh,
he's not going to.
Not going to do it, is
He's
he?
not going. He's not going to because you're mocking him.
He's not going to because he's not real.
You're mocking him.
He's not real.
No, he's very real.
He's not real.
But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what he is going to do.
Did people?
So right now, no, listen. If you listen to me, right now you have 912. Well, they're going up and down. 915, 912, 900 some viewers right now, and what is going to happen is overnight.
Preaching. There's a bunch of preaching
is
about to happen.
overnight. Oh yeah, I'm it's called prophesying.
Right thing about
It's
the-
called
All right, guys,
prophesying.
open your notepads. We're getting a prophecy.
Win couch potato.
Deconstruction
Yeah,
couch
yeah.
potato.
There
Thank you
go,
so
there
much.
go, There you go.
All right, I'm gonna get my notepad open right now. Hold on, I got my notepad open. I'm gonna write down the prophecy because I keep getting prophecies from people and they literally never come true. So let me hear your prophecy. What is it?
You have to stick around for the prophecy, and mine will come overnight.
I'm sure it will. What is it?
Every person that's on this view right now, 933 viewers, are going to get a revelation in their sleep tonight about the Holy One of Israel.
Are you sure about that?
And your numbers are going to drastically decrease.
Okay,
I sent you a
to
friend
what?
request on Venmo.
I don't know. You'll see. You'll see.
Everywhere.
You'll see. And then I'll come back in a couple days. I'll come back in a few days whenever the Lord moves me, prompts me to do so. And we'll
Your
see what your
curses have
numbers
no
are.
power here.
Yeah.
It's
So,
not a curse.
just so you
It's
aware,
not a curse.
all of this is being live recorded to YouTube right now. Everything you say is going to be recorded forever on the internet.
That is fabulous.
I
That
can't
is
wait.
amazing.
So overnight
wonderful.
all 933 people that were in here,
944,
all of them,
943,
and-
they're all going to get a revelation tonight.
and what's the confirmation that that's going to happen?
I just told you they're going to have a revelation in the middle of the night. in
I'm
their
I'm
sleep.
asking you, how will I know if it comes true?
You'll know by your numbers.
Okay,
you
so
will know by your numbers.
okay, so then what's going to
drastically
happen
increasing.
is my numbers are going to drop down to what?
They're going to drastically decrease.
To what? Like 500, 400, 200?
I don't know. There's no number.
So you don't, but you're a prophet. So you know that they're going to drop, but you can't tell us in the ballpark of what.
Doesn't matter.
Sounds like you're not. Sounds like you're not very prophetic.
A minute ago, you. Oh, I'm extremely prophetic. But a minute ago,
I don't think so.
I noticed you were very informative about secondary.
Here comes the pivoting.
Elementary.
Here comes the pivoting.
Remember your elementary reference to. Well, see, this is what the devil does. He doesn't let someone finish in order to try to.
And here comes the crying.
In order to try to confuse. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Apparently your parenting doesn't work.
Okay, so you made a bold prediction when... Oh, we got this speaking in tongues. Guys, she's casting out the demons. Bring it. Bring it. Bring the speaking in tongues. Kundalashara. I bought a Suzuki. Should have got a Honda. What did something change?
Very sad.
What
Very
changed?
sad.
Is the spirit
Very,
released?
Very sad.
Is everybody?
Very sad.
Are you guys all Christians now, guys? 955 people. Are you all Christians? I'm hearing no. Put a 1 in the comments if you just converted to Christianity right now because she spoke in tongues. I want to see it. I bet there's going to be a bunch of zeros.
You should go. You should go.
Oh, that's
you should just
she
go.
ain't got no zero.
No, you'll see. You'll see. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. And bullies come a dime a dozen. They're very cheap. Bullies are cheap. They're a dime a dozen.
A lot of failures tonight. There's no evidence. Speaking in tongues didn't convert anybody. All 900 and something people here are going to be Christians tomorrow. Wild.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You said that.
What happens?
Not say that.
What happens when?
I did not say that.
What happens
Praise God that your videos are
what
recorded
happens when you come back on Wednesday and I've got 900 people in here?
That won't happen. That's not going to happen.
By Wednesday, what's my numbers going to be? If my numbers are over 500 people, did your thing come true?
Just go ahead. You'll see.
If my numbers are over 500 people, does that mean your thing didn't come true?
I'm not doing a number.
What if they're over? What if my numbers are over 600?
Overstep.
What?
See, you do what lawyers do.
What if it's over 600?
I think you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer, really.
Hey, you sound
That's
like you're
what
full of
you're a lawyer.
shit.
I get it. You're a lawyer. See, I deal with people like
we're
like
about to
you
we're
all
about
the
to end
time
your we're going to end
who
your
like
whole
to try
prophetic
to
career.
talk
We're going to end your whole prophetic career.
I doubt that.
You coming back Wednesday, right?
No.
Come back
No, I
Wednesday,
won't be
same time.
Wednesday.
Come back Wednesday, 8:30. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Come on back. See what happens.
It won't be Wednesday.
Well,
I'll be in church.
make it Friday then.
That's the Shabbat.
Well,
We'll
sounds like
see.
you're sounds
Maybe-
like you're out of
maybe
luck.
on
Are
the
you
Sabbath.
are you in church all night?
May-
I'm here till midnight.
Maybe
I mean, she's here on a Sunday, so.
She's here on a Sunday's not Shabbat for her.
Oh,
exactly.
Shabbat's Friday at sundown to the next day, 24 hours.
interesting.
She's Messianic, remember? She pretends like she's Hebrew.
Oh, she's one of
No,
those.
it's in my lineage.
I'm sure it is.
What a lie. That's a lie.
I'm sure it is.
Wow.
So what happens when your prophecy doesn't come true? Do you come on and apologize?
Oh, nope. Won't be necessary.
It won't be necessary, I'm sure. So, but I'm asking you a hypothetical. If it doesn't come true, will you come and apologize?
It won't be necessary.
It's a hypothetical. If it happens, will
And I
you
don't agree.
Will
I
you
don't agree.
will
I
you
do
come and
not agree.
apologize?
I don't agree.
It's a very simple hypothetical.
I don't agree and I don't understand.
Okay, so you won't come and apologize when you're wrong, but I will call you out publicly from the stage, just so you know.
Oh, well, that'll be great for you to come back and
I will
have
snip
coward
I will
out.
snip these videos and I will publish them on my YouTube and on my TikTok, and everyone's going to see that you're out here making false predictions to defend your God that you have no evidence of.
Yahuwah is not a fake God.
Yahuwah is a fake God.
Yeshua is not a fake God.
Yeah, he is.
Yahuwah is not a fake God.
Yeah, he's fake.
Why is he a fake God?
Because you have no evidence that he's
What
real.
proof do you have that he's a fake
Because
God?
you got no evidence.
What proof do you
'Cause you
have
got-
that Yeshua is a fake God?
What proof do you have that the tooth fairy is not God?
Oh, so he went from Yahuwah to Yeshua. Make up your mind.
She doesn't know what these words mean.
Yahuwah is the Father.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
I do. The
No,
Father,
it's
one's the
not.
Father, one's the Son.
No, it's not. What evidence do you have that these
What
gods
is
are
it?
real?
What is it then? Tell me, what is it?
It's Yahweh.
Then tell me what it is.
Yahweh's the Father.
Yahweh.
Yeah, well, you know what? He has multiple names.
There's no
Do
Shurik.
you not know that?
There's no Shurik in the name of Yahweh.
I didn't say Yeshurik.
Yeah, a Shurik would be the U
I did
vowel.
not say Yeshurik.
Yep, a Shurik is
I
a
did
U.
not say Yeshurik.
For Yahuwah to be a real word, it would have to have a Shurik in it, and there's no Shurik.
Yahuwah.
There's no Shurik in that name. Yeah, Yod He Vav He.
Boy, you're a real educated one, aren't you?
That's why I know this book is a lie.
More than you.
Oh, well, hey.
I thought you
bullies
were
are
Hebrew.
bullies.
Aren't you Hebrew?
You would know this.
I had a stroke.
That's
So,
believable. That's
I'm a
the
little
first thing she
delayed.
said that I believe.
Yeah, I could get with that. Mhm.
Yeah.
Y'all are bullies. That's all you are.
Thank you,
That's
Joyful.
bullying.
Good to see you, Joyful.
Says
Thank
the
you,
religion
Andrew.
that's
Very
been
much
bullying
bullying.
people for
Thank you so
centuries.
much. So
Wow.
she came
Wow.
on here making all these wild claims, and then when she gets called out, she just wants to cry about it.
I'm not crying about anything.
Where's the crying soundboard? I need that in my life.
But you get the tiniest violin at least.
So what's your YouTube again?
Same as here. It's the deconstruction zone.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
We'll let
So what are you
Yahuwah know.
deconstructing? So what are you deconstructing?
We're deconstructing this particular faith, and we're freeing people from the bondage of this lie.
So what is the truth?
The truth is that this God is only imaginary. He doesn't exist in real life. He only exists in your head. And you can't prove
Wow.
otherwise.
Wow.
Prove it.
Wow.
Prove it.
You prove it doesn't. Prove that he doesn't exist.
Well, first of all, I
you
can.
prove he doesn't exist.
First of all, I can. Second of all,
How?
if you let me keep talking, I'll tell you how. So first of all, the burden of proof is not on me to prove that he doesn't exist. The burden of proof is on you to prove that he does exist. Because by the same logic, I could just say that the tooth fairy exists until you disprove the tooth fairy. But that's not how burden of proofs work. The burden of proof is on the person claiming that something
Boy, the
exists.
devil is busy on the internet.
That being said, there's lots of
He
good
doesn't
reasons.
exist either.
He definitely doesn't exist. There's lots of good reasons why the Christian God is not real. And we could just take like your basic definitions of this God and prove that he's not real. So for example, what are the necessary attributes of this God? Is he all-knowing?
All-knowing, all-powerful, yes.
Did he create all things?
Yes.
Okay. So if I found you something that he definitely did not create, would that mean that he didn't create all things?
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
I don't
You're going to
think you
show
do.
me a serpent or a demon or...
Nope. It's a simple
What are
yes
you
or
gonna show
no. If we can come to the logical conclusion that there is something God did not create, then would we say that there's something that God didn't create?
Well, I mean, there are things he did. Did he create evil?
We'll just start
think
from the
mankind
beginning. I know
created that.
you're spiraling because you're
Is that
trying.
what you're going? Is that what you're talking about?
You're just spiraling because you don't know
Are
what
you
I'm.
talking about physically?
She's crashing
Are you talking about
out.
spiritually.
She's crashing
Maybe
out
if
so
you
hard.
listen, he will be able to tell you.
She's trying so hard to get ahead of the argument. Okay, so I'm going to give you some logical premises. I'm going to ask for you to agree or disagree. Okay, first premise is that any act of creation requires a change of states. Yes or no?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Any act of creation requires a change of states. Yes or no?
Yes,
Great.
I would say yes.
Every change of states has a before and an after.
Yes, I would say yes.
Anything that has a before and an after requires time. Muse Alive, thank you for the sending out the 5
Not
subbies.
necessarily.
Okay, so you can have a
Well, time is.
you can have a before and an after without time. Want to think about this real slow.
Well, there's a forever and there's a never and there's.
We're talking about
So-
before and an after. Can you have a before and an after without time?
Sounds like a riddle.
It's not a riddle. It's just using
Yeah,
logic.
it is.
It's just using
Yeah,
logic.
okay. Can you have a before and an after without time?
Yeah.
Meaning like click, clock, tick, tock time?
That's what time is.
No, a pirate ship. Of course, we're talking about physical
I'm gonna
time.
get off of here because I don't like your little cohort there. She's a little sassy.
She don't like women talking. She got cooked. Now she's
No,
running.
I don't like I
The
don't
Holy
like
the
people.
Holy
I'm not
Spirit's
running.
weak up in here. She's running.
No.
She's running.
I
Either let me
love the
answer the
eternalized
questions or have your little
women
cohort.
misogyny.
Cayete la boca.
We're trying to get you to answer the question.
Cayete la boca.
Here comes the speaking in tongues.
First and foremost, no, she's trying to speak
No, that's
Spanish.
Spanish.
Don't colonize.
Yeah.
Don't
That's
colonize
Spanish.
people on something that you aren't.
Flanker, thank you for the
Excuse me,
$5 super
So you're a
chat
bully
on
and a
YouTube.
racist. Got it.
Thank you for the super
No,
No,
chat.
you are the racist one because you're coming at me speaking in Spanish when my flag is clearly Greek. So who's the racist one now, stupid?
Yeah,
Hmm?
they assume so many things. So first of all, Flanker420, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Flanker says, imagine a world where we didn't have stagnation in science due to these ancient beliefs highlighted by the last guest. Now, Hanji's not Spanish. It's baffling to me that you just assumed that she was. Crazy. That being said, you're welcome to run because you know that the logical premises I laid out are going to lead to a conclusion that you don't like. She probably doesn't even know she's muted.
Probably not.
And
I'm back. I'm here.
and your prophecy is not proving to be true yet because the numbers keep
It's not,
going
it's
up.
not the time.
The numbers
It's
keep
not
going
the
up.
time.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it
I
is.
said
Okay.
tonight.
So I'm sure.
Tonight.
So according to the logical,
Come back another day. Come
Great.
back in the morning. You'll see.
I'm sure I'll be alive again
the morning, you'll
I'll
see.
be alive again Wednesday.
And
So
it'll be a move of the Holy Spirit,
yeah,
not me.
I'm sure it will. So
I'm tired of her
according
mouth.
to the logical premises that we laid out, is it true that anything that has a before and after requires time?
I'll just say, yeah, I guess so.
Thank you. Okay. So then the act of creating time could not exist because it requires time to already exist, which means time is eternal. Do you agree?
Well, that's where I went with forever, the word forever.
Do you agree that time could not be created?
Time is an essential to
It's
the
wild
Father.
how yes or no answers are so
Time is
hard
an
to
essential to the
give.
Father,
Do you
so-
agree that time could not have been created?
You just don't like my answers.
You didn't give an answer
'Cause
yet.
they don't appease and
It's,
satisfy your
it's a-
your
It's
insatiational.
it's a yes or no, Pastor. Do you agree that time is eternal?
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you. Okay, so
I do.
so God
do.
didn't create time, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
So God did not create time, correct?
I don't think God operates on a clock.
But did he create time?
No, man did.
Thank you. Yes.
Because man needed.
So
because
God
man
so God
needed
didn't
time to
create
keep track
time.
of time.
Fantastic. Do you know
I don't think God created time.
right, do you know how relativity works? Do you know Einstein's theory of relativity and do you know how space-time are interwoven?
I don't recall the scientifics of it, but I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, space-time are interwoven. They cannot exist without each other. They're a web, which means space also wasn't created. Space and time both are eternal. So now we've got two things that we know God didn't create because space and time have to be eternal. Do you follow?
Time listen.
She
Time
didn't
as it
file.
relates to it. No, time.
Come on,
Are
Tootsie
you going to
Roll.
let me answer or not?
We're waiting for it.
Are you going to let me answer or not?
I'm
Time
literally
as it
waiting
relates-
for it.
Tootsie Roll answer.
Time as it relates to an actual tick-tock clock, I believe that mankind created time as it relates to keeping time. Like
We're not talking
1
about keeping
o'clock,
time.
2 o'clock. Listen, you're dancing around the stampede here. You're just dancing around your own stampede. That's all you're doing.
You can't have a stampede with one person.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, I cannot. Zeus, give me strength.
Okay, so
You've got
So
1,000
space-
people on here.
I know,
They're
and-
listening to you.
I
listening
trust
to
me,
you.
they're listening to both of us right
They're
now, and
listening
they're
to you.
having the time of their lives.
Absolutely.
So
I know. Praise God.
so space
Praise
space
Yeshua.
and time are interwoven, correct?
I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't answer that question.
The an-
I'm not a scientist.
The
so
answer
I'm not
yes. The
gonna
answer is yes.
proverbially answer a question that is not up my forte.
Right. Now we also know that something can't come from nothing, right? Can we agree on that?
Everything's I guess. I don't know if I want to agree with that or not. I don't know what you're getting at because I know you got a trick up your sleeve.
I don't have any tricks. I'm just using logic. Okay, so premise number one,
Correct.
something cannot come from nothing. Yes or no?
Something cannot come from nothing. Everything is created by something.
That's not my question. My question is, can something come from nothing?
My answer is what I just told you.
Is it a yes or no?
There is no yes or no to that.
Yes or no, can something come from nothing?
Everything is created by something.
She's trying so hard. You're not going to get ahead of this conversation. You have
Yes
no
or
idea.
no.
You have no
Everything-
idea what I'm.
So
what
the
I'm.
answer would be no.
You have-
I guess the answer would be no.
That's
You want
right.
Yes or no? Then that would be a
That's the correct answer.
I
Something
guess. I
cannot
don't
come
know.
from nothing. Okay. Premise number two, we have something.
no.
Right?
Yes. See, you're a trickster.
Okay. So number.
You're a trickster.
Okay. So something can come
You
from.
should have been a lawyer.
Okay, so
you should have hang up this podcast and go be a multi-million-dollar lawyer.
I wouldn't.
That's
'Cause
what you should do, sir.
I don't want to
There's
get.
a prophecy.
I
for
don't
you.
want to pay to get lied.
That's a prophecy.
I
for
do
you
not
right
want to
there.
lie for a
You
living.
should be a lawyer.
Nope. I'm good. So
You're doing it every day.
so premise number one.
You're
So
doing it every day.
so premise number one. Do you agree? It sounds like what you're saying now is that something can come from nothing. Is that your new argument?
I'm sorry. Say that again, sir.
Can something come from nothing?
Everything comes from something.
Okay, so the answer is no. Something cannot come from nothing, correct?
Everything comes from something.
So the answer is no.
Everything that is comes from something, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so the
Okay, so
answer
yes.
so the answer is no. Something cannot come from nothing. We agree. Right?
Your people are funny. I'm not even drinking.
Okay, premise number two.
Wish I was though.
Premise number two. We have
Uh-huh.
Sound like it.
something exists. Right?
That's called the joy of the Lord.
Premise number
That's
two.
called drunk in the Holy Ghost.
Yes, I'm quite sure. Premise number two, something
Hopefully you
exists.
consent it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What?
Premise one, something can't come from nothing. We already agreed. Premise number two is that something exists, right?
Can you put that on the big screen so I can read it?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Why is this so hard? Clearly, the Holy Spirit doesn't have
Well, because I
intelligence.
would like for your viewers to understand what you're saying as well. Because
We
I don't
understand
think
exactly what he's saying.
They
The fact that
understand.
you're
They
that
do,
smooth-brained is a
I
problem
don't
with
think
you.
they do.
Okay, listen here, princess. Just because you cannot comprehend something, maybe you should ask the Holy Spirit to give you more intelligence, but clearly you are lacking. All of us have heard this premise numerous times. We know because we actually understand it. It is not our fault,
You are being a
nor
bully.
our...
You're
I don't
being
give
a
a
bull-
shit how you fucking feel. Don't come at me sideways talking about I'm a bully when you assume that I was Spanish just because of my accent. If you don't like it, you can get the fuck off the panel. That's a you problem, not the our problem. Either understand it or keep quiet so he can teach you.
I speak Spanish because I live in Texas, lady.
Congrats. She doesn't.
Good
'cause
for you.
She's not Spanish. So premise number one, something cannot come from
Clearly,
nothing.
I'm a white girl. You can see my picture
Yes, quite clear. Premise number 1,
quite clearly.
something cannot come from nothing. We agree on this premise. Premise number 2 should be even easier. Something exists. Can we agree on that?
Hold on, let me get to your screen. Premise number 1, something cannot come from nothing.
Yes or no?
I would agree with that.
Fantastic. Premise number 2 then.
I agree with premise number 1. What's number 2? What's number 2?
Right here.
No, what was your second question?
That's it. Premise number 2 is that something exists. Yes or no?
You're backlashing there. You're back fishing. You're doing all kinds of craziness. I see what you're doing.
That's how you
I
make
know
my
what
heart
you're
sound,
doing.
Justin.
Premise number 2
Well,
is
why don't
easy.
you marry him then, since y'all are
Does-
so two peas in a pod?
Does
We're
something
friends. I know. Jealousy hurts.
does something exist, Pastor?
Jealous of what?
Does something exist?
There was something to be jealous of.
Pastor, does something exist?
Let's make one thing perfectly
She's
clear.
crashing hard.
Extremely hard. Jealousy of intelligence, jealousy of common sense, jealousy of logic. Those are things to be jealous of. Let me guess. You're probably one of those women that claims to be part Cherokee as well. Oh, excuse me. That your great-great-great-grandmother was a Cherokee princess too? Seeing as you're claiming Hebrew?
Actually, my mother was part Cherokee.
There it is.
While you mention it.
She called it. She called it. We knew it.
And my
Fucking
well,
knew
maybe
it.
you're a prophetess. Maybe you should get on line with Jesus. Maybe you should get on board with
Hanji's a
Yeshua.
prophet. Hanji's a prophet.
Oh, she's a prophetess.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Oh,
Oh, Hanji, you got
you
reported
missed your whole comment,
again.
honey.
I know. Should I drop and come back?
Yeah, you got to now.
All right, guys, hold on.
Sorry, guys. Hanji's gonna come right back.
Bye.
Hanji's she's not gone. Trust me, she's about to come right back. So easy. Premise number 2, yes or no? Something exists.
Something cannot come from nothing.
Yes, I'm aware. Premise number.
Everything exists.
Yes,
everything that is, it exists. If
Yes.
it is, it exists.
I know,
And there are things
I know.
that are yet to be existing.
I know
that
you're crashing
exist
hard.
already
She's crashing really
by
hard.
faith.
Yeah, adorable.
No,
but
I'm not. No,
does
sir.
does
No.
Does-
no. I
does-
don't crash, baby.
does
I'm
something
not a drug addict.
does
I'm
some-
not, I'm not a crasher.
you do need to
I
be
don't
on
crash and
prescription
burn.
meds. Does something exist?
And I'm not a firecracker.
Does something exist? Does something exist or does
Everything exists.
Okay, is everything something?
Yes.
Okay, so then premise number 2 is correct. Something exists, right?
You're going to lose this battle. Hold up, Diddy. You're going to lose in a minute. Keep going.
Okay, so
Keep going.
so easy. Then
You're proving what I'm saying is you're actually proving me up is what you're doing.
so then
You're proving me up.
The
exactly
logical-
what I've been saying this whole time. You're proving.
the misplaced
Go ahead.
confidence here is
Go ahead, sir.
unbelievable. So the conclusion then is that there was never nothing. So premise number 1 says that something cannot come from nothing. You agreed.
Please.
Premise number 2, something exists. Conclusion, there was never
Correct.
nothing. There has always been something.
That sounds like a mind-boggling riddle from Jack the Ripper.
It's just how logic works. Which means we have no need for your God.
Why do we have what is called faith in multiple
That's called
religions then?
that's called
Why-
coping.
And especially in the excuse me,
It's called coping.
it's called what?
It's called coping.
Oh, so now you're just saying that all
That's
faiths-
your method of
So now you're saying that all
that's your
faiths-
method of running from reality.
coping. What reality would that be?
The reality that
Yours?
your God is fictitious and you have no
What?
evidence of him.
I do have evidence of him. He's
But you couldn't
proven
present
himself to me multiple times.
you couldn't present any evidence.
But here's the thing about my God. My God appears to me, and he
Yeah, I know.
and
And there's medication for
many
that.
others. I'm not the only one in the world. I'm not the only one in the world that he has appeared to.
Yes, I'm quite sure. I'm going to pull up.
And what does he look like? Somebody asked. He doesn't look like Michelangelo's portraits, I can tell you that. He's Hebrew. And he's not black and he's not white.
Yeah, he's definitely neither
He's
of those
Hebrew.
two things. Fantastic. So I'm going to
Wow.
go over a few things. Let me know.
So you don't believe in Jesus.
Let
Is that
me-
what you're telling me? You don't believe in Jesus?
Let me know if you recognize any of these.
After being in the church,
So do you recognize
being
any
in
of
the
these?
church-
Do you know what Abilify is? Do you know?
yeah, I know all about those. My
You know-
clients are on those.
You know,
Yeah, I know about them.
Alucat,
But anyway,
Anquil,
can you answer this
Atrolac,
question?
Ben Perdol.
Can you answer this question
do you-
after you're done bullying me?
Do you know
You're
what?
such a stellar human being. You're a bully.
Do you know? Have you ever
You're a
taken
bully.
Clopazol?
You're bullies. That's all y'all are is bullies.
I'm just trying to see if you have a diagnosis.
Why are you
that we
bullying
should be
me?
aware of.
Why are you bullying me?
I'm not
Are
bullying
you
you.
do you have custody of your kids? Do
I
you have
do.
custody of your kids?
Mhm.
That's sad.
Oh,
That's
watch it.
sad.
Mhm.
That's
You know
really
what?
sad.
Go fuck yourself. I don't fucking think so.
Well, that's the end of that. She really did Jesus proud tonight, guys. We're going to get Simply Ask Lauren with us. How you doing, Lauren?
Hi. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am. I am 26 and I am a believer
Cool.
in Jesus.
Sure. I mean,
Probably-
I appreciate you clarifying because that would have been my next question.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks for having me on. First of all, I just wanted to address a couple of the things that were said by some of the previous guests, if that's okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I was listening in on the conversation with, I think you were talking about David and Nathan and the prophecy and God commanding. I think you were saying, I don't know what's allowed to say on TikTok, but you know the conversation that I'm trying to talk about. Just avoiding those keywords. I was just going to say that this specific passage, Nathan was a prophet at the time, right? So this is a prophecy to David, not a command directly from God commanding them to do that to those women. It's a
didn't-
prophecy from Nathan.
I didn't say that it was a command.
Right, I know, but I think that the guy did before. He was
Oh.
saying that it was like, why would God allow, or actually not allow, it was saying, why would God tell people to do that to the wives? Like, why would they be taken and all of that?
Well,
It's a prophecy.
it says he
Okay,
causes
sorry.
it.
I have to read. I'll have to pull it up. Oh, it's right there.
Right.
Thank you.
In 2 Samuel, sorry, I typoed. It should be 24, not 14. 2 Samuel
okay.
24.
Right. It says, out of your own household, I'm going to bring calamity on you. Before your very eyes, I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. That's the verse, right? 11?
Yeah. So God says, I'm the one doing it. I'm the one raising up trouble.
Right. So he's not saying it like that. I can understand why you read it that way, but he's talking about later on.
But that's what it says.
Right. So in 2 Samuel 16:22, Absalom sleeps with his father's concubines on the roof in the palace of Jerusalem. So it's a prophecy in the side of Israel that later comes to him being essentially that's what's happening, right?
And
so that
it was a
prophecy becomes
punishment.
fulfilled. Well, it was something that Absalom did, not God.
It was a punishment.
It is punishment by Absalom because it's embarrassing his father. So
No,
in the
it's
sense
punishment by God.
are you implying that God forced Absalom to do that, or what do you mean by that?
I'm saying he inspired it, forced it, whatever you want to call it. God's the one that caused it to happen. God says, you did this thing secretly, but I'm going to do it openly.
So I think that because God already knows that it's going to happen, because theoretically, like he's omnipotent. Yeah, I can't speak. He knows all, right? So I think that he already knows this is going to happen. And in the sense that his son is from the bloodline that he's from, it's like he's prophesying that. But I guess if you want to say that he put it in his head, as if that's your argument, like
Well,
maybe I can understand that.
but it's not a
reading, but
punishment if God didn't do it.
it can be, because it's like if your kids embarrass you publicly, that can feel like a punishment based on the sin that you did privately.
No, so if God knew it was going to happen regardless, right? If the thing was only ever going to happen because he knew Absalom was going to do it, then it's not a punishment for David's sin.
I see what you're saying, but I think that it just happens to be like the plan based on what it is. Like he already had the punishment in line because he already knew the sin was going to happen, and so the punishment came because of that
If
reason.
David didn't sin with Bathsheba, would this event still have happened?
That's a great question. I obviously I can't answer that, but
Well, the answer is no.
that's a good question to ask.
The answer is no, because
not
it's a
that
punishment.
Bathsheba, though, with the fact that did he not have also multiple wives that he wasn't supposed to have as well?
Oh no, you're allowed to have multiple wives. The Bible just says do not have a multiplicity of wives, which is like an idiom for having a lot of wives. But there's no like text in the Bible that gives you a specific number. Like, is 10 too many? I don't know. We're not really told.
Well, the Bible says it's supposed to be between one man and one woman, so I feel like that part is
No, it
clear.
certainly doesn't.
Well, we see characters not follow that, and we see characters have multiple wives, but just because characters in the Bible do things doesn't mean that it's correct. In the same way,
God commands them to have multiple wives.
where?
Oh yeah, both in Deuteronomy 25 and Exodus 21, God gives laws for having multiple wives. Deuteronomy 25 specifically.
Well, that's the Mosaic law. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. So this also brings up the other point that I was going to talk about, but I can address this first. I'm not an expert in this specific thing because I'd have to actually pull up that verse, and I try not to pull things out of context. But I think this is more guidance based on what they're already doing. What was the verse you
So
said?
God
Deuteronomy
gave
25.
them laws to do the stuff they were already doing.
No. There were laws in place, Mosaic laws, to govern what was happening and what was culturally going on at the time. So, for example, I know y'all were talking about slavery earlier. So you were right when you said that there were different types of both servants and slaves.
Mhm.
So you were mentioning how there was like indentured servitude, and then there was also slavery. And the slavery specifically, it kind of came from more so like the foreign concept of slavery, and that happens in Leviticus. But in Deuteronomy, the first verse that y'all talked about from my memory was Deuteronomy, and it was in chapter 15.
So God gave laws according to the foreign nations.
So talking about specifically slavery in Deuteronomy 15, he's talking about the people of Israel, and he says that those people at the time, if you committed a crime, or if this is the people we're talking about, if you committed a crime or if you were in debt, you could choose to sell yourselves as servants, and then those are the people that got the 6 years.
If you're Hebrew.
the Israelites. Right, if you're an Israelite.
Right, and if
When
you're a
he's talking
foreigner, they
about-
own you for life.
So, as a foreigner in Leviticus, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's talking. You're right. He does say that they can have you for life, and the alternative to those people, they didn't have any land. They came from another place where they were also slaves, and they were not.
But what do you mean they
treated-
didn't have any land?
So the people.
How do you know that?
Who came? How do I know that?
Yeah.
Because they came from a foreign land surrounding Israel as slaves.
Doesn't say that.
Yes. Let me pull it up.
Show it to me.
Yeah, 1 second. I have to pull it up. Because a lot of the land, let me see if it does say verbatim.
It doesn't say it. I'll just cut you off at the pass. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't make
Well,
any
regardless-
statement as to how the slaves became slaves, because God doesn't care how they became slaves. He only cares that you're allowed to own them for a particular time period. And according to the Bible, you can own them for life. You can also own for life the children that are born into
Okay, here we go.
slavery.
I'm sorry. It says from them, implying like in verse 44, from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. So they were already slaves in the lands among them. That was the point that I made.
First of all, it doesn't specifically say only people that are already slaves, because we see in Deuteronomy that you can kidnap people from those towns. So you can get slaves through war, you can get slaves through birth, you can get slaves through acquiring them. They could be paying
Or you're
out
talking about the difference between like if a land is overtaken versus if it already exists.
both.
And a couple of other
In both
differences.
instances,
Okay.
you can make slaves, but I don't really care how they became a slave. The fact that God says you can own a slave for life, I think, is silly.
I understand your point of view. I am just saying that at the time, and this is going to sound strange when I say it, but at the time, slaves, in this particular verse, it's talking about slaves that were already slaves in other lands. And is they saying that you can buy male and female slaves from them? It doesn't mean that they were legally acquired or
And
anything like that.
and you could
because in
buy
those lands-
children. Like somebody can sell you their children as slaves.
That's a separate verse, but in
Same-
verse 44
same verse.
specifically, we'll go through. Children come in verse 45.
Yeah, I know.
In
Exactly. You could
44
just buy children as slaves. I know.
Right. So in 44, well, I'll get to 45, but in 44, it's talking about you can buy male and female slaves from nations surrounding Israel.
Mhm.
My point is that the slavery that they would experience in the surrounding nations, and I understand your argument is that no slavery is good. I am just saying that the slavery in the surrounding nations at the time was Harambe's law, I believe is what it's called.
You mean
And they were not-
Hammurabi?
Yes, is what I meant. not the gorilla, sorry. I always mix that up. It was Hammurabi's law, and they were treated very, very poorly most of the time. I'm sure there's exceptions.
How do you know that?
Because in that law, which was followed most frequently, they had allowed. Let me pull it up. How to pull it
So
up on the
I've got
phone.
Hammurabi's law code. By the time this was being written, Hammurabi wasn't completely being practiced. Right now, we're probably referring to the Assyrian law code.
Well, regardless, slaves really weren't held in the highest regard, and they weren't treated very properly.
Well, they were treated like slaves, just like the Bible tells you to treat them.
Well, no, that's where we maybe disagree.
Well,
Now, I
the
see
Bible
what you're
says you
saying
can beat
earlier
your
where it
slaves and
says
you can
to
treat
do-
them harshly.
The Bible says not to spare the rod, but it also says the
Yeah.
same thing in regards to children. But the rod is has a symbolic meaning. A rod and a staff is something that God also guides us with
So
as Christians.
do you think
It's
it
a
was
guidance.
okay to beat slaves?
The Bible says specifically, it's really clear on how to treat slaves, that you're not supposed to treat them. You're not supposed to mistreat them. You're supposed to
doesn't say that.
take care of them. It does. It says.
Show me the verse.
Hold on. 1 second. Look at all these tabs. Man, I wish I had marked these. Let me see.
Yeah, I get those Bible tabs.
I know. Well, I was looking at the original Hebrew too. I like that you did that earlier because I like to do that as well. It's super important to look at the actual terminology of what's being said.
It can help.
But I mean, it just goes across the entire Bible in general. But I will find, if I can find a verse. If I don't find it at this moment, I'll find it and probably put it in the comments if I can.
I don't think you'll find it.
But the Bible talks about treating your slaves and all of these rules that the slaves get in general in Israel and the servants in Israel. They're foreign concepts to people at the time. Like it's easy for us
Like
to
what?
look at slavery through the
Give an example.
concepts. Sure, like the idea that you get to, for the Israelite slaves, for example, the idea that you get to get paid after you leave for the 6 years, or the idea that you even can leave for the 6 years, or the idea that you're not supposed to be slaves are
In
sorry,
the
masters are
Hammurabi
not-
law code, you could go free in your 4th year.
But you just said they didn't follow that law.
Yeah, I'm using the law that you're comparing the Bible to. You're the one comparing it to the law code of the ancient Near East. And in the ancient Near East, quite often, you didn't have to serve for a full 6 years. You can serve for only 3 years.
So then it wasn't true slavery, it was servitude.
Yeah. It was indentured servitude if you're an Israelite.
And that's not slavery, though. You can't compare indentured servitude.
If you're an
to-
Israelite.
Oh, so for Israelite slaves.
This is for Israelites. It's not for foreigners.
Harsher. Do you feel like Israelite slaves at the time were treated harsher than slaves from surrounding environments?
No, I think they were treated roughly the same.
Let me see if I can find the Bible verse. Because the entire Bible itself talks a lot about like how to treat others, right? Like it talks about treating others better than we treat ourselves. Like those are key points in the Bible.
But it doesn't say anything about how to treat your slaves.
Well, they're others. So why should have to specify specifically
In
saying
fact,
slaves and slaves?
Of the foreign slaves, God specifically says you can treat them harshly. It says you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So he's saying these foreign slaves, you can treat them harshly, just not your fellow Israelites.
Maybe Colossians. Maybe Colossians 4. Let me double check.
You probably want Ephesians chapter 6 when Paul says to treat your slaves fairly the same way.
Colossians 4. Masters, provide your slaves with what is right and fair, because you know that you also have a master in heaven.
Yeah, so what?
But yes, also you could use Ephesians 4. So those two would be good verses on like how you're
I'm
supposed
sorry,
to be treated.
did Moses give them Ephesians?
That came later.
Okay,
But these were also
between Moses and Ephesians, what was dictating how they treat their slaves?
The rest of the law that pertained to everything and the relationship with God, God's character, and the 10 Commandments as well.
Well, the law said you can beat your slaves and treat them harshly.
The law says that you can discipline your slaves, but you should, and if it actually prevented harsh, well, it should have, just like every law should theoretically, but it says that you can. It was the first protective measure that slaves really ever had, essentially.
That's not true
Because
at
there's
all.
not another law. Well, where's the other laws in other? Can you show me another law in another nation at the time that had any regulation for slavery other than like setting them free, but like beating them wise?
No, there's almost no nation that tells you like how much you can beat them or like under what circumstances you can beat them. There are specific law codes on what to do, like if a slave is caught stealing, there's law codes for that. But again, the Bible doesn't prohibit you from beating your slave severely. Have you read Exodus 21?
Yes, it doesn't say it. I think in Exodus 21,
It does.
says it. Let's see.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21 literally says, when a slave owner strikes a male or a female slave with a rod and the slave is unalived immediately, the owner shall be punished. If the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. So if you accidentally unalive your slave because you beat them so severely, then you're not going to get punished for it. There's only 3 prohibitions against beating your slaves. 1, you can't immediately kill them. Like you can't just go out and murder your Hebrew slave. Number two, you can't knock out their eyes or their teeth because they need that for survival.
Right. And that's like, I mean, I guess if you don't want to pick and pull it, but I would say that would probably imply the mistreatment would be not a good thing. Right. And and we see that. And I guess my example for that
Well, if you're
be look
Hebrew.
at Hagar. One more time.
If you're Hebrew. So Exodus 21, remember, Exodus 21 is regulating the treatment of Hebrew slaves.
They shouldn't be. Yeah, but God, multiple times in the Old Testament, there shouldn't be a differentiation when it comes to the treatment of others. The difference in this particular case where Hebrew slaves can leave after 6 years, there is that. But that's because they probably, well, depending on why they became slaves in the first place.
Foreigners are given a different law code altogether than the natives. So, for example, when lending money, right? You can't charge interest when you lend money to an Israelite. You can charge interest when you lend money to a foreigner. If you own a foreigner slave, they're your slave for life. When you own a Hebrew slave, they're typically your slave for 7 years or 6 years, and they go free in the 7th year.
Foreigners residing in the Israelite community didn't have any land or anywhere else to go if they were slaves from somewhere else. They wouldn't have had any of those things to go back to. So you could keep. I think that the law. Now this may be the way that I read it, but when I read that, well, why do you think that's not the case? You think that their community where they were slaves would just give them land when they came back, or?
So you're assuming 2 things. 1, that the foreigner who becomes a slave just doesn't have anything. The second assumption that you're making is that matters, which it doesn't, by the way. It doesn't matter if they own anything. They should still be able to go free. Jacob didn't own anything when he left.
But the Bible
should he have been someone's slave?
The Bible says that if a slave runs away, that you have to just let him go. So I mean, if
no, it definitely doesn't say that.
Hold on, let me find.
That's Deuteronomy 23:15, and your translation is lying to you if it says that.
You're saying it's 23:15. Let me see if that's where I'm looking. have too many tabs.
Mhm.
Justin, the other thing I'm thinking about here in this situation is that you have an alleged all-powerful God who has all options available, and he goes out of his way, allegedly, in Leviticus 11 to say what fish you can eat and leave a bunch of other fish. And he says all this stuff about fish and so forth and shellfish or whatever. But you can't just say, don't own other people as property and treat people very well.
Right. Yeah.
He says
So,
he
for
says treat
example,
people
if
very well multiple times.
well, he
but
doesn't say anything
doesn't
about doing that to your
explicitly like that.
slaves. If God said, "Listen, when you buy a foreign slave, make them serve for 6 years, and in the 7th year, send them free, just like a Hebrew slave." If that's what the book said, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But that's not what the book says. The book says that you can beat them, you can treat them harshly, and you can own them for life.
It does. Where does it say treat them harshly?
I just read it to you. It's
Let
verse
them have among
46.
you.
Leviticus 25:46.
This is okay. So Deuteronomy is Deuteronomy 15:16 that you just mentioned a second ago. You were
Those-
talking about like if a
those are
slave
about-
has taken refuge with
those are
you.
about-
That's about a slave that ran away from somewhere else.
Deuteronomy 23 is the one I'm just referring to. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a different context. I see what you're saying.
It's not a
You're
different
right.
context.
That's not what I was talking about. Well,
There's-
that's
there's-
talking about somebody running.
There's not a
away
single
to you.
passage in the Hebrew Bible that addresses runaway Hebrew slaves.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I understand your verse.
But
The other point is that the other point here, of course, the overarching theme is that what we're talking about here is far more consistent with people of the time and what they believed and what they were writing, not a loving God who's all powerful and all loving and loves his creation. That's the point.
right. Yeah. The point is, if God is all powerful, all knowing, and all loving, this law code is inconsistent with those properties.
But that's a moral being saying that they're more just and moral than the infinite God.
No, I'm
Which you
saying
can say if you want to, but
no.
and that's where
I'm
we
saying
disagree
because
more.
this God is inherently not moral, I'm unlikely to believe that this God is good for the same reasons we've already covered. God is okay
let's-
with slavery. He's okay with people taking other people's freedom. He's okay with women being punished through grape for crimes they never committed.
But we already addressed that. That's not accurate.
Well,
That was
no, it
something
is
that
accurate.
happened.
We did address it.
No, it's not.
It
We
is.
did address it. And Absalom did that on his own accord, and it
No,
had nothing to do
literally,
with God
you're just up here
commanding
lying because
trouble.
we already read it twice, and we'll read it again since you didn't hear it the first time. God says, "I
can
will,
read it again.
I will do this thing." He says, "I will do it."
Absalom does it.
No, God
It's
says,
a prophecy from
I will
Nathan.
do it. God
Nathan is
says,
actually
God says,
the one
"I
speaking.
will raise up trouble against you
Actually,
from within
Nathan
your
is the
own
one
house."
speaking, if you go back and read the
He says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. I will do it. And I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly. I will do this thing." God is saying, "I will do the thing." He's delivering the punishment. It's crazy how a believer can read this nonsense and rather than just admitting it says what it says, go into like uber lie mode.
It's not that. It's that you muted me in the middle of me speaking.
I was already speaking and you didn't like what I had to say and you weren't
Oh,
going to stop
you're
me. So
thinking something-
I muted you. So again, in the passage referred to, who's doing the action? Who does it say is doing it?
Nathan is speaking about what
Who is he
said
speaking
that God
for?
said as a prophet.
Who's he speaking for?
He is speaking to David
Who's he
About-
speaking for, not to?
based on what God said.
Who's
to
he
him.
speaking for?
He's speaking about what God said to him.
Who's he
It's not-
speaking for? Answer the question I asked, not the question you want me to ask.
He's speaking the prophecy that
From
God said to
who?
him.
Oh, okay, so
prophecy from God.
when it says "Thus saith the Lord," the words that
Right.
follow are the Lord's words, are they not?
You're making it seem like a bunch of people went out
When
and did
it
a bunch
says
of people
"Thus saith the Lord," do the words follow belong to the Lord?
So this is just a silly question. that
When
I'm
it
not gonna go
says
back and forth
"Thus
on
saith
because
the
the Bible doesn't
Lord,"
have to
do
argue
the
and
words
force,
that
taking it
follow
out of
belong
context.
to the Lord?
if you had any merit here, I would argue with you, but you really, there's nothing. It's
Don't
very
run
there.
from the question. It's a kindergarten question. I know you can do it. When
I
the
can do
prophet
it.
says, "Thus saith the Lord," do the words that follow belong to the Lord?
This is why we have these silly debates, because
It's not silly.
It's not a debate. You're upset that
No one's upset. I want you to stop being a dishonest coward and answer the question. You're saying
stop
that
booting me.
you're saying that God didn't claim he was doing the thing. So now I have to walk you through a kindergarten example and demonstrate to you that God is in fact the one speaking here, even though Nathan is the one delivering the message. So in the passage, Nathan is speaking for the Lord. He's uttering the thing that God told him to utter. And the thing that he's uttered is, "Thus saith the Lord, I is the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." A punishment given by Yahweh, not by Nathan.
May I speak now, since you keep muting me?
The time to speak is not in the middle of my sentence. This
Well, I
should
was
be
already speaking,
this should
and you
actually
keep
be
cutting me
this should
off.
actually be quite obvious.
It should be, but also personal attacks are not necessary in an actual debate.
They
because you wouldn't
they
need to
are
go that
quite
far.
necessary when you're acting like a child.
See, they're not. I've never attacked your character. There's
Well,
no reason to
well,
be going that far, unless if you have a real debate.
I'm
then,
describing
okay,
your
go ahead.
character, which is of a child.
I mean, if that's your only argument, then
It's not my
that's
argument,
stupid
it's my
itself.
observation.
If that's how you feel, and we want to do feelings instead of facts.
Well, then show me where God's not talking in the passage. Stop crying about it and show me.
So, again, I would never. In 16,
We're
Absalom
in
is the
11
one
and
that brings
12.
out this
Address
prophecy.
11 and 12 first.
I've already addressed 11 and 12.
You
In
haven't done it yet.
16,
Who's talking?
Nathan is speaking
And
about what
whose
the Lord
and
said
whose
to
words
him.
whose words
But
are
you're
they?
taking it out of context.
Whose words are
implying
they?
that you're making
Whose
it
words
seem
are
like
they?
Nathan's.
Who?
You're
Oh,
making
okay.
it seem
No,
like
you're wrong. We'll try this again. They're the Lord's words being
well, I'm not gonna
delivered
just sit here and be
by.
disrespected when you want to make false lies. That's really sad.
They're the Lord's words, and they're being uttered by Nathan. I think everybody in the audience knows this. You don't listen. You can't lie to me, and you can't lie to the audience. We know how words work. When Nathan says, "Thus saith the Lord," and then he utters a quote from the Lord, it's clearly the thing that God is speaking. These are God's words. God is saying, he's the I in this sentence.
You're taking it out of context.
I'm not. Okay. Listen, child, you're actually incapable of being honest. You're even though your book says not to lie, you're incapable of not lying. You're not actually capable of addressing what words work. What words are in the sentence. So this conversation can't move forward because you can't be honest. But simply ask Lauren. We're simply not going to ask you anything since you can't give honest answers. But we will send you back to the comments so you can cry down there. Welcome in, G-Man.
Finally, Justin, how are you?
I'm doing good, G-Man. You don't want to put your face on the screen, or?
No, because you owe me an apology. You just told your audience that I was not going to be on this channel and I wasn't in the background. I'm here. I know you can see who's in the background, right?
Oh, see, last time you talked to me, you said you wouldn't be coming on the stream. So now you're a liar?
No, I did say I wasn't going to come on here. I changed my mind. People tend to do that.
Yeah, it happens.
I'm not being disrespectful, but I do tend to change my mind.
Sure.
If you know my history on here, I said I wasn't going to go to a lot of places that I went to.
Actually, don't know your history. I don't follow your channel at all. So
okay,
do you
great.
agree or disagree with the claim on the screen?
Jesus is not a fraud. An atheist cannot make the claim that Jesus is a fraud.
Oh, I certainly can. So we can start with the fraud claim. I think my fraud claim is rooted in the idea that he was the Messiah, and he certainly wasn't the Messiah. So according to the Bible, the Messiah was supposed to be an actual king that sat on the throne over Israel, over the Israelites, and
I apologize about this. That was my phone. I apologize. We muted.
And dealt with all of Israel's enemies. Do you think he did that?
I believe that because atheists believe that God doesn't exist, you can't say that he was a fraud. and Jesus is
Yeah,
God.
we certainly can. It's called an internal critique. Like if I said, it's true that the bananas in pajamas were actually frauds, I think we all know that the bananas in pajamas aren't people or things that existed in real life. We're referring to the fictitious version. So when I say that Jesus is a liar and a fraud, I'm obviously referring to the character in the book.
Well, here's the thing: the character in the book is God, and atheists plainly say he doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
I disagree with that.
We have a fundamental disagreement here that since you believe that God doesn't exist, then that means you can't say that Jesus is a fraud or liar. You can't even say that he walked the earth, really, to be perfectly honest.
Was
if
Harry
God doesn't
Potter
exist.
a good character or a bad character?
Well, then if we're talking about Harry Potter,
G-Man, was
then
Harry
we gotta look
Potter a
at it as
good
being a
character
movie.
or a bad character?
I don't know. I've never seen Harry Potter, and I never will see Harry Potter.
Have you ever seen a Disney movie?
I've seen a Disney movie, yes.
Which one?
Let's say Snow White.
Okay, was Snow White a good character or a bad character?
It depends. If you're in the occult, you probably think she was a good character. If you're a Christian, you probably think she was a decent character. But I think that she was decent.
So you can make value judgments about fictional entities. I'm glad you can finally figure that one out. So my claim is, according to the Bible, the Jesus that is in the Bible is in fact a fraud. And he's a fraud because he claimed to be the Messiah, and he wasn't the Messiah.
Ask that again. I'm sorry, because my phone was ringing. I'm sorry.
So Jesus claimed to be the Messiah, and he wasn't the Messiah. Jeremiah 33 talks about the Messiah. He says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." Did any of that come true?
That's one of the best prophecies in Scripture, actually, come to think about it.
But did it come true?
So yes, I think that Jesus is the Messiah, and yes, that did come true, and it will become more true.
Oh, great!
In the future,
So show me
when Christ returns in the second coming.
Great. So show me in the Bible where he sat on the throne of King David.
In the book of Revelation, right in the back of the book, when
the book of Revelation hasn't come true yet, so we'll try again. So show me in the book where he actually did the thing.
Well, again,
I don't know if you know this. If you're going to fulfill a prophecy in the future, that means it hasn't been fulfilled yet.
So it's called a dual prophecy. I know they taught you that in seminary.
So did he fulfill? Did he fulfill this yet?
Do you know what a dual prophecy is?
I do, G-Man. Did he fulfill this?
What's a dual prophecy?
A dual prophecy is being misapplied by you right now. A dual prophecy says
no.
Context.
What is a dual prophecy? What is a dual prophecy?
I'll explain to you if you stop talking, child. So a dual prophecy is when you give a prophecy and it has an immediate fulfillment in the immediate context. So if I said, I'm going to the store tomorrow, and then I go to the store tomorrow, and then someone comes along later and says, but it also can be applied to this other thing because it has a secondary fulfillment. That makes it a dual prophecy. Now, I'm talking not about dual prophecies. I'm asking anything in this passage. Anything in this passage, what's been fulfilled?
Well, again, Jesus is reigning actually right now, sitting at the right hand of the Father. If you actually read and study the New Testament, hold on a minute. If you actually read and study the New Testament, he is sitting at the right hand of the Father, reigning right now. And when he returns, he will reign for 1,000 years. This is in the book of Revelation. This is actually quite a common Christian teaching.
Prove it.
I ain't got to prove it. It's in the book of Revelation.
Prove to me that
read the Bible, haven't you?
Prove to me he's up there reigning.
You read the Bible, haven't you?
Prove to me that he's up there reigning, G-Man.
He is reigning. He's reigning in my heart. I mean,
he's reigning in your heart?
Right?
I got the spirit.
He's reigning in my heart.
I have the spirit of Christmas.
He's the Lord of Lords.
No, Santa Claus is the King of Kings. His spirit lives in my heart. Every winter I feel him.
So you know what a dual prophecy is, but you deny the Christian. Well, hold on a minute. So you deny the Christian faith that Jesus lives in our heart, but yet you used to be a Christian?
Yeah, I certainly do deny that because it's a nonsensical claim. So
in the book of Romans, it says that if the Holy Spirit never lived inside you, you were never none of it.
So nothing in this prophecy actually came true because it says in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety.
That happens in the back of the book.
No, it didn't happen yet.
Dual prophecy.
So nothing in this happened.
In his life. Hold on a minute. There were prophecies that he fulfilled in his life.
You're
and
missing.
There were prophecies that he will fulfill in the future.
G-Man,
and that does not necessarily not make him the
G-Man,
Messiah.
you're misapplying. You're misapplying terms. You're looking for a partial fulfillment prophecy. A partial fulfillment prophecy is when he does part now and then another part later.
Give me 1 second. I have to stop my phone. Give me 1 second.
Buddy, that better be Jesus calling you.
Volume all the way down. Hold on a minute. Let me stop.
You can't be up here doing the Lord's work with your phone not on do not disturb.
No, you're totally right about that. I wish this phone would stop calling. I know it's the devil. So
and put it on do not disturb.
Anyway, it's called the dual prophecy. He fulfilled the prophecies that he needed to fulfill when he was on earth. I know they taught you that in a simple. Well, actually, no, they didn't, because you only read the Old Testament.
Well, right? So we'll try this again, G-Man, because again, you're misapplying terms. When you do part of a prophecy now, and then the other part of the prophecy later, that's called a partial fulfillment, right? A dual fulfillment means it all came true, but then there's another fulfillment that is also connected to it. This is not that. The actual prediction made in this prophecy did not come true. Now you're saying it partially came true because you think Jesus is somehow a king, but you can't prove that. You can't demonstrate that to be the case. And it doesn't say that he's going to reign in heaven. It says that he's going to be on the throne of King David.
Are we all about my claim or yours?
We're talking about Jeremiah 33. Focus up, G-Man.
Okay, are we going by your claim or my claim?
G-Man, we need you to lock in and pay attention to what Jeremiah 33 is saying.
Attention. It's hard for me to make a claim because you keep making them for me.
Buddy,
I never said any of them.
Lock in. I'm asking what in this verse came true.
Okay, so I'll say this real slow like for you, okay? Jesus is the Messiah.
We'll try this again.
When he walked the earth.
So G-Man.
So you're going to interrupt me and
G-Man,
put words in my mouth.
G-Man.
I predicted that was going to
G-Man,
happen.
open your Bible to Jeremiah 33. I don't want an explanation. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me which verses, which words in this prophecy came true.
I don't have to do that. I would like to.
Okay, so none of them came true. Just checking. Cool. All right, let's also go to Ezekiel 37, because Ezekiel 37 is another case where we have like pretty clear, explicit references to the Messiah.
How the heck can you be fraud if he's not real?
And just so you know, G-Man, the more you talk while I'm talking, all you're doing is wasting your breath. No one can hear you. My microphone's louder than yours. All you're doing is sounding silly in the background of me talking. So if you want people to actually hear what you say, I highly recommend that you don't yap over top of me.
Everybody heard what I had to
say, so
it ain't no biggie.
No one watches your channel. All 5 of them don't care. So in Ezekiel 37, it says, "My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall all have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, they and their children, and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever." Now, according to this passage, what was supposed to happen with the Messiah?
To the atheists, according to you, Jesus never existed, and God doesn't exist. So if God doesn't exist,
G-Man, I don't know why you can't focus. I've literally never made the claim that Jesus never existed. Try to focus on the passage at hand.
God didn't exist, didn't you? You said God
Try to focus on the passage at hand. This is an internal critique. I'm going into your book, and I'm critiquing the claims of the book. So the claims of the book is that the Messiah is going to be king over the Israelites and is going to bring them back into the land and allow them to live safely in the land. Did Jesus do that?
That's going to happen in the future.
Okay, so he didn't do that.
There he goes again. 20 seconds. Actually, that was 12 seconds this time.
So did he do it?
So anyway,
it's a yes or no. Did he do this?
Yes, he did.
Oh, show me where he did it.
Because it happened in the book of Revelation, but
Revelation hasn't happened yet in your worldview. So I'm asking you, did it come true yet? I'm not asking you if you think it will come true. I'm asking you, did it actually come true? So if it didn't come true yet because you think it's going to happen in the future, that just means it didn't come true.
No, it did happen in the future, but if I can talk
No, it didn't happen in the future because the future hasn't happened yet.
No, I can explain how it happened.
No, try again. The future has not happened.
I'm going to guarantee 20 seconds without being interrupted.
All right, G-Man, has the future happened yet?
Oh, God, this is funny. Anyway, so...
G-Man, if you would answer a question, I wouldn't have to talk over you.
Ladies and gents, you won't let me answer the question.
Has the future happened yet? It's yes or no.
As an atheist, you don't believe
it's
that
yes
God
or no,
exists,
G-Man.
It's
It's yes or no, G-Man. Yes or no, G-Man.
I am trying
has
to answer.
It's a yes or no. Has the future happened? It's a yes or no. Has the future happened? It's a yes or no. Has the future happened? It's a yes or no. I'm waiting for a yes or no.
So again, I said yes. Let me say it again.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The future has happened.
Yes. Let me say it again. Yes. Let me say it again.
Just,
yes.
I just want to make sure everyone.
Let me say it again. Yes. You keep telling people I'm not answering your.
So I just want to make sure everyone heard the answer because he's still yapping because he doesn't have any self-control. He said that the future has already happened. Now, that's great. So can you explain to me?
Why I said that?
Can you explain to me how the future has already happened?
Okay, so if you go to the book of Revelation, right, the Bible predicts what's going to happen when Jesus Christ returns. When
we know this.
He's going to reign. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so when Jesus Christ returns, he's going to reign for 1,000 years. Okay, and when he reigns for 1,000 years, he will be sitting on what? The throne of David. Remember earlier when I talked about the dual prophecy? There was a prophecies that he was supposed to fulfill in his lifetime, and then there's a prophecy that he's going to fulfill in the future.
That's not what a dual prophecy is.
Let me finish. You wrongly assume, because you never studied the New Testament, thinking that Jesus had to fulfill all of those prophecies.
He didn't fulfill any prophecies. Zero. Zero prophecies. Zero.
Yes, he did.
Zero.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Zero.
Yes, he did.
Zero.
Yes, he did.
Zero.
Yes, he did.
Zero.
Tell me something. You also said that the Bible doesn't predict any prophecies.
I bet you can't show me a single prophecy he fulfilled.
How come you never? Well, okay, Deuteronomy 28 verse 68.
He definitely didn't fulfill Deuteronomy 28.
Go read Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. Go read it.
That's the blessing. That's the blessing.
70 AD. Go read it.
That's the blessing and curses that came upon them with the Babylonians, dummy.
That's not what it says. Go to Deuteronomy 28 verse 68.
No. So okay, just so you're aware, the blessings and cursings from Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26 are about the Babylonians.
No, it isn't. Go read
it. It is.
Wait a minute. You saying Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68 is about the curses and the blessings? Okay, so read it then. Read verse 68.
It's about the exile.
Read it.
It's about the exile in Babylon.
Read it. Jesus made the prediction. Read it.
Well, Jesus didn't give this prediction, just so you're aware. This is written by Yahweh. Well, theoretically written by Moses. Says, the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt by a route that I promised that you would never see again. And there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer, which is clearly a reference to the Babylonian exile, which is why Jeremiah says the exact same thing. If you bother to read Jeremiah, Jeremiah says that you will go into Egypt.
Do you know what Iran is? Are you serious?
This guy's crazy. All right, so I'll explain it to you, G-Man, since you haven't actually read the Bible. So in the book of Jeremiah, he tells you that a bunch of you are going to be held captive. You're going to escape captivity by going into Egypt. Have you not read Jeremiah?
Not Babylon. Egypt, not Babylon.
Have you not read Jeremiah? So you haven't read Jeremiah.
It was fulfilled in 70
just checking.
AD.
It was not.
It was fulfilled in 70 AD.
They certainly was not fulfilled in 70 AD.
Yes, it was.
No, it certainly was not.
In 70 AD. I'm pretty sure of it.
So what happened in 70 AD is that Titus Vespasian came into Jerusalem and waged war against Jerusalem and put them to the sword. G-Man, I don't know if you can take 5 seconds to listen to my answer. So in 70
you don't know what you're talking about.
So in 70 AD, Titus Vespasian marched into Jerusalem, besieged the city, and then conquered the city. And guess what? He didn't exile the Hebrews. He didn't exile the Jews. That didn't happen until the reign of Hadrian. That's when that happened, around 136. Way later, 70 years later, we've got the diaspora of the Jews, not even close to 70.
JBL like a man. That happened in 70 AD.
The projection's crazy. The projection's crazy.
Go read Matthew chapter 24. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it's okay if you've never actually studied the Bible. We all know this. It's fine.
on, man. Jesus wasn't a fraud. You just don't understand scripture. I think that's your problem. You just don't understand scripture.
Buddy, I understand it, which is why you're up here struggling. You're on the struggle bus right now to find anything that Jesus actually fulfilled. So not only do you not understand, not only do you not understand what's happening in Deuteronomy 28, it wasn't fulfilled by Jesus. This is the other problem. And if you bother to read Deuteronomy 28, the punishments in this chapter is when they don't follow the commandments of God. This has nothing to do with the Messiah. Listen for 1 second to the beginning. Listen for 1 second to the beginning of Deuteronomy 28. This is why it's about the captivity. It says, if you will only obey the Lord your God by diligently observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today, the Lord your God will set you high above the nations of the earth. All these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you if you obey the Lord your God. This is about obeying the commandments of God. It has nothing to do with accepting the Messiah. So this isn't helpful. You have no idea what you're reading right now. And if you bother to read the Old Testament, God tells you when he sends them into Babylonian captivity, it's because they disobeyed the commands of God. There are 2 captivities, one in Assyria and one in Babylon, and both of them are because they disobeyed the commands of God. So I'm still waiting for one prophecy Jesus fulfilled.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. He actually predicted that was actually going to happen.
First of all, he didn't predict it. Not only did he not predict it, he didn't make any of it come true. That's nonsense. Now, you mentioned the virgin birth. I'd love to go over Isaiah 7 with you because I can guarantee you've never read Isaiah 7. So let's go over. So let's go. G-Man, do you ever stop talking or no? Just so you're aware, I know you've got 5.
You really don't know what you're talking about.
So I know you've got 5 people watching on your channel, but on my channel, you've got over 2,000 people watching you make a fool of yourself. So if you want to be taken seriously, we could actually read a passage together when you're done crashing out. Do you want to read a passage?
Wait till you take a look at this later. You'll see.
G-Man, do you want to read a passage?
I had a feeling you was going to do this.
G-Man, do you want to read a passage? G-Man, do you want to read a passage?
Yeah, I'd like to read a passage.
Yeah, let's talk about the supposed virgin birth. What's happening in Isaiah chapter 7?
Like to read a passage. You just asked me if I want to read a passage. I'm going to read John 3:16.
What's happening in Isaiah 7?
Yeah, I know how to read. For God so loved the world that he gave his only.
G-Man, I don't know why your brain isn't capable of staying on topic. I don't know what's happening over there. I don't know if you're on edibles or what, but if you're going to participate in this conversation, I need you to pay attention to what's happening in the conversation. You think you're capable of doing that?
Do you think you're capable of not grandstanding?
I'm not grandstanding. I'm asking you, do you want to read the prophecy that you brought up?
Do you believe that you're capable of not committing
G-Man,
arguments from science?
do you want to read the prophecy you mentioned?
Anyway, you asked me that I want to read a Bible verse. I started quoting a verse. You didn't let me do it.
No, you brought up the virgin birth, and I asked you if you would like to read Isaiah 7 with me concerning the virgin birth, because what we're talking about.
Won't let nobody speak in here.
G-Man, the reason why you get muted everywhere you go is because you don't let anyone speak. If you've actually paid attention to my conversations, I don't have to mute people when they behave appropriately, but I do have to mute cowards like you that won't let me speak, and you want to continuously jump ship to new topics. Now, you brought up the virgin birth in Isaiah 7. All I'm asking is, would you like to read the virgin birth? Remember, we're still talking about the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled.
If you don't mind.
We're still talking about the prophecies Jesus fulfilled.
I'd like to talk about John 3:16.
Well, you don't get to choose. We're talking about the prophecies right now.
I don't get to choose.
I know, because it's not your live stream, G-Man. You're on my live stream. We're talking about a specific topic.
You're being cooked and you're being done over easy, my friend.
G-Man, you're embarrassing yourself and your entire lineage right now.
but
I hope your mother doesn't watch this. She's going to be embarrassed for you.
My mother will be just fine because my mother's not here. She's with Jesus. I dare you to make a disrespectful statement, though.
Why would I make a disrespectful statement about your mother?
Because you have a habit of doing that, sir.
When have I ever I've literally never disrespected a person's mother.
Oh my God, you've been disrespecting
now,
people since you.
I will disrespect you because you're disrespectful. I'll disrespect you all day. I would never say. I would never say anything about your mother. Now,
I'm a very passionate Christian.
You call it passionate. So the question that at hand right now, G-Man, is still, would you like to read the prophecy about Jesus that you brought up?
I'm gonna let me talk. But don't worry, we're going to debate. James gonna hear this.
Okay. I heard a no. The answer is no. You don't want to read the passage? Okay. I told you the reason why G-Man doesn't come on people's streams because he doesn't know how to have conversation. So, oh well, come back when you grow up, G-Man, okay? Well, should I call you Praise or by some other name?
You can just call me Praise. That's fine.
Sure. Praise, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. And are you pro-slavery?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that the Bible says slavery is chill?
I would argue that it's syntactically impossible to charge the God of the Bible with condoning slavery. Do you know why?
I don't know why, but I'm sure it's not going to be I can't say the word, syntactically impossible.
It is. It's something called casuistic law, and then you have apodictic law. Mm-hmm. So apodictic law is unconditional law, legislative, normative, regulative laws. Well, it turns out the consensus view by ancient Near East scholars and Hebrew scholars is that the only commandments that are apodictic, unconditional, legislative, regulative laws are the 10 Commandments.
That's not true.
What is that? That is true.
That's bullshit.
I'll give you citations.
I quite literally just talked to an actual scholar in the field a week ago that disagrees with that, and I know a dozen more that also disagree with that.
Legislative laws, normative laws.
Right. Okay. So, what does the Bible say happens if you don't follow these letters to the T?
That it's descriptive that there would be punishments. But remember, these are
also there's punishments if you don't follow the laws. Okay, so does God want you to follow the laws or not?
Yes, we ought to follow the laws.
Okay, so then your nonsense talking point, how the laws are somehow suggestions, I absolutely know what I'm talking about. So it literally says in the book of Exodus, chapter 18, Moses answered him, because the people came to me to seek God's will, whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decrees. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the one I was looking for. Let me find the actual one I was looking for. Let's see.
You're preaching right now. I want.
Oh no, I'm not preaching. I'm actually going to read you from the Bible what it says.
I just gave you a fact of ancient.
No, you didn't. You gave me an opinion.
You want me to give you citations?
You gave me an opinion. You gave me an opinion of one particular scholar. No, you didn't. I gave you a consensus viewpoint. It's not a consensus viewpoint. This is Leviticus 25:18. You shall observe my statutes and faithfully keep my ordinances so that you may live on the land securely. Does he say to observe the statutes faithfully? Did he say to observe? Did he say to observe?
No, the people did, not Yahweh. The only laws that we can extrapolate to Yahweh are the 10 Commandments that were
bullshit.
Written.
You're lying. You're lying. But if you will not obey me and do not observe all of it, if you, I'm reading the Bible. I'm reading to the Bible to you. I need you to stop spazzing out. All right, you're not going to crash out for Christ tonight. It says, but if you do not obey me and do not observe all of these commands, what commands is he referring to? Why is God going to punish you if you don't follow the commands? If they're merely suggestions? He doesn't know how to unmute himself or he's still talking. Oh, there he
Just
is.
look.
Okay, so what's when he says, if you do not obey me and do not observe all of these commandments, what commandments is he talking about?
That's casuistic.
What commandments is he talking about? What commandments?
These are the
commandments?
Extrapolations from the society. Yahweh didn't write that.
Oh, so the Old Testament's not from God.
Only the 10 Commandments are.
Okay, so Leviticus 26 and 25, when it says that God spoke, God didn't speak.
These people are writing extrapolations what they thought that the Lord
did God
was
say
writing
this?
in the 10 Commandments.
Did God say, if you follow my statutes and keep my commandments?
No.
And
No.
so God didn't say any of this.
No, they
so
were
it's all made up.
They were
okay. So you heard it. It's all made up. It's all fiction.
You're not listening.
Okay. So none of the commandments were given by God other than the 10.
The only ones that were directly handed down by Yahweh are the 10 Commandments.
Okay. So Leviticus is lying.
No.
Yes.
These are laws written by Jews that they were extrapolating from the 10 Commandments.
That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land that I am..."
Tell me what casuistic...
It says, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land that I am giving you," so on and so forth. So this is very easy. When Leviticus says that Yahweh said something,
this is casuistic law.
When the book says that Yahweh said something, does it mean that he said it?
They were extrapolations from the 10 Commandments.
Does it say that Yahweh spoke?
According to the Jews, yes, but
okay,
he did not directly speak it.
Is the book true?
Yes, it is true.
Okay, so then
it
must be true that Yahweh spoke to the Israelites on Mount Sinai and gave them the law code.
Only the 10 Commandments.
Okay, then show me in the Old Testament where God said, "I only give you these 10 commandments and the rest is bullshit."
It's called syntactical. You know what syntactical Hebrew is?
This will not save you. So the book says that God spoke something. Did God speak it or not?
Google search.
I don't need Google. I have 2 degrees in the field of study. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm asking you, when the Bible says something, does it mean what it says?
You are lying.
When the Bible says something, does it mean what it says? This is not difficult.
10 Commandments are only epidemic.
That's not an answer to my question. When the Bible says something, does it mean what it says?
I destroyed Josh Bowen, by the way.
No, you didn't. He would roast you absolutely alive. All right, so
I destroyed your buddy.
Okay,
Josh.
so you're not going to respond to this.
I told you.
So you're not going to respond to. Okay, so when it says that God spoke it, it's not true. God didn't speak it.
He did not directly speak it.
Okay,
only the 10
so then it's fiction.
No, it's not fiction because it's extrapolation.
It is fiction.
With the
No,
Jews.
it says that God said something. And you're telling me that God didn't say it.
He did not directly say.
Okay,
the
so
613
then whoever wrote this out lied.
They're descriptive, not prescriptive. Whoever
wrote this out lied, didn't they?
Please read my book.
No one's reading your book.
Citations are in.
No one cares. Okay, we'll try this again. They always want to have their cake and eat it too. The minute they start engaging in scholarship, they want to say, "Oh, these laws weren't actually normative," which is why, of course, in the book, God says over and over again that if you don't follow these laws, I will rain fire on you. You will eat your own children if you not to observe these laws to the nth degree. And of course, the fact that people couldn't do it is the same reason why God had to send Jesus. You invalidate the entire narrative of Christianity the minute you say that these laws weren't normative. Let's get John into the conversation. Welcome in, John.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Doing great. Thank you for asking. And thank you for being ready with your hardware.
No problem.
So, John, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, and yes. I'm above 18 and Christian.
Okay. So what would be, in your opinion, the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, I think that I argue for the existence of God from the logical impossibility of the contrary. So I would go from a transcendent argument.
Okay, so you're going to do tag. You're just going to do a presuppositionalist argument?
I am presuppositionalist, but I also believe that every person is presuppositionalist in whatever argument they're making, that most people have the same evidence, and we're evaluating it according to whatever our various presuppositions are.
All right, well, I assume, given the tenor of the conversation so far, you brought premises?
Maybe not. Maybe so. What sort of premises would you be looking for? I actually just ran into you on YouTube. I've never seen this and was like, hey, I'll get on.
Okay. Well, I guess start the argument. I'll kind of write down premises to keep track as we go, and we'll see how far it gets.
Sure, sure. By the way, while I'm here, I know I was the person who had my equipment. I'm hearing myself really loudly. Is there a quick way to fix that?
Yeah, the audience is having trouble hearing him too.
Yeah, I think it's actually your connection. Let's see if this helps. What about now?
Let's try.
Because I'm having a hard time.
It's not gone, but it is better.
I'm trying.
I just have a pretty heavy echo on myself in my own head.
Yeah, because I'm actually having an echo as well, like when you talk.
Okay, let me see.
I just think it might be because you're in a closed room and your earbuds have like really good microphones, and it's kind of having a little trouble with the echo in your actual room.
Okay. Well, I'll just try and fight against it. But I guess if nobody can hear it, then that's kind of an issue.
No, I mean, I can hear you. I think you're okay.
Okay.
So
yeah, we'll move forward into the argument part, I guess. My premise would be this: is that any claim that could be made against the existence of God would have to be made on capital or presuppositional assumptions that can only be had from the Christian worldview in the first place. That there has to be metaphysical or logical assumptions that are coming from no founded reality outside of what has to be borrowed from the pocket of the Christian worldview.
Okay, so you started out with a circular argument, and I'm going to put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. Premise number one of the argument is that Christianity must be true for truth to exist.
I don't know that that's my articulation of that, but
it's basically what you said, wasn't it?
I'm saying that in order to make a truth claim, there has to be a transcendent source from which that truth claim can be made. So let me ask you.
There we go. Okay, so now we're finally getting to the crux of the tag argument. So why does your God need to exist for a truth claim to be true?
Well, what is truth according to you?
Truth is when
does it exist, or is it
the truth is just
something that's individual.
The truth is when a proposition matches reality.
Okay, so why is that the case? So it sounds to me like you're assuming logical metaphysical realities, that 1 equals 1, right? Like that there's some sort of proofs to the universe and its existence, that there's constant truths.
No,
why is that the case?
1 equals 1 because we invented the language and we invented what 1 equals.
Sure, but again, that is a metaphysical assumption, right? That's something that has been the case. It doesn't change. Laws of logic, things like that.
It doesn't change because we invented its meaning. The laws of
we
logic
invented its meaning.
The laws of logic, just like numbers, just like language, they're inventions of the human mind that describe things.
I don't agree with you that that's correct. This is a thing that is present in the creation itself. 1 apple is 1 apple, regardless of how we observe that according to language.
Yeah, we describe what an apple is. An apple is an apple because we described it as an apple. That's why it's not a chair.
Yeah, I agree with you that we chose a sound to make with our face. It means that this object now, right? Like, I'm not going platonic in that to say that there's forms and objects of the form, but what I am saying is there are realities. So, for example, again, back to the transcendence thing, I'm arguing that laws of logic.
We do agree that reality exists, but we don't agree that the laws of logic are transcendental.
So how do you account for the existence of reality outside of transcendental truths?
Again, why do I need transcendental anything?
Is that the end of that statement?
Yeah.
Why do you need transcendental anything? Well, because you're not able to know anything at all without it.
Prove it.
How are you knowing anything at all to be the case?
Because we can observe, right? So what this is going to reduce down to is solipsism, right? You're going to say, nobody can know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. You can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat. And then again, neither can you. So this argument doesn't actually end up winning for anybody. But what we can do is agree that there probably is an external reality outside of my brain. And the next question is, are we sharing the same reality or not? If we're sharing the same reality, then all we can do is measure propositions against reality. When the proposition matches reality, we just call that thing true.
So you're taking truth from a merely observational perspective.
All we have. Until you can demonstrate that they exist transcendentally, I have no other option, right? So your starting point is that there are transcendental categories that cause things to be the way they are, but you can't prove that to be the case. You're presupposing it the same way you're presupposing God.
But that's my whole point, right? Is I came out from the premise and said, I am being presuppositional, and I believe that everyone is presupposing certain things.
The only thing I presuppose is that there is an external reality to my brain, meaning I'm not imagining reality. I actually exist within reality. But I think you and I can agree on that.
I think we can agree on that, not for the same premise, right? I believe that reality is a created thing, so it exists outside of God as a creation of his own.
John, you're a nice young man, I can tell. So let me ask you a couple questions, and I promise I'm not trying to be an asshole. But
no, go ahead.
When did you become a Christian?
I've been a Christian for over a decade now. I guess it was about 11 years ago.
Okay. And what form of Christian are you? Like what denomination?
I am a Reformed Baptist.
Okay. And when you became a Christian, what convinced you to be a Christian?
I came to faith as a manner of faith. I came to the conviction of the gospel initially, but that I also came to faith in accordance with the fact that it seemed that what I'm saying now is that the logical impossibility of the opposite was the case, that God had to exist, and that this was the most logically deductible case.
Okay. So you came to the Christian viewpoint without the philosophy, didn't you?
Without the philosophy?
Yeah. You're attempting to engage in presuppositional philosophy right now. You didn't need that when you became a Christian, right?
You're asking if I independently needed that. No, the faith is a manner of faith. I do think that logic aligns with it because it's the truth, but I did come to it as a manner of faith.
Okay. So do you know anyone personally who became a Christian solely on the basis of philosophical argumentation like what you're providing? Or do you think all Christians are engaging in that because they're already Christians and they want to justify what they believe?
That's a great question. I actually do know one or two people. I'm admitting that most people don't come to the faith through this methodology, but I'm a former seminarian. I've been in apologetic circles for several years and things like that. So I do know a couple of people whose conviction to the faith came through debate or logical argument or something like that.
Very good. Okay. So when you came in as a Christian and I asked you for your best argument and your best evidence, and you're admitting to me now that this philosophical argument is something that you're engaging in after you became a Christian. It's not usually the thing that creates Christians. I'm only asking you because I want to know why you think that this is the best argument, because this argument doesn't get you to Christianity.
Interesting. So you don't think that my argument is, because I'm arguing exclusively for the God of the Bible. I'm not arguing for a general theism, but for scriptural Christian God.
Right. Yeah. So I think maybe there's an endpoint in your argument, because I've already heard it before, where you are going to make an argument that the Trinity is necessary. And I already know the argument for the Trinity being necessary that stems from the beginning argument that you gave, which is the impossibility of the contrary, which is not a great argument. But the reality is, like, if your argument includes the Trinitary being necessary, you've got an issue, because the Trinitary itself seems to entail contradictions, as does many verses in the Bible. But I don't know what your position on the Bible is yet. Do you believe that the Bible contains contradictions?
Full infallibility, inerrancy, the whole conservative position.
Okay. So like this is like my major complaint with like the philosophical argumentation for Jesus is it always tries to prove that the Trinity is necessary. And then it always tries to not look at the Bible by saying, well, as long as my argumentation is true, it doesn't matter what the Bible says, the Bible must be true. But the reality is, anyone who reads the Bible for even an hour can find like really easy contradictions in the book. Anyone who thinks about the Trinity for even a couple minutes can find the logical contradiction in the Trinity. And so, like, I'm trying to figure out why you're starting on the philosophical end as rather than the Bible end.
Yeah, it's a good question. Because, right, so why go philosophical over Bible? Firstly, because of I think the area that we're in and what we're doing right now, right? Like, I'm not evangelizing you. I'm having a debate with you about whether or not God is imaginary. So that's a different level of approach that I would take as opposed to coming to you and sharing the gospel. Not that I'm opposed to doing that, but why argue from that? Because I think that to bring to you evidential apologetics, right? If I was going to come to you and put God on trial with you on the judge seat and say, here's the best evidences by which I think you're going to have to evaluate whether or not God exists, that you are immediately going to have to engage in evaluative properties that are going to require of you to borrow capital from a transcendental worldview that you can't account for.
No, that would be wrong. Because it certainly could be true that Christianity is wrong and that the God of Judaism is true. Could be that Christianity is wrong and the theistic concept of Buddhism is true. It could be true that Christianity is wrong, but also some of the God concept to be correct, right? So, like the argument you're giving doesn't get you to Christianity; it gets you to some generic theistic concept. And I'm really more interested in the argument that gets you to Christianity. Now, to be fair, I have the same presuppositional argument over and over again about a generic God concept, and you're welcome to give it. All I'm saying is that everyone here is probably more interested if you have an argument specifically for Christianity. And at that, I'll stop yapping and let you provide your best argument.
Yeah, so I would say in response to that, right? So, and I'm not trying to move away from that. And if I am, by all means, you have welcome free reign to get rid of me at any time. What I'm getting at is to say that, what's the best way to put this? That if I were to do like some guy did earlier and try and provide to you, I heard him say that this was the best universe, and you were like, well, why is this the best go, right? Isn't it bad that there's young children that have terrible things happen to them, starving, dying in childbirth and all that? Those arguments require you to engage in moral assumption that a human is inherently valuable and that bad things happening to them, bad things, is making a judgment of what's good and bad in the first place.
No, none of those
So where do you get the capital from to engage with that?
None of those things are things I assumed. So this is something that you and I both agree on, which is that to be all good, there can't be unnecessary suffering. There's no instance in which unnecessary suffering is good. You can say that some necessary suffering is good, and I would agree with you. There is such a thing as necessary suffering, right? But if you tell me that unnecessary suffering is good, I can't see a good reason to believe that.
Interesting. So I would, on the unnecessary suffering argument, I'm really interested by Alvin Plantinga's general argument that it's sufficient to believe that a being who could know all things could have proper reasoning for a suffering that those who are limited in their knowledge could not have awareness of. But even then, you're engaging in certain assumptions that people shouldn't suffer. You're making a general moral assumption that it's wrong for suffering to take place. I think I can account for that from a theistic belief that I
didn't make a moral claim.
You did whenever you said this is the best that he can do. That's a value claim, correct?
Yeah, value game, yes.
Worse,
Yep. Good is a value claim. I agree. Yeah. So like if you're all good, that means you always do the best thing.
Correct. Yeah, and I do. I believe that all the workings of the Lord are perfect, that as an all-perfect being, he could not do anything that was not perfect.
Okay. So what that means is you have to believe that whatever happens down here is good by necessity, or you're going to have to admit that there is unnecessary suffering.
No, I do in fact believe that all things that take place in the ultimate sense for the purpose of the universe, which is to glorify God, are good.
Okay. So what you just said is that God makes people suffer so that it will bring more glory to him.
What I just said is that God creates the universe in order to bring glory to himself. And that the story that plays out does involve suffering and redemption of making right of all things.
Yep. So does all the suffering that incur here on the earth, is it necessary for the end goal?
That's getting into a level of like, is it necessary? That's a mind of God question. I would say that, again, a most perfect being could only make a most perfect universe because all the workings of his hand would have to be completely perfect. So in the sense that it's necessary outside of him, no. In the sense that it's necessary according to his plan and will for the world, then yes.
So then, yes, you would say that all the suffering here is necessary, right?
I'm saying that all the suffering, perhaps we could go to, I think I can take the word necessary for that.
I mean,
I'm saying that all of the suffering is according to the will of God.
We know that. I'm asking if it's necessary, though.
What do you mean by necessary?
I mean, it couldn't be any other way.
For whom? No, I would say could not be any other way. I believe that if there is one best possible universe, that an infinitely best being could only make a singly best possible universe by the limitations of his own nature.
Okay, so the best possible universe is the universe with suffering.
Evidently.
Okay, so that means heaven's not the best possible situation?
Heaven is a part of the creation as it has been made.
Yeah, but there's no suffering in heaven according to Revelation 21.
No, I completely agree with you, but it's as though you're chopping off heaven and leaving out everything that's storylined up to that moment.
Okay, so why is suffering necessary here but not in heaven?
Again, heaven is like if you took a book, right? That's say a fiction novel, right? There's a story that takes place with plot throughout it, and it's like you're just plucking out the last chapter.
I know, I've read it. I've read it. I've read every last word of it.
No, I'm not claiming that you're plucking out the end of Revelation. I'm saying the storyline of history. You're just taking out the last bit and going, why is this part not a sufficient enough story?
No, what I'm asking is, why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven?
Why is it perfect for there to be suffering here, but not suffering in heaven? Okay, that's a good enough question. Because heaven exists on the other side of suffering where redemption has taken place, and redemption is not possible through a system in which no suffering has occurred. And evidently, in the mind of God, redemption existing is a better thing than redemption not existing.
Okay, but I don't think that addresses the question. I'm asking about like the state of affairs, right? If it's better, if it's a better state of affairs that we suffer, then we don't suffer. I'm trying to figure out how heaven is better than not heaven.
Because again, you're taking heaven, which is a concept that happens at the end of all time after the redemption of all things. Heaven can only be properly understood after all of Earth's history.
Okay, so the suffering
and you can't lock it off from that and say, why is this one not better just by itself as separated from all of its premise?
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. You're doing an argument akin to the soul building argument. So what you're saying is the suffering is necessary so that God can do redemption, and redemption is the greatest good?
I'm saying that the evidence of redemption existing in the world is evidence that God would have preferred to have a world that has redemption over the possibility of having one that doesn't.
Right, but is suffering necessary for redemption?
Is suffering necessary for redemption? The word necessary is what continues to trip me up because it seems to insist that there's a withholdent individual to whom suffering has to take place for. Is that God in your articulation of that statement? Is that what you mean?
Meaning it couldn't be any other way, right? So if God has an end, if God has a goal, like say his goal is redemption, right? And there's suffering prior to the redemption. If the suffering is not necessary for the redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering.
If suffering is not necessary for redemption, then redemption doesn't explain the suffering. Okay, I do understand. Yeah, I think that in order for something to be redeemed, it has to first fall away. There has to be a negative in order for redemption to occur. So yeah, I would say that in order for that storyline to take place in a way that includes redemption, it would have to include suffering.
Okay, so God needs to make people suffer before they can be redeemed.
God does not need anything at all. God has chosen to have people suffer and redeem them according to his own will.
Then it's not necessary. If he chooses, then it's not necessary.
That's why I said I'm having such an issue with the word necessary, right? Is because again, I'm not calling God beholden to anything other than his own nature.
Okay. So if God chooses to make people suffer when they don't have to suffer, that just means God causes unnecessary suffering. In the literature, which you're familiar with way more than me, we typically refer to that as gratuitous suffering.
So that's where we get to where I started from the very beginning. And I say, what's wrong with unnecessary suffering?
Right. So it's just a definitional argument, right? If you and I both agree that suffering is not good, and I don't have to believe in your God to believe that suffering's bad, like suffering just by its nature is bad because I no longer have well-being the more I suffer. The more I suffer, the less well-being I have. And the less being I have, the less I exist.
Right. But you do, I mean, can you agree with me that there was like 4 assumptions loaded into that?
Yeah, that existing is preferable to not existing. That's about it.
Correct. Yeah, that was the first one. But you're also assuming that it's good for you to have, that it matters for you to have well-being over not having well-being. You're assuming that it's profitable for you to not suffer over suffering.
I
and
agree.
I'm asking.
So
yeah,
but
yeah,
again, you
appreciate that. So
you
why does it matter if you suffer?
You and I both agree that suffering's bad. The only difference is you have to presuppose a God for it to be bad. And I could just tell you that I think it's bad because everybody agrees that the words good and bad are actually inherently subjective, not objective. And this is,
I don't agree with that.
And this is the problem. That
bad is not stamped into the universe. When we in Justin use the word bad, it's just shorthand for not preferable.
Right. Something that's bad is not preferable. And we already went down this line of argumentation where I'm asked you if God does.
So can I rebut that?
If God always does what is good, that means God always does what is preferable.
For himself, yeah. But let me rebut that. So what you've just given up in that statement, right, to say that bad is not something that's stamped in the universe, that it's just a subjective understanding of that which is not preferable. Yep. You've given up the ability to make a moral claim about anything at all. We shouldn't
I never did.
We shouldn't make a morality claim at all.
Never did. Never once did I say I believe in objective morals because I don't.
No, I know you did. I'm speaking to, sorry, I don't know the name of the gentleman below me. I can only read the Bible.
I also don't believe in objective morals, at least not. You can, once you, it's like kind of like chess, you know, we can say objectively that one move is illegal versus not legal only once we come to a subjective agreement to the rules of the game. Morality is subjective, but once we agree, once we ground like morality and well-being, then we can make objective statements like this is not conducive to one's well-being versus this is conducive to one's well-being.
But why is well-being the standard?
It's not. So, John, follow me here, right? You're suggesting there needs to be an objective standard, and the reality is you can't find it, right? So what you're going to say, and this is how the moral argument always plays out, is you're going to say, well, I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I can't appeal to an objective standard. But you actually can't appeal to an objective standard either, because if I read you the objective standard from the Bible, and if you went to seminary, you know what it says, you're going to dislike a lot of those objective standards.
I don't. I have zero issues with any verses in the Bible.
So you're okay with God saying that you can own slaves?
I am.
Okay, so was slavery objectively good or objectively bad?
That's a good question. Slavery in whatever system it's in depends upon whatever's going on. So economically, I think there's a distinction to be made if we're going to be honest, right, in slavery from one system to another, in which one was just the economic system at the time in which it was basically employees and employers, as opposed to chattel slavery that took place in America, where there was obvious man stealing and it's demonstrably condemnable.
Now, John?
But by slavery, me and Justin are referring to owning another person as property. You can pass them on to your descendants as an inheritance. You can beat them so long as they don't unalive within 1 or 2 days. And by them being property, that's the definition of chattel slavery.
Right. So John, you came in very kind, and I love it and I appreciate it. But I'm going to ask you to do one thing. Don't lie on what the Bible says, because I promise you, everything I say that's in it is in it.
I understand. And if you think I've lied, please tell me, and I'm glad to talk about it.
Okay. So it does talk about actual chattel slavery in Leviticus 25, does it not?
Let me take a look at your passage here and see what you got.
Yeah. As for your male and female slaves who you may have from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. Moreover, you may buy the children of the strangers who dwell among you and their families who are with you, which they beget in your land. They shall become your property. And you may take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them as a possession. They shall be your permanent slaves. But regarding your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with rigor. Right? So that's owning a person as property forever.
Right. So my definition of chattel slavery had to do explicitly with the right to mansteal, which is a named sin in the scriptures.
But that's
so
not,
if that's my incorrect thing, then forgive me on that. I was not lying. I was misunderstanding.
Chattel is derived from a French word which means property. When we say chattel slavery, we just simply mean owning another human being as property.
Okay. Well received then. So my response is, what's wrong with slavery?
So again, I'm asking you, do you think slavery was good?
But hold on, why, if you're going to call that up as an opposite, like you're the one who brought slavery onto the table.
I know it's uncomfortable, John. So this is called an internal critique.
It's not uncomfortable for me. I'm saying you're the one who brought it up. So you're making a moral claim that there's a problem.
I didn't make a claim.
And I want you to support that
John,
claim.
I didn't make a claim. Did I make a claim?
Suppose not. Maybe you just
said.
So
what I asked you
I see what you're saying.
Is, in your opinion, was slavery objectively moral or immoral?
And I'm responding by saying, what ground do you have to say? You're assuming that morals exist.
I'm asking you, in your opinion, not mine. In your opinion, is it objectively moral or immoral to own slaves?
I feel like you're going to think that I'm trying to run around you.
You are.
But I'm not trying to run around you. I'm also not.
I'm not asking what's in my head. I'm asking what's in your head. In your head, is it objectively moral or immoral to own a slave?
Objectively moral or immoral to own a slave.
Remember, you believe in objective morals, not me.
Correct, but you are pressing the issue as though morals exist.
Nope, I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion is that whatever God has permitted at whatever time and place it's taken place has been moral, always.
Okay, so
let me clarify. God has always acted objectively morally. He has allowed individuals under his purview to act immorally, even according to their systems.
I want to make sure you said God has always acted morally.
God has always acted morally. He is incapable of the opposite.
So anything God does by definition becomes moral?
It does not become moral. God is limited by his nature as an all-good being to not be able to do that, which is immoral.
Okay, so when he did slavery, slavery was moral.
When he did slavery, what an interesting way to say that sentence. What do you mean by that?
When he said you can own slaves, that was a moral command.
That's a different thing. No, see, I said when God acts, he always acts morally.
Well, first of all,
does God or does God not at different times in the scriptures permit things that he does not morally allow?
Okay, so I think you're trying to make a distinction between God's commands and God's actions. And listen, there's a really good rabbit trail here, but I don't know if I want to do it yet. I don't want to get lost on the slavery. I'm willing to go on this rabbit trail as long as you want to come back to slavery with me, though.
Yeah. Well, so why don't we wrap that up or continue on it for your own sake? I'm glad to say it.
So when God said to the Israelites that they can own slaves, that means God is taking an action. He's giving a command to the people, saying that it's okay to own slaves. And Deuteronomy 12:28 says that doing the commands of God are good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, and to do them and teach them to your children forever, which means according to the Israelite covenant, owning slaves is good and right forever.
Okay, sorry, just processing all that. So yeah, I think that again, does God not at various times and in various places engage in things. I say engage in things, allow for things amongst the people that he's engaged with that he does not morally permit.
Nope. So Deuteronomy 12:8 says, "Observe and obey all of these words which I command you, that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God." Over and over again in the Old Testament, God says to follow this law forever. Deuteronomy 30, Deuteronomy 12:1, Deuteronomy 11:1, Leviticus 16, over and over again, right? So the God who gave the slave laws has no idea that this is a temporary command. This is something that's invented by Paul.
Invented by Paul. What an interesting way to put that.
Jesus disagrees with Jesus thinks the law.
I was about to say, I don't even, but here's the thing, I don't even see in the New Testament, like you're saying it was invented by Paul, I don't even see in the New Testament a you can't own slaves command. It's not there either.
No, I'm talking about the temporary nature of the law. That's Galatians 3:23. But you're right. Even in the New Testament, there's no prohibition against slavery, which means, according to the Bible, it's never immoral to own a slave.
It is immoral to own a slave, according to the Bible, dependent upon what nature one owns the slave.
As long as you don't go out and kidnap them, according to Paul.
Correct.
That's where the passage about man stealers. Yeah, that's where man stealers come in, right? Because that's the actual translation of that. It doesn't say slave, it says man stealers. But you and I both know that slaves exist outside of kidnapping.
Yeah, I think that slaves were in most places for most of history a big part of the economic system. Individuals who mostly can become debtors and were not able to pay off their debt.
Okay, so according to the objective eternal moral law code of the Bible, or of God rather, it's okay to own a slave as long as you don't go out and kidnap them.
If I think that's. Yeah, as long as there's no level of abuse, as long as there's no level of stealing. And not only that, apparently it comes with requirements of duty to one another, according to the law codes that show up in like Ephesians and other places.
Exodus 21 verses 22-21 says that if a man owns a slave and he beats the slave, if the slave unalives, then he will be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be punished, for the slave is his property.
Right. So according to God's code, you can beat your slave. I mean, obviously there's probably limitations to how much God wants you to beat your slave. Like you can't intentionally kill them, but you can certainly beat them. You can beat them so severely that if they accidentally perspire a couple of days later, that you won't get charged.
If they okay, sorry, having to work around the YouTube language.
I know it's something. It's a weird thing. I know.
I understand. I've been monitoring myself because it's like make sure you don't say anything. But yeah, so I'm understanding what you're saying. But the whole point of this, right, is like it sounds like you're trying to place me in a conundrum where I'm going to have to say that I disagree with the Bible on some moral point or something, or I'm going to have to affirm a moral point of the Scripture. And at what point? Or sorry, at that point, then what?
I mean, you keep trying to get ahead of the argument. I don't know why. With you would just stay in it.
Sure. Okay. Then we'll play it out accordingly, I suppose.
Okay. So according to the Bible, then, it's not objectively immoral to own another human being and even beat them with a rod.
Correct.
Okay. And it's not objectively immoral to make your slave work for you with, I would say, next to no real parameters. Like they get the Sabbath day off. Right? According to the laws of the Old Testament, even your slave gets to rest on the Sabbath, but that's about it, right?
I think so. You know as well as I do, there's not extensive discussion of slaves. It's most of the passages that you've talked about, but yeah.
Okay. So if I'm a Christian American living in the United States in the year 1600, 1660, 1700, anywhere in there, and I purchase with my earned money a slave. I didn't steal a slave. I go and I purchase an African American slave and make them work for me. Was that wrong?
Yeah, because you may not have stolen them, but somebody did.
No, we don't know that. First of all, not only do we not know that, but it's quite true that many children were sold into slavery, not kidnapped.
Sold by whom?
Parents.
By their own parents into slavery.
Very common. Yep. So if I
Yeah, I agree. So do you not think that that's
so if I buy an African
permitted
American,
or not permitted?
so if I
That
buy
is
an
stealing of a
African,
minor.
it's not stealing if the parent sells it. In fact, God allows it. God allows you to buy the children as slaves.
Right. So you're asking me in this instance in which a person is being, so hold on, how often is this happening in comparison to stealing people's?
Well, it doesn't matter how often. I'm asking about one specific instance. If I go out and I buy the child of an African American and make them my slave, am I doing something wrong?
Are you?
I'm asking you.
I know you're asking me, but what does wrong even mean according to your view? You're asking a question
I'm
where
asking
you're saying
you. I
it's
don't.
wrong, but
I
what does
don't
that mean?
listen. I don't have objective morals. That's why I'm asking you.
I know, but you can't escape from the meaning of the words you're using. You're choosing to engage in words, assuming that they have meaning.
John,
We're asking for your perspective.
They have meaning to us. Everyone here knows what this means. Everyone here knows that when I say, hold on, John. Everyone
you
here
said we all know, but then
John,
you said it's not objective.
Pay attention. Everyone here knows when I say that something is either good or bad, that I'm using subjective morals because I don't believe in objective morals. And everyone who watches my stream knows that I don't, right? That's why I'm asking you about your opinion. I want to know, in your opinion, if I go out in the 1700s and I buy an African American slave, a child, to be my slave, is that wrong?
My opinion is that unless you can have an objective stance, then it doesn't matter if it's wrong or not.
Then why can't you answer the question?
Because you're dragging me down this. It's like you said, why do you keep wanting to get ahead of the argument? Because it's not just going to one end, right?
You've clearly found out that you don't have objective morals either, because you believe
I do have
deep down
morals.
that it's
It
not.
doesn't matter.
You believe deep down that it's bad to own a slave, but you can't say it with your mouth. So we'll try this again. If I purchased a child slave from Africa, what wrong am I doing?
What wrong are you doing if you purchase a child slave from Africa? I mean, again, man, I think that there's
John, that lump in your throat is you trying to be honest and pushing it down. We need you for 5 minutes to be honest with us. If you believe that it's right or wrong, just put 10 toes down and say it. Am I doing something right or am I doing something wrong? Or is there no moral implication?
I'm saying that in that particular instance, I think that there's something more depthful about the fact that this individual belongs to their parents and they have duties to them as their parents, right? They would go to the various. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
May I? Just to say that there are duties of mothers and fathers to their children and children to their mothers and fathers. This is also in the scripture. And that in doing this thing where the mothers and fathers have done wrong by their child and selling them into the system, right? That there's sin that's occurred there. And that's scriptural.
There's no sin with selling your child as a slave.
There's no sin with selling your child as a slave.
No.
So when the Apostle Paul says, do not drive your children to anger, when he talks about the role of mother and father, you don't think that not selling your child is permitted in that?
Not only does it not say anything about selling your child as a slave, the Bible explicitly...
I know it's not objectively stated, correct?
Explicitly... Oh, my browser just cut out. Hold on. Explicitly, God says that you can own children as slaves when their parents give them to you or when they have no other choice. So, for example, Exodus 21 talks about the Hebrew servant. Listen to what it says about Hebrew servants. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve for 6 years. In the 7th, he shall go out free person, paying nothing. If he comes in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. Okay, so if he comes in with a wife, the wife goes with the husband after 6 years. 7th year, they go free.
Right, on the Jubilee year.
If his master has given him a wife, then she has borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be the master's, and he shall go out by himself, which means that child born into slavery doesn't get to go free. They're born into it. They're permanent slaves born into it.
Right. So they're now entered into that rung of the economic system where they have the ability later to deal with that economically or not.
That's what I'm saying is there are children that are born into slavery and God is okay with it. There are children that are sold as slaves and God is okay with it. Same passage in chapter 7 says exactly the same thing. It says, if a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So you can't tell me that selling your children as slaves are against God's law because he says you can do it.
So, but even then, these are not the same things. Can you agree to that? That what we just read was about the circumstances of a slave who had children while in the bonds of slavery, as opposed to an individual who sold their child out into slavery.
What I'm saying is both instances show up in Exodus 21. A child born into slavery that stays enslaved, and a child that is sold into slavery that stays enslaved. Both of them
Which
are...
was the latter?
The latter is the one that's sold into perpetual slavery.
No, I'm sorry. I heard you say that. I did not read that part.
Oh, that's verse 7.
Do you have that back there, son?
Yeah. If a man sells his daughter to be a female slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
Okay. I'm under the assumption that this term daughter here is being used as the term daughter always colloquial is, right? Like a daughter is a daughter, whether the father is 79 years old and she's 50, or the father is 20 years old and she's 7.
Yeah,
this is not necessarily insinuating child selling.
The daughter is just somebody under the authority of the father.
Correct.
Right. So in traditional Judaism, a child is somebody under the age of 12. Like they would call that a child, right? Now,
I agree with you.
And the reality is you could sell your daughter as a bride under the age of 12. It wasn't until the rabbinic age that they started to postulate setting limits. But even in the rabbinic age, they made an exception. They said if the father is in poverty, he can sell his daughter before she's 12.
Yeah, I have no input on rabbinic interpretations and things like that. That's way out of my way.
But the Bible doesn't put a limit on it. The rabbis put a limit on it, not the Bible. So the Bible didn't say how old she has to be. It just says a man can sell his daughter as a female slave.
Correct, but you're saying daughter, right, and porting in child.
Why? Why do you think I'm porting in child? What I'm saying is there's no limit. Could be a child. It could be
an example that you gave at the beginning.
It could be a child. It could be an adolescent. It could even be an adult woman that still lives at home. There's no boundary on that.
Sure. So, but I think those are very different circumstances in the discussion of a child and an adult.
Yeah, child cannot consent, which means it doesn't matter if you're sold or if you're born into slavery. You didn't consent to either one of those.
So why does consent matter?
Do you think it matters? Because you're the one that brought this up. You're the one that...
Now, I asked you.
You're the one that said that slavery was only wrong if you're kidnapped because that implies that you didn't consent to it.
No, I did not say that it implies that you didn't.
No.
I said that it's wrong because manstealing occurs because that's what's written out as wrong.
No, I'm saying that what you said implies consent matters, right? You said that it's okay to buy a slave, just not to kidnap a slave.
Right, but did you not just make a claim that consent matters?
But I think consent matters. I'm asking you what you think.
I know, but so why is this that I can never return, right? When you make a counterclaim, when you mentioned that consent matters, why do you not have to account for that?
Because again, I've already told you. I've already told you I don't have objective morals. You do. That's why I have to borrow from your worldview now. So I'm asking you, does consent matter objectively?
Does consent matter objectively? I mean, objective necessarily imports in every possible situation. So I don't know that I could say that, but
does a child,
yeah.
does somebody consenting to be a slave have anything to do with being a slave being wrong or bad?
Does somebody consenting to being a slave have anything to do with slavery being wrong or bad? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you don't consent, that means technically it's against your will, which means it's the same thing as kidnapping, right?
Well, because slaves often came through conquered war and things like that.
Right. But the reason why kidnapping a slave in your worldview is not good is why? Because they didn't
Because the
consent
scripture
to.
says so.
Oh, it doesn't. It says you can do it. Want me to show you?
Not correct. You just agreed with me a moment ago that man stealing was prohibited.
Only in the New Testament, not in the Old Testament.
These are one book.
It is prohibited in the New Testament. It's certainly not one book. It's okay in Deuteronomy 20 and Deuteronomy 21 and in Numbers 31.
In none of those places that I see man stealing not prohibited. In none of those places that we just discussed was man stealing allowed.
I don't know why you keep thinking I haven't read the book. Okay, Deuteronomy 20. We're going to go
down. I
didn't
say you haven't read the book.
It's crazy at this point that you're assuming I'm lying about what the book says. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all of it as spoil, which means you can kidnap and plunder the people.
Not correct.
I just read it word for word. I didn't interpret it.
Yeah, fair. You did not. I'll give you that, right? Well, you did, right? You have to be fair to the very last sentence where you said, this means that. That's an interpretation.
Okay, so
even if it's accurate.
So capturing people as plunder is not kidnapping.
I'm saying that what's being described here is conquering a people, one nation, governmentally, conquering another people.
And then doing what with them?
And then enslaving them.
Yeah, and is that...
Which I'm saying is that
consensual?
From me going and stealing Ricky and selling him into slavery.
Okay, so then if America got into a war with Canada, it would be okay if we took the people and made them into slaves?
Would it be okay? I mean, I would not do it because I don't think it's necessary.
I didn't ask you if you would do it. I'm asking.
But is it okay?
John, I'm trying to borrow from your objective worldview. Would it be objectively okay to kidnap?
Why are you borrowing?
To kidnap the Canadians if we went to war with them.
Is it okay to kidnap the Canadians? I mean, if you conquer over a nation, you've conquered over that nation.
So would it be
and
okay?
Slavery has been a system that's existed in the economic system for as long as people have been doing anything.
I don't know why you can't just say yes or no. Would it be acceptable in your objective worldview to kidnap the Canadians as long as we went to war with them?
I understand, right? But the whole premise of this is just that it's not that I'm not saying yes because I have an issue. I'm not saying yes because your whole bit is to have me say yes.
John,
but why does it matter if I say yes?
John, I'm demonstrating the cognitive dissonance that you're experiencing, where you know deep down that you have a moral opinion on this that differs from God, right? So that's what's happening right now.
That is not my dissonance.
What you're demonstrating is that you have subjective morals and you're not willing to admit it because you don't think if we went to war with Canada that we should be allowed to go and kidnap their women and children, do you?
That's not my dissonance. My dissonance is that you're so focused on pushing somebody into a corner on claims, but you could not make your own, and it's as though...
I can. John, I've done it 10 times.
The language of pushing you into a corner sort of insinuates that you have some sort of moral qualm with, or some problem with just saying yes. I think slavery, simply saying yes. If you have absolutely no problem with what the Bible says, then it shouldn't feel like we're pushing you into a corner because you should just believe it's a good thing.
Right. Let me try this, Dalton. If we went to war with Canada, let's say Canada attacked us and we went to war with Canada, do you think that we should be allowed to kidnap their women and children and enslave them?
No.
Easy. All right. John?
So how does Dalton account for that claim?
Because he's using subjective morals, which is why I'm asking you about your objective opinion. In your objective opinion, or your opinion about objective morals, should we be allowed to kidnap women and children from Canada?
But now we've made it. That's my point. People who can't ground their morality in an objective source,
John, it's
don't have a part in a conversation about morality.
We absolutely, because
it's all just opinions.
So, John, you've missed the entire conversation. We're demonstrating to you that you don't have objective morals. You want objective morals.
I do.
But
it just doesn't
then
matter.
tell
to
me yes or no. Is it objectively moral to kidnap women and children in war?
If it is permitted in the scriptures, it is permissible and good. And by permitted, I mean objectively allowed by God. That's a blanket statement for all things from me moving forward.
Okay, so then
let's not speak in generalities. Then answer specifically to what Justin is specifically asking.
So we'll try the.
That's a great question. So the answer is I don't know. In the instance of America going to war with Canada, I know specifically in the instance of Israel going to war with the Canaanites that was permitted for that because that's what God objectively spoke to.
Those were not the Canaanites.
I'm saying that's an example of a time when they were allotted to go and take neighboring towns as slaves, correct?
Deuteronomy 20 is not talking about the Canaanites. In fact, it makes an explicit declaration, thus you shall do to all the cities which are very far from you, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord your God gives to you as an inheritance, you shall let nothing that breathes remain alive. You shall utterly destroy them. Right? These are not the Canaanites.
The Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites.
Nope. Those are the ones you kill entirely. You don't get to keep any of them.
Right. Sorry, I thought you just read that and said these are not the Canaanites, and then it said it there.
So what I'm saying is in Deuteronomy 10, all the way through Deuteronomy 15, these are talking about people that are not Canaanites, non-Canaanite peoples that you go and enslave.
Right. And here what I'm saying is whoever Israel is warring against in these particular texts, when God tells them, you can do this to these people, I can't exactly make a blanket generality of all people can do that to any people under any circumstance.
Okay, so
can the modern day Israelites do it? Can the Jews today do it? Would it be moral for them?
But who Jews?
Do you not know the Jews still exist?
I understand what you mean. I'm saying that political Israel today, in my understanding, has no connection to the Israel of the Bible.
Who are of descendants of the Israelites who practice Judaism and follow the Torah, since the Old Testament never gives an expiration for the harem laws to go out and wipe people out and all this whatnot. Is it morally okay for them to continue to obey Yahweh?
So do you understand the Jews to be the people of God?
I think that's what their Bible says.
That's not an exclusive term. He's not saying that Jews are the only people of God. He's just referring to the Jews that still exist today.
Sure, but I'm saying that the Jews, as people understand, because there's a lot of confusion from dispensationalism and other camps within Christianity about this, that Israel is Christ and all who are in him. So I don't, the Jews as they exist in a nation called Israel right now since 1948 have nothing at all to do with the scriptures.
No, they are the descendants of the Israelites.
Be that as it may, physical connection or not, it doesn't matter.
Why?
No, it does, because the Hebrew Bible...
Because Romans 11 says that there is one tree of Israel in which physical branches were broken off and others have been grafted in. And so the Christian church is Israel.
Then these laws apply to you too.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do that there's division of ceremonial and...
There's not.
What's the word? Ceremonial laws for the people group of Israel, for their government structure, as well as... moral.
There's a post-biblical innovation. No Jew from the time of Jesus or Paul or anything like that had this understanding of a threefold division of the Torah.
The only division you'll ever find is in the laws for food, so the dietary laws. That division is made in Mark and in Acts chapter 10.
Right, but Paul also states that the law has passed away in part.
Well, he would be wrong. He contradicts God and he contradicts Jesus. And
by the passage, he's not contradicting Jesus. So, Jesus said, I came to fulfill the law.
Fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
Fulfill and...
Right, it does not mean abolish. You're correct. It means complete.
No, it certainly does not.
No.
It does.
When you
Fulfill means complete, and when
and
something is fulfilled in an eternal being, it's completed for all of eternity.
Jesus
So it
was
can be eternal and completed at the same time.
Jesus was a Jew. When Jews use the phrase "fulfill the law," it means do what the law says. If I fulfill the commandment, it means I'm doing what the commandment stipulates. When Jesus said, "I've not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it," means I've come to do what is written in the law.
Yeah. It would be really silly if you think Jesus said he was getting rid of the law, because he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Why would doing the law make you great in the kingdom of heaven if Jesus came to get rid of them?
Yeah. Would you mind telling me the chapter and verse location of that?
Matthew 5. I'm specifically
Yeah, you're in the Sermon on the Mount.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I had my location right. Yeah, Jesus has just given an entire discourse from the Mount, and he says about that discourse that he's given, this is the way with that, right? The one who breaks these is bad. The one who doesn't break these is the best. But the whole premise of the Christian religion is that we are all lawbreakers and are only redeemed from that law breaking by being joined in the perfect non-law breaking of Christ.
That's Paul's theology. That's Paul's theology. That wasn't Jesus's theology. Jesus had a very different theology from what we can see from his own teachings.
Yeah, Jesus clearly taught that it's preferable to follow the law.
We believe that you're to follow the law. Paul says we are under the law of love.
Okay, so if you should follow the law, that means all the laws are good.
If you should follow the law, you do so out of well, I guess that doesn't even matter what you just said. But yeah, the law is a good thing. The law is a blessing. The psalmist says, how sweet is your law? How good is it to me? It's sweeter than the sweetest honey of the honeycomb.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
The law of the Lord is perfect.
Law of the Lord perfect, Psalm 19, yeah. So if the law of God is good and it's better to follow the law than to disobey the law, then that means the laws you're trying to run from in the Old Testament shouldn't be something you're running from. You should just say, yeah, it's better to follow this law than to not follow the law.
I am saying, and you can acknowledge correctly with me, I think that whether you acknowledge it or not, the tripartite distinction of the law has been a long-standing, significant, historic understanding of the Christian church. It's how we've always understood.
I could probably trace it back to Thomas Aquinas and the Summa Theologica as when we see the first real distinction between the tripartite law. Prior to that, we don't really see this clear distinction labeled out in Christian theology.
But what about the council that happens in Jerusalem, where they have to set out like, hey, what things have to be followed and what things have been abrogated and fulfilled in Christ, right? No, you no longer have to be circumcised. That's the purpose of Galatians. No, you don't have to follow the food and dietary laws anymore.
Circumcision is no longer a barrier to becoming a Christian, but the commands they still they do still give commands that Christians have to obey, like not eating food offered to idols, which Paul contradicts later, not eating blood, and also the implication, if you continue to read, is that because the law of Moses is read every Saturday in the synagogue. In other words, they will continue to learn and do as they progress in their Christian walk.
I think Acts 15 clearly implies that it's a lower bar of entry, not an eternal legal system they have to live by, or else that would be a direct contradiction of Jesus' own teaching.
Sorry, tell me again where we're at here. The screen's very blurry on my side.
Sorry, I know. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Acts 15:21.
Yeah, Acts, Jerusalem Council.
Yeah.
Pull up my scripture here if you don't mind, because I can't read yours.
Take your time. Take your time.
By the way, thank you guys for engaging in the conversation well over this amount of time. It's been good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been good. And John, I mean, like, you've been as kind as anyone else has been on this live stream, so I can't fault you for that. We enjoy good, kind people. But this conversation it's going to get fun. By the way, it's going to get more fun in a minute. But the reality is, like, it's not until we get to Paul that we get this idea that you shouldn't be following the law, because even in Acts and even in Mark, the only law that is ever stated to go completely away are the dietary laws. In Acts chapter 15, when Peter sees a sheep, because remember, in Acts 15, Peter's giving testimony about what he saw, right? And Peter did not see that all laws are going away. Peter only saw that the dietary laws are going to be done away with. That's why the sheet of clean and unclean animals were handed down, right? And in Mark, we see the same thing in Mark 7, when Jesus is talking about washing the hands of the disciples. Jesus says it's not what goes into the mouth that makes you unclean, but what comes out of the mouth that makes you unclean. And Mark inserts his own comment. Mark says, when Jesus said this, he declared all foods clean. Now, I think Mark was wrong. That's irrelevant. The reality is Mark is only referring to the dietary laws, and Acts is only referring to the dietary laws, and all the squibbles between the Christians and the Jews, in like the non-Jewish Christians, is over the dietary laws and circumcision. There's never
right, but
Moreover, I
doesn't
think
so if
even further to the
circumcision
point,
can no longer be a
Ro-
requirement to be of the people of God, and circumcision is called over and over again in the Old Testament an eternal covenant.
Yes.
Does that mean that the eternal covenants and
Yes.
things stated in the Old Testament cannot also be fulfilled and be true?
No, it means that the New
No,
Testament
because
contradicts.
Ezekiel-
Go ahead, Dalton.
It does
Yeah,
not. It means that
Ezekiel
they're fulfilled in Christ and he's
Ezekiel
eternal, so they're
explicitly-
eternally upheld.
No. Ezekiel explicitly states that the circumcision is not only circumcision of the heart, but circumcision of the flesh.
Yeah, 44:9, right? Yeah.
I think so.
So in the New Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, it says, "Thus saith the Lord God, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary." Clearly envisioning that the foreigners who join Israel are going to be circumcised in the flesh.
Sorry, like I said, I'm having to look
Also,
because I can't make out the screen.
take your time. Also, think on this while you're finding the passage. John, when you went to seminary, did you study Old Testament or New Testament, or did you study something goofy like systematic theology?
All of the above.
You didn't have a specialty?
No, I did a master's in divinity. It was a general master's degree.
Gotcha. So you just did the general MDiv.
Yes.
Okay. Now in Ezekiel, you've already know, chapter 40, there's the measurements. We get all the measurements for the Messianic kingdom, where we get the new measurements for the temples, we get the measurement for the outlay of the tribes of Israel, and then we get the rules and regulations, right? And part of the rules and regulations is that the foreigners who come to join Israel will have to be circumcised in the heart and in the flesh. And then we learn in chapter 46 that they even participate in like offerings and sacrifices in the temple.
Right. So what, according to Colossians 2, has sacrifice or has circumcision become?
Well, again, that's what I keep trying to point out to you, is that you're indicating there's a contradiction between the Old Testament and the New Testament, because the circumcision of the flesh is a specific thing. It's different than circumcision of the heart.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's been replaced by circumcision of the heart. I'm saying that both the covenants have a physical sign associated to circumcision of the heart. In the old covenant, that being circumcision of the flesh, and in the new, it being baptism.
Nope. Circumcision of the flesh is a physical act.
I agree, as is baptism.
Baptism is not a circumcision.
It's not, but Colossians 2 connects them as the same.
Well, Colossians would be wrong. They're not the same. Circumcision of the flesh is when you take the foreskin off of your peen.
Right. Yeah, I'm aware of what circumcision of the flesh is.
Paul is making the claim that baptism is a sort of spiritual circumcision. It's not, because baptism doesn't really do anything to your flesh.
Correct. But you guys are arguing from a stance as though Paul is not the scripture. I'm taking the entire canon of scripture as all inspired by God.
No, we're showing you where it contradicts.
Well, it's not a contradiction. You just dislike that he interprets it in the way that he does.
No, it's absolutely a contradiction, because in Deuteronomy 30, when the circumcision of the heart arrives, you're still going to follow the law. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord and observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today.
Right.
Okay, so if the circumcision
again, so I can look at it myself as well, please.
If the circumcision of the heart is the messianic age, it's Deuteronomy 30, by the way. If the circumcision of the heart is the messianic age, then it is accompanied by doing the laws of Moses.
Let's see here. So you started in which verse?
Deuteronomy 30, go to verse 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you very much.
Also, we are definitely not justified in starting with the assumption that the entirety of the Bible is univocal, speaking with one consistent voice and message, and the Bible doesn't even make that claim for itself.
All right, sorry. Finish reading that now.
Okay, so according to Deuteronomy, when God circumcises the heart of the people, they will follow the laws of Moses.
They will follow the commandments that I'm commanding you today. Yeah, he says in Deuteronomy. You're correct.
Okay. So like running away from the law is not a good look. It just contradicts what God said in the Old Testament. It seems to contradict.
I'm not running away from the law.
Okay. All right. So
I have my belief, right, in according to the scriptures, is that in my unification to Christ, I have obeyed the fullness of the law because he perfectly upkept the law.
So do you pay your taxes
but I'm not
spiritually?
even able to keep the law of Moses perfectly.
Do you pay your taxes spiritually?
Do I pay my taxes spiritually? No, I give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Okay. So when people say like I spiritually follow the law, that's like a really silly statement. Like if I gave you,
I didn't say I spiritually follow the law. I said that was already done for me.
What? Say that again.
I said I didn't say that I spiritually follow the law. I say that the perfect law keeping has already been done on my behalf by Christ.
Well, then you don't follow it.
Correct. I'm not bound by the law of Moses because Christ has upkept it. For my record of upkeeping the law or not has ceased to be and has been covered by the blood of Christ, and his record of law keeping stands in my place.
Yeah, and that's silly because God says to the people that you will obey the commandments of Moses. He didn't say
Correct.
someone is going to do it for you. He says, then you again shall obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments. It'd be silly. Like the most nonsensical thing ever is God say, listen, one day you're actually going to follow my laws. Gosh darn it. And then like 2,000 years later, like, well, I didn't really mean that. I just mean one person's going to follow the law for you. What a silly thing to believe.
But once again, I am with Paul making a distinction between the law of love and the remainder of the law. I do uphold the tripartite distinction.
But that's a cope.
It's not a cope.
It's a cope. You're just saying that the words don't mean words.
I'm not saying that the words don't mean words. I'm saying that there are laws that clearly belonged to a nation state, that there were laws that clearly belonged to ceremonial practices, and there were laws that were clearly statements about moral interactions with individuals.
Okay, we're talking about moral laws. Well, this whole conversation has been about the morality of slavery, and you're trying to run away from it. Slavery is not a ritualistic law. It's not a dietary law. It's a moral law, right? So again,
it's a societal law.
You're doing everything you can to run away from this law, and it just looks like you don't like it. Why can't you just stand 10 toes down?
Why should I say yes or no to somebody who could say yes or no, but for them it's just an opinion?
I'm asking you about your opinion objectively. I don't have objective morals. You do.
What does that have to do with my God being imaginary?
It has to do. What? Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, I was just saying, you are basically, whether you know it or not, your hesitancy to answer straightforwardly speaks volumes about what you really feel about these moral questions.
Right. Because it sounds like
I disagree.
Well,
it's not, my hesitancy is not speaking volumes about my moral takes on these questions. My hesitancy is speaking volumes about my willingness to be forced to give moral stances by people who can't account for moral stances.
All right, so I'm going to bring.
But you think they're moral?
Yeah, right. Listen. All we're trying to do is figure out if you think they're moral. I'm not saying my morals are better than yours. I'm just trying to figure out what yours actually are.
Right, and I told you, blanket statement: all things that God says are good, I am good with.
Okay.
But my point is, what does that matter to you if it's just opinion versus opinion?
Okay, so I'm going to bring you to the last verse then for the day, since you've already affirmed that everything God does is by definition good, because God can't do anything that's bad. You certainly remember the punishment that was given to David when he had Bathsheba's husband killed, right?
Yes.
What was the first punishment?
The first punishment, whenever he had Bathsheba's husband killed, was the death of his son.
And the second?
And the second, don't recall the second. Tell me the second.
Yep. It says,
Being a failed seminary, forgive me.
Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And then what happens? What happens to the wives?
Tell me.
Absalom comes in chapter 16, storms the palace in an attempt to coup his father and take over the throne. He takes the advice of Ahithophel, and Ahithophel is like, if you want to get all the people behind you, you got to go sleep with David's wives. He takes 10 of David's wives, takes them on top of the palace, and sleeps with them in front of all of Israel as a display of force over his father, which means what God said he was doing as a punishment came true.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what this means is that in your objective worldview, it was good for God to have 10 of David's wives raped.
Is that YouTube word? Can we use that?
Well, that particular word seems to be protected for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because...
Okay, I only ask because I hear people use the name of a fruit in its place all the time.
Yeah, well, on TikTok, it's not protected. They'll ban me on TikTok sometime tonight. I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
Okay, so 10 of David's wives, according to the story, got raped by Absalom when Absalom took over the palace. And God said, I'm causing this to happen, which means God directly caused the rape of David's wives, which you would have to affirm was a good thing.
I will go a step further and say that God has caused and ordained every single event that has ever taken place in all of the world.
Gotcha.
And he's not guilty of any evil in any of that.
Gotcha. And so you think it's just, like it's a form of justice for women?
I think that without the removal of secondary causes, God cannot be guilty of the actions of man.
Try this again. So God caused the rapes to happen, correct?
Yes, in the sense that he ordained them, but what do you mean by caused?
No,
it depends on your definition.
He says he's causing it, right? He says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your very eyes. In fact, lakach in Hebrew, when you read the passage, is in the causative stem. He's saying, I will cause your wives to be taken.
Right.
Right. So God is causing the women to be taken and raped as a punishment for what David did, which means God thinks...
And I said that's not an issue for me because I believe that he's caused everything. So I'm just saying that that's not an abnormal behavior in my mind. He's caused everything that's taking place.
But if Yahweh had not done anything, would
there's no such thing as Yahweh not doing anything in the worldview of a Christian.
Okay. So this happened as a consequence of God punishing David, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which means God thinks that it's adequate to punish an individual for their crime by harming somebody who didn't commit the crime. Did the wives commit the crime?
No, they did not.
Okay, so David committed the crime. So you think it's permissible then for David's wives who did not commit the crime to be punished by getting raped? That's okay?
Sorry, you actually used that word. I can't believe it happened in real life. I think that whatever way that God has chosen to carry out justice is just.
Okay.
That's correct.
So then I don't know why you can't say yes or no. So it is just to have women punished for their husband's crime.
By whom?
By God's causing.
By God's causing. What I'm saying is I'm making a distinction to say that the government of the U.S. can't do that to the wife of a man for his crimes.
But it's okay.
Does that make sense?
When God does it,
that's not within their sphere of authority, because it's a different sphere of authority. God is sovereign. All things which have taken place, whatsoever comes to pass, does so because he ordained it to take place.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question. We're talking about the definition of just at the moment, right? What do you think the definition of just means?
Just? In alignment with moral uprightness, especially in regards to making right wrong that have taken place.
Okay, and is it objectively just to make sure that people that commit the crimes receive punishment and people who don't commit the crimes don't receive the punishment?
Is it objectively just that people who don't commit the crimes? Okay, I'm there with you. Is it objectively just that people who don't commit the crimes receive punishment and the person who did doesn't? That's not what took place. David did, in fact, receive punishment by those things taking place.
The women did. The women got punished. They got raped.
The women got raped, but David also was punished by all of his wives being raped.
Yeah, but did they commit the crime?
Did they commit the crime? No.
Okay.
Do you think the women aren't being punished? Like, do you think like getting raped is not a punishment?
It is a punishment for David, and it has negative effects that splay beyond him because his sin causes more than him to be destroyed in the process.
Were the women being punished?
That didn't answer the question. Try again.
It's what I'm saying is that this thing taking place is a punishment toward David, but as well. I'm not disagreeing with you. The women are suffering a negative effect of his actions. Right, but I am saying that this is a punishment of David.
But did the women receive the punishment?
When you say, I just said that they received a negative act that was a punishment for David.
Okay, so God chose to have the women receive the punishment for David's sin.
Right, and you can't say that that's morally objectively wrong.
Again, I don't have objective morals. I don't know why you keep going to this. Like,
I just want to, because why does it matter for you?
So John, I just want to clarify, right? This is why we have these discussions, because throughout the discussion, you've demonstrated yourself to be a nice guy. And I bet in real life, you're really a great guy. But what you've also demonstrated that because of your worldview, because of your religion, you're committed to say crazy things like it's okay to have women raped if their husband commits a crime. That's insane in my worldview, even if you don't have objective morals. And I don't have objective morals, but I have enough common sense to know that if I'm married and my wife commits a crime, I shouldn't be raped for it. That just doesn't fit the definition of justice, right? So that's the problem with religion, is because you guys appeal to these objective morals, but in real life, you don't want them. You don't want this to be objectively moral. You don't think that it's objectively moral for people to be punished for crimes they never committed, but you're willing to double down when God does it, which means you're noticing that it's inherently contradictory. In Deuteronomy 32:4, when it says that all of God's ways are just and right, and then we read cases where he's not doing justice, those are problems you have to deal with, not me.
God did justice there. He executed justice against David, and God
it was justice to have David's wives raped.
His wives.
And I'm not the one with an internal consistency, my friend.
Yeah.
You just said I don't believe in objective morals, and this is insane. You made an objective moral claim about something.
Again, John, I've never made an objective moral claim.
Morals.
I've never made one.
You said this is insane. I have enough common sense to know that this is insane.
We don't think that's objective.
So again, John, I don't believe in objective morals. I don't know why you keep putting that on me.
Because my point is, you make statements as though you believe in objective morals.
No, I did not.
No,
okay, well, John, I did not. I prefaced this conversation. John, pay attention. John, pay attention. I've said it twice. I prefaced this conversation by telling you every moral claim I make is subjective. Every single one. That's why I went through the whole thing. I said, everyone here watching this already knows my stream. They already know my position. They already know that all my moral claims are subjective. And I told you twice now, I don't believe in objective morals. You do. So when I say what happened to David's wives is unjust, I'm using my own subjective, rational thinking capacity to come to that conclusion. And the reason why this is a good argument for me is because the word just has a definition. And the definition of just isn't arbitrary and it doesn't change. If the definition of justice entails that the person who committed the crime gets punished for it, and the people who didn't commit the crime don't get punished for it, that means objectively, in your worldview, God violated his own idea of justice.
Incorrect. So two things. I do hear you when you say I don't believe in objective morals. I'm not claiming that you do. I'm claiming that you make claims that make it sound like you do. And maybe that's a mistake on my part, but let me say it this way. When you say that's insane, and then when, fill in the blank Jeremy on the other side says, actually, that's not insane. I like that system. Who gets dominance in that? Who gets to be right?
Right.
How do you determine whose system is better?
So all's your
question.
Go ahead, Dalton.
No, you go.
All you're doing is saying you don't like how subjective morals work, but you can't actually demonstrate that objective morals do work, because the minute I read the objective morals, you try to diminish them, you try to run away with them. You finally, after like an hour of conversation, we got you to kind of double down on some of them. But the reality is everybody, whether they like it or not, are kind of operating on subjective morals. They just don't like to admit that they're operating on subjective morals, which is why if I poll 100 Christians today, 100 Christians are going to tell me that slavery is objectively, morally wrong. The reality is their book says the opposite. They're sort of saying it because they're using subjective morals. They just don't know that they're using subjective morals, right? So like, I get it. You can say, I don't like subjective morals because it means this person's opinion has to carry weight. Like my opinion has to carry weight. And listen, I don't care if you like.
What I'm saying is that none of them carry any weight.
But that's the thing is,
real quick, Justin, thank you for having me on tonight. Had so much fun. My sister's home. We're going to watch a movie. But hopefully we can do this again. And this was a good, like, first day back at work sort of situation. So thank you.
Dalton, I loved having you. Thank you so much for being here. And guys, make sure you're following my friend Bible Guy, the Bible Guy, Dalton. He's 1 in a million. He's been gracious enough to be like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours tonight. Thanks for being with us.
Life. Okay. See you.
See you, buddy. Okay, so I get it. You're saying like in subjective morals, there are things we don't like about it, right? The thing that we don't like about it is that this person who has horrible opinions, like I can't objectively say that their opinion is bad, and I want to. And I get that. I understand that tension, but the reality is until someone can demonstrate that objective morals do exist, we're stuck in subjective land.
Except we all know that they exist. And you've made appeals like that all throughout the night. When you said,
we don't.
I have enough common sense. That's an appeal to I just know.
No, it's common sense is an appeal to things that are in agreement. It appeals to what is common. It has nothing to do with objective.
Right, but why does it matter what's common? Again, it's a value statement. You are assuming that women are valuable, that men are valuable, that children are valuable, that they have some deserving nature of respect and value. And those are just all things that your worldview can't account for.
Yeah, they can.
For me,
they can be accounted for. I don't know why you keep saying they can't be accounted for. They can be accounted for. I don't need objective morals to account for it.
Okay, so when you say I account for, how do you claim to account for it so that I can make this set up properly?
It's easy. You can even take the most base, selfish argument in the world. I can say, I don't want to be harmed. I don't like being harmed. It is in my best interest to live in a society where we agree not to harm each other. That's it.
Right. So, okay. All right. So take that base selfish argument that you've talked about, right? Like you're saying my foundation of why humans are valuable or at the very least deserve not to be harmed is just because I wouldn't want it to happen to me. And so I won't do it to other
I didn't
people.
say anything about human value yet. You keep adding that.
I know. I said at the let's just take it down and say at the very least, like humans shouldn't be harmed. Is that fair?
Now, again, I
As
didn't
a part of that argument.
I mean, I agree with that statement, but that's not the argument I'm making. What I'm saying is, in order to get to subjective morals, all you need are preferences. That's it. That's all you need to start with.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is you just made a statement that said I can use the most base argument, the most selfish argument that just says I wouldn't want to be harmed, so I'm not going to harm other people. All right, so we're going on, at least people shouldn't be harmed. That's a statement. Fair?
I didn't say should. I don't know why you keep putting that on me. I did not say that people shouldn't be harmed. What I said is, in this argument, it is in my best interest to live in a society where we agree not to harm each other.
Okay, so in your best interest to not harm each other, that's your statement and argument. So when somebody else comes and says it is in my best interest that we harm each other, I'm the biggest, I'm the strongest, I'm the fastest, I'm the smartest, so it's in my best interest that we harm each other. Neither of you are right, and neither of you are wrong.
No, I'm right. Want me to tell you how?
Please.
Because if you're dead, you have no interest, which means if it's in our best interest to harm each other and I harm you, you no longer have any interest, you're dead.
But why does it matter if you're dead?
Because you have no
Everybody
interest.
who came first was dead.
It's definitional. If it's in your best interest to do something, you have no interest if you're dead.
So you have now found your ethos. You found the thing that is your highest value. It's best interest.
It's the highest value to everybody, whether you want to admit it or not. The highest value to everybody is your own well-being. And it starts with a simple statement. Hey, I don't like to get harmed. That's it.
But best interest could be subjective per person.
I know it's subjective per person. Thank you for saying that.
Right.
I've told you 100 times.
And no one is right.
No, wrong again. Wrong again. Well,
not wrong. You're saying mine is not valuable, theirs is not valuable, but one of them's right.
Well, we'll try this again. If my moral system is that I don't think harming myself is good, that is a framework for my personal moral system. That's it. I'm not saying that that's right for your moral system. I'm saying it's right for my moral system. If somebody comes along later and says it's in my best interest to be harmed, that's their problem. They'll be dead soon. I don't care about that. If they want to go harm themselves, let them harm themselves.
But correct. So what you just said is what I've been saying, right? That you can't make a statement that one is better than the other.
No, I can.
You can't.
Because only one of them works.
It's best interest for my moral system, not for our moral system.
Only one of them works. If your actual moral system is based on I like being harmed, then you die, your genes don't carry on, humanity no longer lives. If humanity no longer lives, my best interest is no longer being served either. So it is in my best interest. It is in my best interest to make sure that others aren't harmed as well.
No. So, but you're taking from the weaker argument. You're saying, well, if I'm not capable of protecting myself, and I want, or I'm masochistic in some way, and I want to be harmed, I won't last long. You're not acknowledging the biggest, strongest argument. What about the guy who says, I want to harm? That's my best interest, and I'll dominate via harming.
Yeah, then as a society, we will collectively come together and lock them up. We'll put you in a white Snuggie jacket and we'll put you away.
Right. So what you just said was our subjective value system triumphed over his subjective value system just because there's enough of us.
That's how subjective values work. You finally figured out. Yeah, subjective values are collective. We determine as a society what we subjectively value. We determined as a society back in 1886 that we don't value slavery anymore and that we're not going to tolerate it anymore, against what the Bible says, against what Christians said, against what the Southern Baptist Convention said, against what Ambrose of Milan said. We used our own subjective morals to come to the conclusion that slavery is not going to be permitted anymore, which is really interesting because you don't have a problem with slavery, which is why as a subjective moralist,
and you can't have a problem with
which
slavery.
Is why,
you can have a personal problem
which is why as a as a subjective moralist, I prefer subjective morals, because we can look at you and say, yeah, your book says things that nobody likes. Nobody thinks your book is objectively true, and everybody's already using subjective morals. In fact, when your book was written, the person who wrote that used their own subjective moral system to determine what they thought God would say.
Obviously, that's not what I believe according to the doctrine of inspiration, right? And that's not the conversation that we're having at all. So then you just said, right, like our society subjectively came together and said this. So, but what about the other subjective societies who come to the completely different conclusion? The murder is okay.
They're all dead now.
Slavery is okay.
No, they're all dead.
So they're not all dead. Does slavery not continue to exist in the world today?
Not in the form we see it in the Bible, no.
There's no place in the world where there's any slavery today.
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, so there's no societies where slavery exists?
I didn't say that either. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Sorry, you said they're all dead.
The societies that collectively believed that slavery was good, it was necessary for humanity, they don't exist anymore.
Okay.
Even in societies where there are slaves, like in some of the Arab countries, most of those countries have laws against it. The people doing it are literally breaking the laws, and people in power are looking the other way. As a society,
so then don't make it a geographic question of like this country versus that country. Make it a historiographic country, or a historiographic question. I mean to say a now country versus a then country. why does this country in this time frame have any authority to look at this country in this time frame and say my way is better?
Because we've actually proven it to be better. For example, if you're
hold on.
you're gonna let me it's gonna let me answer or what?
Yeah, sorry, continue. Finish.
Do you not think we have measuring tools? Do you not think we can measure whether or not something is preferable or not?
Of course you can.
Okay. So if we can measure,
tools are assuming values.
If we can measure that societies are better when they don't enslave each other, when they don't harm each other, then what we can do is actually appeal to those measures. And if a society agrees that well-being, like actual being, is a value that we cherish, then it's not hard to measure what well-being is.
But again, you have now placed value upon well-being.
I know, because I have subjective morals. I don't know why you keep having a problem with this. This is very easy. I don't believe in objective morals. I can only, John, I can only appeal to subjective morals. Until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist and where I can find them, then it's useless. And you've already demonstrated that you think slavery is not objectively immoral. You think that having women raped is not objectively immoral. So I'm not inclined as a thinking agent to believe that the objective morals are in the Bible.
So what you just said is, I don't believe in objective morals, and this place that objective morals claim to come from, I don't like the morals that come from it, so they don't exist.
No, I'm saying it's irrational to believe that I have to change the definition of justice to believe that this God is an actual moral agent. I don't think that's a good argument.
Change the definition of justice.
Well, the definition of justice entails that people who didn't commit the crime don't get punished for it.
No, the definition of justice entails that the person who committed the crime gets punished for it. Sometimes the crimes of individuals cause problems for other individuals. And the justice of God would also demand that Absalom be punished also for raping those women. So he's also to die.
Well, we'll try this again. You
could not, from your subjective system,
John,
look at that.
John,
I can say with absolute
John, pay
surety
attention.
that he has to
John,
die
you've
now.
made a huge error. You're assuming that what happened to the women were necessary. It was a necessary side effect of God administering the punishment, but it's not. God chose the punishment. God didn't have God didn't have to punish the women. He chose to.
I have no issue with that.
So you're trying to compare what happened to the women like what happens to a family. Like if I get locked up in prison because I committed a crime, yes, there will be negative repercussions on my child. I get that. That's not what's happening here. God chose specifically to do harm to the women, and he did not have to.
Right, but did I not clarify earlier my position on God's choosing of things that take place?
I'm sure you did. Maybe you can clarify how God's choice to having the women raped is good.
I did not say that. I'm making a claim about what things God has chosen.
Was it just?
Right? Maybe I'm not communicating right.
I don't think you are.
The question you keep asking is not relevant to what I'm saying.
So John, I'm going to make this really easy. I'm asking about what it means to administer justice. It either has a meaning or it doesn't. Does it have a meaning?
Yes.
Does the meaning change?
No, but
okay.
Do you think it does?
Does the meaning? No? I'm talking about definitions now. I'm not talking about values.
Right.
I'm talking about definitions, not values. So
I know, are definitions objective?
I think definitions have objective ideas, even though we determine what the meanings are.
See that even then so again, you want to get mad at me because I have to embrace the moral claims of the Bible, but you can't say that definitions exist.
I just did.
You said that we have to assign the meaning.
Yes.
So an apple's not an apple outside of us.
No, it is. So an apple is an apple. We determined that the word apple means apple. The apple still exists.
I said that at the beginning.
The apple still exists. The idea of what an apple is, like when we said an apple is this thing I'm holding, like if I said this is a screwdriver, right?
Right.
Okay. It's just objectively true that the thing that I'm holding in my hand is what we decided is a screwdriver.
But could the screwdriver not suddenly be something else?
Do you think that things spontaneously change into other objects? I mean,
No,
technically
I
they
don't
do.
think so, because
Okay.
I have
So
the principle of induction to rely upon, that the future will be like the past.
right. So,
but you, in your subjective world, don't have that luxury, right?
Right.
And you talked about this at the beginning
No,
with
we
the brain
do.
and the van idea, because
We do.
you have no way to demonstrate
do.
that the world didn't start 5 seconds ago with the appearance of a past.
Subjectivity has nothing to do with the conformity of nature. So what I'm asking you about is whether or not the word justice, like the meaning of justice, is objective or subjective, right? Now, to me,
Yeah, and it can only have an objective meaning if it's from God.
the meaning of the word is something that we
Correct.
supplied, but the idea of the word is not something that changes. The idea, like the idea
So
of
then where does it exist from?
we created it, but the idea itself doesn't change.
So we created the concept and the words.
We created the words to describe a concept that is constant, just like gravity is a constant. We created words to describe gravity. Gravity is something that is a constant. We created a word to describe an idea. That idea is justice. What justice means as an idea is that you get what you deserve.
Perhaps. Yeah, I think I could deal with that definition. Yeah.
Is there any world in which justice would be defined as you get punished for what you don't deserve?
You get punished for what you don't deserve. Apparently so, because the whole crux of my faith is that an individual who did not deserve to die died on my behalf.
Right, yeah. Which means in your worldview, you live in a society where you're okay, where the legal system says only the person who committed the crime receives the punishment. But on another hand, you're okay. You said it's okay when God punishes people. Like, so when humans do this thing, when humans punish people who didn't commit the crime, that's injustice. When God does it, it's justice.
Because there's a difference in a governmental system and God.
What's the
you're
difference?
dealing in sphere sovereignty differences. One is the sovereign of the universe, and one is
The sovereignty is
nation
irrelevant.
state.
We're talking about the actual
It's
action.
not irrelevant.
No, we're not talking
He
about
ordained the same thing
sovereignty.
David did that
Is
he can punish
irrelevant in
for,
this
and
discussion.
punishment,
Sovereignty
and
has
punishment
nothing to
as
do
well.
with the definition of justice.
It absolutely
No,
does.
it doesn't. The definition of justice is not based on somebody's authority.
It has to be based on somebody's authority, or it means nothing.
No, it doesn't. No. The definition.
Yeah, because you hold on.
John,
you getting what you deserve.
pay attention. The administration of justice does not depend on somebody's authority. If the definition of justice doesn't change, it doesn't matter what authority you have. You must administer justice properly.
But I want to point out that you have said, right, the objective definition of justice is getting what you deserve. Getting what you deserve insinuates that doing wrong means that you should receive something negative for that, and doing right means that you should receive something positive for that. And so you're borrowing again from my objective worldview standards in order to say that it's wrong for these women to be punished for things they didn't do, and a man to not be punished for what he's done.
I'm not doing that at all. I'm pointing out the contradiction in your worldview. In your worldview, God is perfectly just. It says it over and over again in the Bible, which means for God to be perfectly just, you must admit that it's perfectly just to punish women for crimes they did not commit.
You can't account for what just means.
I don't have to. Your book does. Your book says that God is perfectly just, which means if you're honest, John, for 5 seconds, you must admit that it is always just if somebody punishes women for the crimes of their husband.
No, it is not. It is just if God chooses to do
then it's a contradiction. No, the definition. Nope.
Humans God.
John, the definition of just has nothing to do with who's administering it.
It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
It has a direct relationship.
No,
to do with
it does not. No, it doesn't. Justice is a
because now you're into the conversation about hell.
No, justice
right?
is
like
justice.
How can eternal fire be justified by the actions of a limited
I didn't
life?
say anything about hell.
I know you didn't. I'm saying ultimately what we're saying is, right, if justice is getting what the person deserves,
John,
right, then
I didn't say
reflect.
anything about hell. I'm not going to let you pivot
I
in the middle of
know
this
you did not.
conversation.
I'm not pivoting.
You told me that the objective definition of justice means that you get what you deserve. This is describing a process. And the process has nothing to do with who is administering the justice. The definition of justice doesn't change based on who's administering it. Doesn't if my mom's doing it, the judge is doing it, a cop is doing it, who's ever administering the justice, it doesn't matter who's doing it. It's the process itself that we're describing. So if
Correct.
the process of justice entails that people who commit the crime are the only ones that get punished for it, then that means what God did is not just.
I am saying that the way, the allotment, the fence lines within which certain individuals are allowed to administer justice, what that methodology looks like is different in different spheres.
No, it's not.
In the family sphere, a father has the right to discipline his child, but can't throw him in jail. In the church sphere, a pastor has the right
doesn't
to
address it.
execute
John, that
a
doesn't address
person,
my argument.
but not to put them in jail.
John, that doesn't address my argument.
Hold on, I'm not done. A government can execute by putting someone in jail or executing them for their crimes, but they cannot punish another individual for the wrongdoings of that person. God can execute justice by exhibiting whatever punishment he sees fit.
That's not justice, it's arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary, and you can't
you just
to be arbitrary because
you just
said
defined arbitrary justice.
One deserves.
If justice is whatever God decides, it's not based on what one deserves, then it's arbitrary. You've just described arbitrary justice.
Justice is both getting what one deserves and it's what God decides, because it means nothing otherwise. Because in order for somebody to deserve something, it is both. Because in order for someone to deserve something, you're assuming that there is a deserving that comes from certain actions.
No, I didn't say anything about the deservingness of other actions. And again, I'm going to draw you right back to the talking point that you tried to flop away from, which is it doesn't matter that the types of punishments differ from authority to authority. We're talking about what it means to be just. I'm not asking, can parents administer different punishments? I'm asking, is it just to administer punishments to people who haven't done the crime? It's entirely different than asking, what level of justice am I capable of administering?
And I'm saying that God did not administer punishments to the women.
He did.
He administered Hold on. He administered punishments to David in his wives being raped. His wives got raped, which is a wrong thing to happen to them, but they were not being, you can't be punished for an action that you didn't commit. Does that make sense?
They did. We'll try this again, John. This is last time. John,
you're just not receiving what I'm saying.
This is the last time I need you to be honest. I will not let you get up here and lie to me. I've read this 3 times. In fact, prior to this conversation, I've read it 500 times. So I'm going to read it very slowly for you. God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. You did it secretly, but I will do this thing. I don't know why my screen just flashed like that. God says, I will do the thing. I'm doing it. God did it. God caused it to happen.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Which means God is doing what is objectively unjust according to your definition of justice that you presented at the beginning of this argument. If justice always entails that only the person who committed the crime gets punished, then that means what happened to these women is not just. If justice doesn't always entail that, then you must agree that it's okay for people who didn't commit the crime to receive the punishment.
You're not allowing me to use the words that I'm using. You're trying to force me to use the words that you're using. I am saying, yes, God did all of those things.
Did God cause it as a punishment?
He did. Yes, cause, did, executed, ordained.
So then were the women punished?
The women were not punished.
Were they harmed?
The women were harmed.
They were punished.
Yes. That's a difference.
No,
they were punished.
No bullshit, John. You're lying to me. They were punished.
They received.
John, if you commit a crime and the judge locks up your brother, is your brother being punished?
No, he's being harmed because he can't be punished for a thing.
Are you kidding me? The lies you have to tell yourself right now. Try this again. We'll try this. We'll try this.
You're not using the right terminology.
We'll try this. John, stop lying to me. I'm not here for
I'm
it.
not lying.
You need to actually be a real Christian right now and stop lying. If you commit a
I'm
crime,
100% telling the truth,
if
and
you
won't
commit a
allow language to
crime
mean what it
and a
means.
judge locks up your brother, who got punished?
No one got punished. My
Okay.
brother got unjustly harmed.
No, you just said it's just to do that.
It's not just for a judge to do that.
So, okay,
It is just
okay,
for God
okay,
to do
so
that.
so again, it's not just for it to happen in the real world, only in God's world, which means you have two different definitions of justice.
Because there are different
And this
spheres
conversation
of authority.
has gone way too long, John. I'm tired of you lying to my face. You're the reason why Christians say you're dangerous. You are dangerous because you're okay with God harming individuals who never did anything. You're okay with God saying you can own slaves. You're okay with God saying that women can be raped for crimes they never committed. You're dangerous. I hope you lay awake at night. No one can hear you, John. You're muted. You're muted. No one can hear you. John, no one can hear you. You're muted. You are dangerous because you think it's okay when your sky fairy says that raping women is justice. Raping women will never be justice in any moral system today. It doesn't matter what you want to describe. You're a red flag. I hope your mother watches this and you can explain to your mother why you think it's okay for her to be raped. Have the day you deserve. And religion rots your brain. We've said it 100 times. Religion is brain rot. That's it. I have no idea. I have no idea at all why they'll ever think it's okay for God to have women raped and then call it justice. Not in a million years. Not in a million years. I'll never do it. Never do it. Tay, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
I am a theist. I'm a Christian, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I like how he actually just says he's a Christian rather than hiding it like the last guest. Okay, what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Real quick, before I go into that, I just want to let you all know, I have my Bible teacher in the background, so if you hear any like voices or anything, that's just who it is.
Sure.
But yeah, my I guess best argument would be miracles. Like, how do you explain miracles?
Well, I don't have to explain them because they exist in every religion and none of them are ever documented properly. So if I accepted your miracle claims, I would also have to accept the miracle claims of the Hindus and people who practice other religions. Is it your position that the Hindu miracles are real?
No, sir.
Okay, so then I reject Christian miracles for the same reason that you reject Hindu miracles.
I reject Hindu miracles because the God that I believe in is true and he's all powerful.
Cool. What's the evidence for that?
What's the evidence for God being all powerful?
Yeah. Well, you'd have to substantiate that he exists and then demonstrate that he's all powerful.
Okay, well, God exists, like I said, for one, because of miracles. But we don't have to talk about miracles. But if I'm going to prove miracles,
that's become circular now.
No, what's that?
That would be circular. If you're saying God exists because miracles and miracles exist because God, that's a circular argument.
Okay, well, my bad. I'll try again. Okay, so miracles, you said they weren't documented, right?
Yeah,
Something like that, they were documented improperly.
I've never seen a single miracle that was ever properly documented by a doctor that could ever confirm that it was in fact a miracle from God. There are like medical anomalies that exist. That again, they exist in every religion. Every religion claims that when there's a medical anomaly that it's because their God caused it, but there's no actual demonstrable causal link between the medical anomaly and their deity.
Okay, so from my worldview, like I said, in one way, yeah, whatever, miracles. So the reason I believe miracles are true, like you said, yeah, I haven't seen any documented miracles by doctors, like modern doctors. I haven't seen any, but I do have personal experience. I have a friend, his name's Lincoln. He had a form of meningitis 3 times, and he survived, I guess, every single one of them. Like, and there was no, I guess, what's the right word? No lasting effects on him. Like it didn't change him or anything like that.
Are you aware that people survive illnesses all the time and it's not demonstration that a God exists? Because, so for example, like 10% statistically of all cancer cases go into spontaneous remission. But when it happens to a Christian, they automatically assume that it's because their God is real, but that's just fallacious reasoning. So again, like you can demonstrate that there are like some weird medical oddities, but just because medical oddities exist doesn't mean that your God is real. It's still incumbent on you to demonstrate the causal link between the medical phenomenon and your deity existing.
Prayer for one.
Oh, have we done any studies on prayer before?
I don't know.
We have, and it comes out to a wash. People who are being prayed for have exactly the same rate of recovery and wellness as the people not being prayed for. And we've done dozens of meta-studies on this.
Okay, but that doesn't deny prayer working, though.
It does, yes. If we pray for a group of people and then we don't pray for another group of people and they have the same statistical outcome, then yes, it demonstrates that prayer doesn't do anything. Thank you for the jellyfish, by the way, Parker.
So you're saying if prayer doesn't work for one person, but it works for another, prayer doesn't work?
No, for a whole group of people. If we've got 1,000 people and we pray for 500 of them, and then we don't pray for the other 500, and those two groups of 500 have the same outcomes, that's evidence that prayer doesn't do anything. Because if praying for somebody is indistinguishable from not praying for them, then prayer is useless.
Hold on. Okay, so in the Christian worldview, the way that prayer works, prayer doesn't always have to be answered because God doesn't need to answer our prayers. So we'll establish that first.
So then prayer can't be evidence over God if prayer doesn't actually work. So now you're just making excuses.
No.
So now you're just making excuses for why prayer doesn't work. I want to help you understand this point. If your point is that prayer is evidence that God is real, but then you have to follow it up with, well, it's evidence except it doesn't actually work because God doesn't have to answer your prayer, then that's not good evidence. It either works or it doesn't.
Okay, so I said God was all-powerful like the first minute I came in here.
Yes.
With God being all-powerful, that means he doesn't have to answer all of our prayers. Like, for example, if I pray that I can successfully steal that candy bar, and then something happens and I don't get to steal that candy bar, that'd be like me going to blame God for committing a sin. Well,
no, not even close. Tay, you don't understand your own argument. Your argument is that prayer demonstrates the existence for God. But then when we look at the meta-studies on prayer, you have the same exact outcomes for people not being prayed for, which means prayer literally cannot be evidence of your deity. And because now you know that you have the same statistical likelihood of prayer working as prayer not working, now you're making excuses for why prayer doesn't work. So if you have to make excuses for why prayer doesn't work, then you're just admitting that prayer doesn't work and it's not evidence of your God.
It's not an excuse. I'm just explaining to you how it is.
Does a group of people being prayed for have the same statistical outcome as people not being prayed for?
Repeat that question one more time. Sorry.
Thank you for the hat, Mr. Skeptic. Good to see ya. Okay, so do groups of people being prayed for have the same statistical outcomes of people not being prayed for?
I do not know.
They don't. They don't. So we've done dozens of meta-studies on this. There's been papers and research done on this. People that are being prayed for have no statistical advantage over people not being prayed for. So prayer literally cannot be evidence for God if your chances of getting better are exactly the same as the chances who aren't being prayed for.
Dude, do you just want to talk to my Bible teacher?
You're welcome.
You could explain this better.
You're welcome to put him on.
Okay. Yo, here you go, man. His name's Ron, by the way.
His name's Ron? Yeah. What are his qualifications as a Bible teacher?
What qualifications are you looking for?
Well, I'm just asking, do you have any qualifications? Because he called you a Bible teacher. I wanted to know if you teach at an actual university or you teach at a church.
Well, I've read the Bible through 135 times or more.
Okay, so no qualifications.
No, hold on. You cut me off. I have a Bachelor of Divinity and a Master's of Theology. I have a doctorate in Christian education and a PhD.
Fantastic.
But
So
that
you
doesn't
do have
qualify me.
qualifications.
But that doesn't qualify me as a Bible teacher unless I can teach the Bible.
No, it's just whether or not you have an education that would warrant your actual practice. And it sounds like you actually do have some education. So I would love to hear a rational justification for why the Christian God is real.
Well, let me ask you this before I answer that, because you asked for the qualifications. Jesus Christ wasn't educated.
Yeah, but according to your theory, he doesn't need to be educated. Although, in my position, the fact that Jesus Christ wasn't educated actually helps my position, because I can look at the Bible and see where if you believe Jesus actually spoke the words that he spoke, then it's clear he's not educated and he doesn't actually understand what's in the Old Testament. But I don't actually believe when Jesus speaks in the Gospels that those are his words. Those are just words that people put on his mouth, and that's fine.
Were you raised a Christian?
I had 12 years of Catholic schooling. I was a Christian myself for 20 years. I went to Bible college and seminary.
Now, when you say Christian, you're talking about a Catholic?
Nope, Christian. That's why I said Christian, not Catholic.
Okay, so you didn't go to Catholic school?
I went to Catholic school for 12 years. I didn't go to a Catholic seminary.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
So what would be the evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I'd have to find the groundwork, because I was listening to you talk to Tay, and you were saying you couldn't believe any of that because you didn't, as far as miracles, because you've never read or never found any doctor or physician that could attest to that a miracle. But what you failed in your Christian education is that Luke wrote the longest gospel in the Bible, and he was a physician, and he attested to every one of the miracles because he was an eyewitness to most of them.
Well, that has nothing to do with the topic of miracles. That has to do with the topic of whether or not you believe Luke was a trustworthy eyewitness. So,
yeah, but you said he wasn't trustworthy.
I didn't say that at all.
He didn't have a doctor or a physician. He was a doctor.
Well, that's if you think Luke wrote Luke.
Well, if you're going to make up your decision,
do you see how all of your decisions are based on assumptions? So
No,
even if Luke wrote Luke, he wasn't an eyewitness to Jesus's life.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
But then you really haven't read your Bible.
I have read the Bible. Luke wasn't one of the disciples. Luke was Luke was a traveling companion of Paul and his physician according to history, but the Bible doesn't explicitly tell you that. So
No,
I know
that's
that I know that Luke is an actual person. So I know that Luke
if you knew Luke,
So I know that Luke is an actual person that's listed in the Bible. We have tangential evidence that he could have been the actual author of Luke, but that doesn't mean he was an eyewitness to Jesus' life. He doesn't even claim to be an eyewitness to Jesus' life.
that's not true.
Okay, then show me in the Gospel of Luke where he claims
Luke
to...
chapter 1.
All right, Luke chapter 1.
Verse 1, Luke wrote, "For as much as many have taken in mind to set forth in order a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word of God, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee in order." And then he started with the birth of Christ.
Fantastic.
Now, was he lying?
So we're going to read this slowly since you couldn't read it appropriately the first time. It says, "Since many have undertaken to compile a narrative about the events that had been fulfilled among us,
You're not reading out of the Bible I'm reading from.
just as they were handed on to us by those from the beginning were eyewitnesses." Did he say he was one of the eyewitnesses, or does he say that he's receiving testimony from people claiming to be eyewitnesses?
Well, it's difficult because you're not reading it appropriately.
I am reading it appropriately. I'm reading in the New Revised Standard Version, which is the the standard version that you would get handed if you went to an actual Bible college or seminary that's even accredited. So now I'm starting. So now I'm starting to. So now I'm starting to doubt.
King James before I ever got there.
So you didn't go to a real college. You went to like Pensacola, didn't you? What's the name of the Bible college and seminary that you attended? Because I'm willing to bet money they weren't accredited.
Oh, well, let's play that game. Okay, you asked first, so you answer.
I called it. I called it.
What?
I went to Bethel University and then I went to Ashland Seminary, both accredited, respectable institutions.
Oh, I see. Okay. So that makes you wiser than everybody else.
Where'd you go to?
Why is that important? Because you can
why are you hiding it, Tay? Why are you so afraid that you graduated from Bob Jones University?
No, I didn't graduate from Bob Jones University.
Pensacola?
No, I didn't graduate from Pensacola Christian College. I didn't.
Sam Gipp University?
No, I don't even know who that university is.
It's not a real university. It's a guy who taught in a church basement who was a King James onlyist. Do you think there's a reason why no accredited universities actually tell you to read the King James Bible?
Is there a reason you get all upset because of somebody answering you?
I'm waiting for the answer.
We don't like liars.
I want the answer. I'm waiting for it. Where'd you go to?
I just read you the verse down there.
I want to know where you went to school at.
Now see, you keep changing the subject.
Tay,
you get stumped.
Tay, I'm about to read Luke with you, but I want to know where you went to school at first, because I think you're lying to the class.
No, you don't know.
Did you attend an accredited university, or did you attend a basement church?
No, I did not attend a basement church. I've never been to a church in a basement.
Fantastic. So I want to know where you got your credentials at.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that because you're not going to believe it.
Fantastic. Okay, so we got a.
Just prove their point. Why are such liars?
We got a basement university.
You're not going to take the Bible.
We got a basement university King James onlyist guy on the chat. Let's go ahead and read the book.
So, you don't know what you're talking about.
Does Luke in chapter 1 claim to be one of the eyewitnesses, or does he claim to be collecting the accounts of other people who were eyewitnesses?
No, he said those folks were from the beginning eyewitnesses and ministers.
Yes.
But he said he had perfect understanding. Was he lying?
He had perfect understanding of what he received.
Okay, well that's more than you've received.
Well, that's irrelevant. I'm not claiming to be receiving witnesses from anybody. So to the point that you brought up, Luke.
You were talking about the testimony of other archaeologists that.
Tay, I don't know why you can't use the Holy Spirit to let me talk. I need you to have a little bit of Holy Spirit patience so we can have a conversation here.
Well, hold it. You don't believe in the Holy Spirit, isn't that right?
You do. So I need you to invoke your Holy Spirit so that I can get a word out. So the point was that you said Luke was an eyewitness. Luke clearly wasn't an eyewitness, and he doesn't claim to be an eyewitness. He claims to be.
You didn't hear me say.
He claims to be collecting and compiling the testimony of others who would have been eyewitnesses.
I didn't say he was an eyewitness. I just read you that he said he talked to some eyewitnesses.
No, you started this. Okay, for everybody in the chat who is here, did this fake professor tell us that Luke was an eyewitness before we started reading Luke?
Yes.
No.
Let's hear it. Let's put a 1 in the chat if the fake professor with no credentials lied on this.
No, you're recording it. Just go back and play the recording.
It's on YouTube. It's being recorded right now.
We will.
Okay.
It's not just the people
all
here.
I did
People
was
on
read you
YouTube
a
can see
verse.
it too.
It's 1,000,000% going to be clipped. Okay, so who is the next eyewitness that demonstrates that your God is real?
Well, you didn't take the first one. He was a physician. You said you wouldn't believe it if it wasn't documented by a doctor.
I said eyewitness, and I didn't say documented by a doctor. What's your evidence that Luke even existed?
You did say doctor.
Who's your evidence? I'm sorry, what is your evidence that Luke was even the doctor who wrote the Gospel of Luke?
Because the Bible calls him the beloved physician. Now, is the Bible?
I know, but how do you know? But how do you know that the doctor that is mentioned is the guy who wrote the book? Because nowhere in the book is there any attribution of authorship.
No, that's not true either.
Okay, find it for me. Show me in the book where it says, I, Luke, wrote this, or this is the handwriting of Luke, or I am the Luke that's mentioned elsewhere.
Well, he said right there, for as much as many, and he goes down there and talks about them being first witnesses. And then it said, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee.
Yes, and who's me?
Wrote that.
And who is me?
Luke.
How do you know? How do you know that me is Luke?
How do you know it's not?
Exactly. Thank you. So the author is not claimed anywhere in the book. So you can't tell me that you know Luke wrote it when there's no author identified, which is baffling to me.
I write unto you.
Which is baffling to me because I've read the ancient Roman and Greek writings from historians, and they almost nearly always identify themselves. It's wild to me that you've got these fanciful stories that are the foundational mythology for Christianity, but the author couldn't bother to identify himself.
He just identified it, and you're not going to accept that.
Okay, show me where the author identifies himself as Luke.
Luke chapter 1, verse 3. I write unto thee in order, most excellent Theophilus.
Okay,
he didn't say,
is I a name? Is I a name?
It's a pronoun.
Well, I've heard you use it several times tonight.
Is I a name?
Well, if it's in reference to you, it may not be.
This is very simple. I want to know how you connect I and me to Luke. Where can I find Luke in this?
Sir, have you lost your mind?
It sounds to me like you're getting a little hot under the collar now that you've been pressed.
No, I just asked
because
a question.
people that don't go to your church don't believe your blatant lies or your fake education.
No, you don't know that or not. You don't even know what church I'm with.
I can know that you're with a garbage church that has a pastor with no credentials, which is why you think the King James Bible is the correct Bible.
No, that's not true. My wife is sitting there. She can testify to that.
I'm sure.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up because you got nothing sensible to say.
I was a Christian long enough to know that people that believe the King James Bible is the only true English translation are a joke.
Nah, you don't know that.
I do know that.
Nah, you're just making up things.
Is every other version a perversion?
You tell me. You're the one who's supposed to be the expert.
I'm asking you your opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. Is every other version a perversion?
Every other version of what?
Every other English version of the Bible. Is it a perversion?
No, I wouldn't call it a perversion.
I love these.
Why would you call them perversion?
I love the King James onlyists. I'm using one of your slogans. Maybe you're not familiar with this one.
You just read from your version of the Bible. Is that a perversion?
No, I don't think you understand the point that I'm raising. There's a popular saying among King James onlyists, and the saying is every other version than the King James version is a perversion. Have you never heard this one?
I'm asking you. I just asked you.
I asked Tay.
You just read from.
Tay, I need you to focus and listen to my words. I asked you a simple question. Have you ever heard of this saying? It's a yes or no question.
I need you to really focus. No, I haven't.
Fantastic. So I'll explain it to you. Among King James onlyists, they believe that every other English translation is an improper translation. There's an old saying that popped up that says every other version is a perversion. Now, I assumed that you knew that because it's such a popular saying. I shouldn't have assumed. That's my bad. But fact of the matter is, I've never met a King James onlyist that had an appropriate education. Because if you went to an accredited school where you learned proper Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic, you would understand that there are just better translations out there. So that being said, it's hard for me to take you seriously. That being said, I would love to hear, still yet, the evidence why your God is real.
Because you're real.
That's not a good argument. Me being real is not evidence that your God is real.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Imagine being on a live with your Bible student listening and getting utterly roasted by somebody half your age. The fact that I exist is not evidence.
That's your opinion.
The fact that I exist.
On the contrary, the folks sitting at this table don't think you're.
The fact that I exist is not evidence of your God. Tay, do you have anything better than that? I'm sorry. What's your real name? You're not Tay.
Yeah, I'm not Tay.
What's your name?
You haven't given me your name. I asked you your name. You wouldn't give it to me.
My name's Justin, and you never asked. My name is Justin, and you never asked.
Okay, you're Justin. Okay, I'm Ron.
Fantastic. Ron, welcome in. So what is the evidence that your God is real? And just saying that I exist isn't evidence.
The evidence for me, and that's all I need. I don't need any evidence from you. The evidence for me that God is real is that you are real.
That's not evidence.
It is to me, because you didn't come of your own will. You just didn't sprout in here because you had a mental thought one day and just appeared from nowhere.
Things don't come into being.
God made you, and you know it.
Things don't come into being by thought. They come into being through natural processes. So I'm here because my father. I'm here because my father looked at my mom and said, hubba hubba, and did some things that are unmentionable. That's why I'm here. I'm not here because somebody spoke me into existence. So that's not an actual argument, because that same argument could be used for any other metaphysical claim on the planet. I could use the same argument for Zeus. I could use it for Vishnu and Shiva.
Yeah, you sure
I could use it for the Tooth Fairy. So what's your evidence for your actual God?
Because you exist and you know it.
This is embarrassing.
You didn't come from nowhere, and you didn't come from dimensional things that you.
Ron, I don't know it. I would love for you to give me the actual evidence rather than just saying that I know things that I don't know. You're not a mind reader.
Neither are you, but you've been trying that all night.
No, you're trying to tell me what's in my brain, and what's in my brain is not what you think it is. So
you asked me.
Yeah, because it's not good evidence. I want to know real evidence.
It's not good for you.
It's not good for anybody. Everyone, put a 1 in the chat if you think. Everyone put a 1 in the chat if you think that the fact that things exist is evidence that God is real. I want to see it.
Go outside.
Go outside and look out.
Look at the trees. Look at the trees. How do you know that? How do you know that the trees aren't a product of Zeus?
How do you know they're not?
I'm asking you. How do you know that the trees? I don't believe in.
You want me to answer, but you won't answer.
I don't believe in Zeus, Ron. That's painfully obvious. I'm asking you. How do you know?
God, you're just lying.
Ron, I need you to have a little bit of patience and let me finish a question. You can't answer a question if you don't hear the question. How do you know that nature came from your God as opposed to Zeus?
Because he said it in his word.
How do you know that his word is from him?
God created the heaven and the earth.
Yes, but I don't believe that the Bible is from God.
Well, that's your problem. I can't help you with that, Justin.
Well, why would I believe? Why would I believe that a book that doesn't get science right, doesn't get history right, is from God?
Because you believe all this other nonsense. Why not?
I believe in evidence and science and facts, which is why I don't believe in the Bible. What approximate? What approximate time period was the Exodus?
You've been going for an hour and haven't done it.
What approximate time period was the Exodus according to the Bible?
What was the period of time for Genesis 1? That's what I quoted. I didn't quote Exodus. I quoted Genesis.
I could care less. My point is, what would be the approximate time period of the Exodus according to the Bible? Do you know?
Do you know the time period of Genesis 1:1?
I'll just tell you. Yeah, according to the Bible, Genesis 1:1 happened roughly 4000 BCE, but I'm asking you about the Exodus. The Exodus, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which happened in 970, which means the Exodus is in the middle of the 1400s. Now, who was
and it was 400 years after Jacob and all the patriarchs went down into Egypt. So
yeah, keep listening.
Does that have anything to do with Genesis 1:1?
I'm about to tell you. It's not connected to Genesis 1:1. I'm going to tell you what it has to do. So what was the Pharaoh listed, and whose storehouses were built by the Israelites?
Hey, I got a better question than that.
I'm going to need you to answer my question and stop running. Use your Holy Spirit and give me the answer. What was the Pharaoh named, and whose storehouses were built by the Israelites?
Well, you do the same thing. You give me his son's name and tell me who built their house.
I'll just give you the answer since you can't answer it honestly because you don't really have the Holy Spirit. So the Pharaoh that's mentioned in both Genesis So the pharaoh that is mentioned in both Exodus and Genesis is Ramses. Says that they built the storehouses of Ramses and Pithom. So do you agree that according to the Bible, Pharaoh Ramses must have existed prior to the Exodus?
Oh, I got all that. That's elementary. Okay.
Okay, then you're about to learn a good lesson right now. So if you actually knew...
For the $20, and thank you everyone who's been sending gifts and Venmos to help me with this hurricane. Also, I'm home, and did you know they have no cases of water? We had to be a limit of 2 to 4 gallons of water. It's ridiculous. But I'm home. I'm safe.
That's good. We're glad you're safe. Guys, make sure you're showing Hanji some love. She's in the path of the hurricane. She's trying to... stay safe here. So if the Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s BCE, then they certainly couldn't have built the storehouses of Ramses, because Ramses' storehouses were built in the middle of the 1200s. He reigned from 1279 to 1213.
And your point is what?
My point is the biblical chronology gets history wrong. They couldn't have built the storehouses of Ramses if Ramses didn't exist for another 200 years.
No, history gets the biblical truth wrong.
Oh, so what is the evidence that Ramses lived in the 1400s?
Because you're spending all your time trying
Listen to this guy.
Look
Like every Egyptologist you've ever heard. Are you aware that even Christian Egyptologists believe that Ramses lived in the 1200s?
I don't really care one way or the other.
Have you read K.A. Kitchens? Do you know anything from James Hoffmeyer? Do you know a single
Have
Egyptologist?
You ever read the Bible through from cover to cover?
Multiple times in the original language.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because those of us who went to those of us who went to accredited schools had to actually learn Greek and Hebrew, which is why we don't read the King James Bible.
Oh, okay. Well, then give me Genesis 1 in the Hebrew.
Bereshit.
Right now from an accredited viewpoint.
I'll just quote it from my memory. Bereshit bara Elohim. In the beginning, God created Hashemayim et haaretz, the heavens and the earth.
Oh, they quit reading it.
I'm looking right now at the screen. I just quoted it to you.
I understand. I saw you looking at the screen. I could tell you weren't quoting anything.
I'm looking at you right now.
I know it. I understand what you're doing.
This guy's crying. This guy's crying so hard.
Matthew 1 in Greek.
Actually,
Matthew 1 in Greek.
I actually don't know Matthew 1 in Greek.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you at least being truthful on that point.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. Why would I lie to you? You're not the type of guest that needs to be lied to get taken down.
You've been lying your ass off all night.
I'm not. You've been crying all night.
No, you didn't hear no tears coming out of my eyes.
I'm hearing them right now, and you have no answer. You have no answer.
You're a man.
You have no
You're a
answer.
man that is a Christian that believes.
You have no answer for Ramses. I'm still waiting for an answer to Ramses. Just tell me, what historical evidence do you have that Ramses lived in the 1400s?
Just tell me what historical evidence you have that you're not called to preach by God and the Holy Spirit, and you refuse to do it. You want to act like an idiot instead of a preacher.
I'm an atheist. I'm not called by anyone. Your God is fiction.
Hold on. The only one acting like an idiot, Ron, is you. Because 1, you haven't answered a damn thing. 2, clearly you Christians have a habit of lying, not only on your own book, but on your education. That's pathetic on your behalf. 3, how are you a grown-ass man, twice Justin's age, and you can't even act like a civilized adult? That is pathetic. That is idiotic. And I'm honestly tired of hearing it. Now, if you don't answer this question, I will be the one to boot your ass off of this platform, because I am the goddess here.
Yeah, Hanji actually is in charge here, but I am having fun talking to Ron, to be honest. This is a good time.
I know.
So, Ron, you've been here, I don't know, you've been here for, what, 20 minutes? 11 minutes? Whatever. Let me see. You've been here for, oh, shit. I've had Tay on here for an hour and 15 minutes already? That can't be right. Anyways, that's how long the live's been. I don't know how long you've been up here. Oh, 32 minutes. There we go. So I've heard 32 minutes of nonsense. I haven't heard one rational argument for why your God is real. Not one. Do you have one?
Can I unmute myself and speak?
So the way questions work is when I ask you a question and then I stop talking, I'm expecting you to answer the question. Do you know that?
Yeah, but you had me muted.
Yes, because you never shut up. So can you answer my question?
What was your last question?
So you've been here for 32 minutes, and I haven't seen one rational piece of evidence or argumentation for why your God is real. I'm just looking for one. What's one rational argument?
Well, what I was doing as I came on to see if I could get one rational evidence from you that he's not real, and I haven't heard that either. So,
well, you haven't asked for it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Come in here to
So I'll give it to you since you asked for it. So now that you've let me know you actually want a good argument for why your God isn't real, I know to give it to you. So in order to do that, let me get a couple foundational claims about your God. Is it your belief that your God created all things?
I thought you was going to give me some foundational thing.
I'm about
now
to.
You're asking questions. You want me to give them?
I need you to define some of your beliefs about God before I tell you why he's not real. Do you believe that your God created all things?
Oh, I believe God is real, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing that you can say.
That's not an answer to my question. I'm asking you, do you believe that your God created all things?
Yes, God created.
Fantastic. Did he create time?
He's outside of time.
Did he create time?
If it exists, he created it.
Okay, so according to your worldview, he did create time, yes or no?
God created everything, including you and time.
I don't know why it's so hard for you to say yes or no. I'll ask you for the last time. Did God create time, yes or no?
Yes, he had to.
Thank you. Fantastic. That wasn't hard. I'm going to give you a couple logical premises, and I want you to give me yes or no answers. Premise number one.
I don't promise to give you a yes or no answer.
Premise number one. This is how deductive arguments work, okay? Premise number one. Creation is a change of states, yes or no?
What?
I told you I wasn't going to give you a yes or no.
A premise
You're the
number.
one who's laid the foundation. Just go ahead and land it. Quit asking questions. Just lay the foundation.
No, the way logical premises work is you have to engage with each premise with me because it might be that you disagree with one of the premises. So I'm sorry that you've never used a logical argument before, but that's what we're doing right now. So premise number one, do you agree or disagree that any act of creation is a change of states?
You're not laying any kind of foundation, Justin.
This is how premises work.
You're looking for answers.
Ron, I'm not looking for an answer. I need you to either agree or disagree with the premise because we can't move to the next premise until you agree or disagree. So premise number one, do you agree or disagree that any act of creation is a change of states?
I don't know what that means.
No, I don't. I'm not agreeing to anything you say right now because you're not saying anything that's fundamentally sound or foundational.
This is not a foundational claim. This is how logical premises work. It's just,
lays a foundation.
I'm not laying a foundation of anything. I'm giving you a logical. No, I didn't. This is a logical premise-based argument. There's multiple premises that leads to a conclusion, but I can't just give you the conclusion. You have to actually listen to the premises and either accept them or reject them.
Right,
so
I reject everything you say.
Fantastic. So premise number one is that any act of creation is a change of states. Do you accept or reject?
What does it mean change of states?
You're still not laying any kind of foundation. You're asking questions.
Ron, if you don't give me a yes or a no, I'll just move on to an actual adult that will. So do you agree or disagree that any act of creation is a change of states?
What is a change of
You
states?
need to get saved, Justin.
All right. So you're not a real adult, and he ran. Fantastic.
Nope, I kicked him. I got tired of his shit.
I think everybody was. Father Joseph, are you? I'm so used to asking if you're at least 18. You're at least 18.
I hope so.
So you earned those gray whiskers. So I'm not going to take that from you. And are you a believer in some kind of a God?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Cool. And do you think that the biblical God is all good, partly good, or some mixture?
No, I believe he's all good.
Okay, cool. Do you think that God has ever done anything that is not good?
No.
Okay, cool. Do you think that, let's say like children, do you think children should be punished for, I don't know, like making fun of somebody by death?
Depends on the circumstances.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah. I think that, for example, children making fun of, say, God in his presence, to cause consternation among the public. I think if a child does that, it's horrific and kind of not the most realistic thing. But yeah, one could imagine circumstances mocking the dead in their presence. I mean, there are things where, you know, children would naturally not do that, but perhaps a child under the inspiration of the demons can.
Sure. Then it would be okay to have the children executed.
Well, if they were like seriously causing, you know, psychological damage among the community or something like that, or
Children?
I think if they're hurting people, kids can unfortunately. Well, of course we should treat children good as they are, in a positive sense. But I mean, we can't deny the fact that even 5-year-olds have shot other people. I mean, like the potential for evil is still there in a child. It's just usually it has to be inculcated. Um, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but moral perversion, for example, that can be caused through abuse. So, you know, the fact that you just generically say children, it's not a cover.
If a group of junior high students make fun of a pastor for being bald, would it be okay to execute them?
I don't know. I don't know the circumstance.
You don't know.
No, I mean, we're asking these things in a way that's emotionally slanted, but in reality, there can be situations where that can happen.
Well, let's say that the pastor was like really emotionally hurt. Like he thought the kids were going to like him, and it turns out they're making fun of him because he's bald. Is it okay to kill him?
Don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to have more certain. Like, I know that this is most likely some sort of reference to a religious text. So, you know, I mean, it's kind of, you notice I'm pretty old. I'm kind of past that gotcha thing.
Well, it's not a gotcha. I'm just kind of curious. The reason why I asked like these hypothetical questions is because if I don't ask the hypotheticals first, then Christians will turn around and walk all over themselves and change their minds about things that are, you know, clearly ridiculous. So it sounds to me though like you're not going to do that because you're doubling down. You're saying no, it actually is okay to kill children.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's because one thing I've learned over time in debating with people is that in general most gotcha questions are emotionally derived, so they're for the audience to evoke shock. And so I'll roll right in. I said it's an all good God, and I'm serious about it.
Cool. So then what about babies? Is it okay to like execute babies?
Not under most circumstances, of course not. But it is. You notice I don't make it universal.
Is there a circumstance where it is okay to execute babies?
Well, if you're talking about the children of Amalek, for example, like in that case, the entire society was so warped it had to be wiped out.
That wasn't what I was referring to.
Sure, but
you're saying there is scenarios. Okay, so if a society is truly evil, it's okay to annihilate them, to commit the genocide.
Can I ask, was Hiroshima justified?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think anyone should be dropping atom bombs on anyone else ever.
Okay, well, that's good. At least you're consistent. I mean, they did that because they wanted a quick end to the war, and there's obviously other reasons. But certainly, in a purely human standpoint, governments have made that decision, sometimes to great effect.
Yeah, and I would
I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah, obviously, I would disagree with those governments, and that's my position. Okay, so then, what about the Egyptian babies? It was okay that they all died.
Well, I mean,
the firstborn.
If God decreed it, I would say that he had reasons. And in many cases, forensically, we don't know what those reasons are. You know, there could be a number of cases. There have been cases in history where a future generation of an enslaved community takes over violently as revenge for the first set of killings because the kids were allowed to live. I'm not saying that's a good way to do things, but I am saying that repercussions can happen if, you know, you don't go with total death. That's what that's part of, I would say, even basic war strategy at this point historically. Like the fact that you could say God did it, therefore he's not good, but it is, if it in fact is a legitimate war strategy, one might ask perhaps whether God was simply using a strategy that worked.
Well, is God
and that we've seen
capable of
proven to work.
is God capable of doing it without killing the babies?
Well, again, this is the automaton question. Whether, God can force people to do good.
No.
Of course he could.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, but it's part of the question, because you're saying.
My question is, can he accomplish what he wants to accomplish without killing all the babies?
Not within the paradigm that has been created. No.
Okay, so then he's not all powerful.
It's not an issue of all powerful. It's an issue of
seems to
whether
be.
he should break his own rules.
What
If he gives us free will, and it's our job to do the right thing?
he breaks people's
then
free will
it's-
all the time.
Explain.
Have you not read the Exodus when he hardens Pharaoh's heart like 6 different occasions?
Well, Pharaoh's heart was already capable of being hardened because he was outside of the grace of God.
Is hardening somebody's heart a manipulation of someone's free will?
Not necessarily.
Then what is it?
Well, it can be a push in a direction. God does push both good.
Could God soften someone's heart?
God, has he softened someone's heart?
I'm asking you, could he?
Well, I mean, but the text, I would say almost probably better than I do. So we know that God can soften and harden hearts.
Okay, is that a violation of free will?
I don't think so, because if a person really wants to, they can change.
Well, there you go. So then God could soften the hearts of people without killing the babies and get to the end goal.
Well, you don't know that. We don't know what the actual historical circumstance was where that was done.
Well, if the answer is no, then God's just not all powerful.
No,
It's just
you're
it's just
assuming that
just
God's
a
not all
definitional
powerful.
argument. This is how definitions work.
Well, the problem is that free will allows us to do things that are not God's will. And so the point is, while God may influence us in one way or another, in general, he does not. I think that to me is standard Christian orthodoxy. I'm not exactly sure why that. Well, I guess if
Well, Jesus says that nobody comes to the Father, or no one comes to me unless already drawn by the Father.
Yes, and he also says no one comes to the Father except through me. So
Right.
it works both ways.
Right. No, but my point is that people who come to the Father come because God draws them.
Yeah.
Is that a
Okay.
manipulation of free will?
I don't think so. That's a call, and people answer it.
Right, but again, they don't come unless God draws them.
Well, I would say to that God is continually drawing people. He wills all men to be saved. I believe you've read that before. But not all men listen. That's just a consequence of free will.
Sure.
Just
Just not to Paul. Paul disagrees in Romans chapter 9.
Paul got a violent conversion. I respect that. I got a violent conversion. There are few people who literally God kind of had a slap.
Yeah, God knocked Paul off the horse, made him bump his head, the whole 9 yards.
Made him go blind. Yeah.
Yeah, was that a violation of free will?
I think that St. Paul was such a hardened Pharisee. If you remember, he was witnessing executions and was okay with it, and thinking it was great, that God had to be a bit direct to him.
So God can violate people's free wills.
I think that he knows whose free will he needs to mess with and who will benefit from it.
Yeah, but you said he can't violate his own rules.
Well, I said he wouldn't violate his own rules.
Okay, so sometimes he does violate his own rules.
Yeah, that's what miracles are for.
Okay, so God can violate the rules. Okay, so then what prevents God from violating the rules to bring about the goals that he wants without killing all the babies?
Maybe he thought that maybe he realized that, these people had become so deranged and degenerate that it would have been too much psychological strain on the rest of the world population. I have no idea.
To let the Egyptian babies live?
Yeah, like maybe they were just really horrible babies.
But he left the Egyptians. The Egyptians are still there, and he only killed the firstborn. He didn't kill the secondborn, the thirdborn, or the fourthborn.
Well, but those would be different. I mean, I would guess those are still somewhat, different Egyptians.
The firstborn and the secondborn are sometimes only a year apart.
Okay, so basically, In that case, I mean, it may have just been a matter of scrambling property rights. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'd have to
Yeah, it
look
is.
at it again.
Yeah, certainly a matter of proper rights. I agree with you. Do you think there's
Now,
ever
it'll mess up the property rights pretty good. So.
Yeah. Think there's ever a scenario where like a man's wife should be sexually assaulted as a punishment
By her husband or something?
by we'll say an intruder. So like for example, if I do something bad, is it ever okay to punish me by having my wife sexually assaulted?
No, I just heard that one, and it doesn't follow.
Okay, that should never happen then.
In theory, it shouldn't. Now there is the question of war, and I don't like this fact, but it is still a fact of reality that many times people who have killed a husband in war will take the life as booty. Unfortunately, that has happened since time began. If that's what you're referring to, but if you're referring to like,
it shouldn't happen in war either, right?
It's war. Like,
but the question is should, not does. I'm saying should it happen in war?
we should be honorable with women in war, absolutely. But
should God be honorable with women in war?
God's not involved.
He certainly is involved. All the wars in the Old Testament, God says, "I will deliver them into your hand."
Right, but that's not you. I mean, people on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. God says, "I'm going to deliver them into your hands." He says, "I go out and fight in front of you."
Yeah, but he did not physically turn into a person and fight.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't incarnate himself. No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, the angel of the
He
Lord
appeared as
the angel of the Lord manifests and killed like 200,000 people.
And I would assume that the angel of the Lord manifesting and killing 2,000 people wouldn't look like a person.
Well, I mean, the angel of the Lord is described as looking like a person in the Old Testament. It's kind of irrelevant. Like if you believe that God is sending the angel of the Lord to descend and fight on behalf of the Israelites, it's essentially the same thing. Like God can just send his emissary and bada bing, bada boom.
Sure.
So no one has to get raped.
Well, I don't know.
Okay. So let me tell you a story though.
I'm gonna raise you up one card there because this God is all knowing, correct?
Well, it depends on what part of the Bible you read. In Genesis, he's clearly not. In Deuteronomy, he's not either.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about your reading of the Old Testament.
No, it's
general
just
Old Testament.
It's just absolutely true.
Okay, so you're saying God was never all knowing.
No, I'm saying that it depends on what part of the Bible you read. It clearly in Genesis and Deuteronomy, there are things that he doesn't know, and he has to find out. And he tells you, "I have to find out."
Let's try this a different way. Is it standard Jewish and Christian belief that God is all knowing?
For Christians and most Jews, but not all Jews.
Okay, well, I don't care about atheist Jews, or the freaky ones that believe in 12 gods or anything like that. The point is, it's a standard Jewish and Christian belief that God is all knowing.
But that wasn't your question.
Yes?
The question was, what is it? If God was all knowing, and I said according to the text.
Right,
I didn't say.
Right, but I
don't really care what people believe. It doesn't matter to me what people believe.
Well, then why would anyone take your statements as relevant either?
Because what Christians and Jewish people believe about the text doesn't change what the text says. My belief about the text is independent of what you believe about it.
That's fine. But my point in bringing that up is that such a belief could, in theory, assume things like future bloodlines, future genetics that God would be aware of that humans are not.
Right, yeah. You have to assert
but
that
now
into
you don't
the text.
Right, but well, if you believe in an all-knowing God, it's assumed.
Oh, I agree. If you believe in that, yeah.
Right, but if you want to say there's 5 different ways in the Old Testament where I think I can prove God's a schmuck, you could do that too. But no one will care. The point is,
they certainly do care.
He may have a justification that may not be immediately visible.
Right. Okay. So give me the justification for 2 Samuel chapter 12, when David is punished by Nathan the prophet for what he did with Bathsheba. Right. You remember the story?
Yeah, that's the basis of Psalm 50. David repents. Psalm 51 in your book.
Okay. So it says as part of the punishment in verse 11, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And I assume you think that was a befitting punishment for the women to be sexually assaulted?
Well, again, and once again, when we're talking about like, slightly post-Christian societies, women were often seen as property, but more importantly, they accepted their role as that. So they would have been much more passive at the idea of being just taken away. As to whether that's a befitting punishment for the prophet David, obviously that's what God said.
Is it a just punishment?
I mean, he did that to some guy and had him killed. So yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of fair that he had his wives taken away.
Okay,
so
it
it's
is
kind of fair, all right?
So it is fair that 10 of David's wives got raped.
Well, we don't. They got they got used or married off, etc.
They didn't get married off.
Okay, can you demonstrate that from the text that they were all killed?
They weren't killed. They were put into a separate location after they were raped. So in chapter 16, Absalom storms the palace and comes in under the advice of Ahithophel and assaults the women.
What's the chapter verse here?
We're in 2 Samuel 16. The advice of Ahithophel. So when Absalom tries to take over the throne and he chases his father out of Jerusalem, as a display of force over his father, now that he's in the palace, he asks Ahithophel, what should we do? Right? And it says, Ahithophel said to Absalom, go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. So,
well, you said wives earlier, so these were concubines, right?
Concubines are wives.
Not exactly.
They are according to Exodus 21.
They're your higher status sex slaves.
You're making it worse, not better.
No, I mean you're the one who used the shocker claim that people taking wives, but the truth is they were concubines. That was what
doesn't matter what you call them. What happened to them was unjustified.
Okay, so let me see if I understand correctly. Because David had actually stolen someone's wife, Absalom violating his sex servants, if we shall, who that was their job. Like, it's. I mean, I'm sorry to say this.
So if you're a concubine, you're not allowed to have autonomy over who you sleep with.
I don't think any women thought they had autonomy at that time. No.
I'm asking, in reality, should they have autonomy? Should they be allowed to say who they sleep with and who they don't?
What you mean by in reality is in our modern era, and I'm saying that is not our modern era.
I didn't say it was. I'm asking you.
Yes, you're calling it reality, but you're not talking about the fact that
I'm
it's
saying
2,500 years
in
ago.
real life, in the life that we all live in, should it be?
That's the modern era.
Should it be the case in all eras that women should have a say over who they sleep with?
You cannot do an absolute over history.
Yes, I can. I'm asking should women in all time periods be allowed to say who sleeps with them?
Okay, and you want to apply universal across all eras, correct?
Yeah, this is easy. This should be a knockout for you. All you have to say is yes.
What's the yes?
I'm just waiting for a yes that women should have autonomy over their bodies in all time periods.
That's historically untrue.
I know it's untrue. I'm asking about should. I'm not asking about if it actually happened.
Why are we doing ought questions over history?
Because the ought question is important when we're talking about the morals of the God who is timeless.
Ah, I get it now. Okay.
I don't think you do get it.
Yeah, I kind of do. Like, autonomy didn't exist 2,500 years ago, therefore God bad, right?
Well, God is the one that caused it to be that way, according to the book. So the question is whether or not it's ever just for God to punish 10 of David's concubines by having them sexually assaulted. Should that ever be considered a just punishment?
Let me see if I understand correctly. There is an assumption here that concubinage was not common among all societies at the time.
That's not my assumption whatsoever.
But if you include that assumption, then that is on the table for God.
That's not my assumption. My assumption is
that's
that all
historically
women,
correct.
that all women should have autonomy over who sleeps with them. There should never be a time period in any point of history. I know it's not history. That's the problem. Your God is supposedly ahistorical. He existed at all points in time. He should have known in the Bronze Age and in the Iron Age that you shouldn't punish women by having them raped for crimes their husband did.
Again, I do not know what would be the post effects, etc., in terms of potential pregnancies, future children. It's too broad of a question to answer.
Not a broad
Now,
question. Just so we're clear, you think it's okay that God had 10 of David's concubines sexually assaulted?
I'd say it was visibly fair punishment. I don't know if those
fair punishment. Wow, this guy.
Well, you know, I get it.
Do you have daughters, Father Joseph? Do you have daughters?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, what would happen if somebody did this to one of your daughters?
None of this would happen in the modern Christian.
It's a hypothetical. Would you be upset if it did?
Well, of course I'd be upset if it.
Why?
That's kind of, you know, it's kind of a self.
It's not. Why? Why would you be upset?
Because I wouldn't want my daughters to be hurt.
Because it's unjust, right?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming they were innocent.
Yeah. Is it ever just to punish innocent women for crimes they didn't commit?
Again, we're not talking about an autonomous society. You're trying to create absolutes out of the past.
You're right. Yes, because justice has a firm definition. Justice is the idea that the people who commit the crime receive the punishment, and the people who don't commit crimes don't receive punishment. So the idea of justice is timeless. It doesn't matter what time period you live in. So all you're saying is that you're okay with the God of the Bronze Age being unjust. That's what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is I do not, once again, understand the mind of God nor the circumstances. However, do we know what happened to the concubines afterwards?
Yep.
What happened?
They were placed in a separate home because they were defiled, and they lived out the rest of their days in solitude.
Okay.
Chapter 20.
Maybe that was better than living under David.
I don't know if it was better. The question is whether or not they should have been sexually assaulted.
No, that's my point. You're focusing on.
The question is whether or not they should be sexually assaulted.
I didn't.
If God merely wanted to put them into a safe house, he could have done that without having them raped.
Once again, we're placing moral judgments on a situation where we were not present.
Father Joseph, are you credentialed? Are you like a real priest?
I am a real ordained priest. I don't understand what the relevance that has, but sure, you want to call me Joseph, you can.
I mean, your name says Father Joseph.
No, but you can call me Joseph. You don't respect that. I mean, you were a pastor, right? I'm not calling you ex-pastor Doug or anything.
I'm just saying it's in your title. I'm just using what's in your title. Okay.
Would you like me to change it?
No. So you're a Greek Orthodox. Did I hear you Greek Orthodox pastor?
Or
priest?
Orthodox Christian, sure. Yeah. What's the point of that? I see your chat. They're calling me all sorts of names, and it's fine. I'm really okay with that.
What's the name of your church?
Why?
Just curious. They might want to see this video.
Well, they can. What do you mean if they might want to see what video?
You're a defender of the faith. They should see this video watching you defend the faith.
This is going on my channel. You think I'm actually ashamed of my arguments?
You should be ashamed of your argument.
No, why?
You should be. You should be losing sleep over this. Actually,
I am actually not losing.
Great. So then what's the name of your church?
I'm not losing sleep.
What's the name of it?
Well, yeah. I don't want your fans to come after me.
They're not going to come after you.
I don't know that. I don't know what kind of create. Once you're
you don't want him to. So you don't want him to see this then.
No, I'm putting it on my channel. But the way these people are talking in your chat, shoot, I don't know what kind of crazies you got.
What's the name of your channel?
NFTU.
The name of your channel is NFTU?
Yeah, it stands for Notes from the Underground. It's the same as the name of my blog.
Okay, so the name of your YouTube channel is Notes from the Underground. Guys, make sure you mark that
No,
down.
It's NFTU. It's NFTU, True Orthodox News and Apologetics.
Fair enough. Guys, make sure you track down this guy's YouTube channel. We'll catch up with him later and make sure we take care of business. Anyways, listen, Father Joseph, I had
the way you said that.
I had a delightful time talking to you and letting you tell me how despicable of a human being you are and how you actually don't think
that's great. That's awesome.
How you don't think that women should have autonomy over their bodies and it's okay to kill babies, different things like that. It's really eye-opening for everyone here. And trust me, we'll probably find a way to make sure that your church sees this video. So just, most likely going to be the case. Well, there's a POS FF for you guys. Look at that. The serpent frame says effing Sun Tzu over here. Thanks for the super chat. Also, Logan, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Big W Logan says Christians out here defending God, punishing like the mafia or cartels would as a good thing. It's crazy to me that somebody will get on a live stream and defend that kind of nonsense. That's unfucking believable. And he is an ordained priest. He's an ordained priest. Guy has followers. There's people in his church.
Who the fuck do you think you are? Fuck your mother! Your mother is a whore! Manar, the king of the world, proves his might. Your mother was wrong for having you. I own you. I'll come and fuck your mother and step on your head and pee on your face. I am the king of all of Earth. I'm stronger than anyone in this. I'm beautiful. I'm gorgeous. I'm big. I can do handstands. And he thinks he got content on me, guys. He thinks he got content on me.
Great. Nice to have a talk with you, Deconstruction. I hear you're basically getting pretty famous here on the interwebs.
I don't really know if I'm getting famous, but I'm having a good time.
That's great, man. I'm sure you're having a great time, man. I see you guys were having a blast earlier with that dude. I do want to say that dude should be making more videos. I believe he should be making apology videos for making me listen to all of them.
Yeah, I think we agree with you.
God damn. All right, anyways, so I really want to dive into the meat and potatoes of this. I think we disagree on the correct moral structure that will benefit society and create let's say, a thriving society. So
I don't even know what your moral structure is.
Okay, so I believe, for example, that subjective entity is very flawed and it's impossible for subjective entity.
So what God do you worship?
So I worship the one God.
What's his name?
I mean, you can give him whatever name you want. I just worship a singular God. I'm a monotheistic ideology.
So you pray to a nameless God?
Yeah. I say God when I pray to him. I pray to God. Yes.
Why do I feel like you're a Muslim up here lying to me?
What does it matter if I'm Muslim or not?
I'm just asking. Are you lying about actually having a religion?
I'm not lying.
Sounds like you are.
How am I lying?
Okay, so swear on the nameless God that you don't actually have a religion, that you just pray to a nameless God.
But what does this have to do with anything? Why do you need to know my religion?
Just swear on your nameless God that you don't actually have a religion.
I'm sorry, I never made that claim that I don't have a religion.
Okay, what's your religion?
I'm not gonna disclose that right now.
Of course, because you don't want to get cooked on your Muslim God. I know.
Why do you need to do that? Why do you
think that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree?
Do you think that 6-year-olds? I asked you a question already. You're going to answer it. Do you think that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Yes or no? 1 million abortions.
Nobody heard your question. Do you believe that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married? Yes or no?
Do you believe in America?
You're muted. No one can hear you. So you're muted until you answer my question. It's a very easy question. You can scream at the screen. No one can hear you. But my question was very easy. Do you believe? Listen, I don't know why you're still talking. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. Do you believe, it's yes or no, do you believe in Iraq that they should allow 6-year-olds to get married? All right, it's 9-year-olds.
I will answer that once you tell me.
Nope, you're going to answer it right now. It's a yes or no question. This is my live, not yours. I make the rules here. So it's yes or no. Do you believe in Iraq that they should be allowing 9-year-olds to get married?
You don't know how to debate.
Okay, so you're just going to cry and run away. Okay, you can cry. Cry. Oh, these crocodile tears. I'm too afraid to defend my God. I'm ashamed. No one can hear you. I don't know why you're yelling. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear a word you're saying. Until a yes or no comes out of your mouth to my question, you will not be engaging in any dialogue. You're still muted. You're still muted. No one can hear you.
Moral thing to happen.
No, does he? This guy has no idea what's happening. Well, we'll draw it for him since he's busy talking, so he can't actually hear what's happening. So we'll just draw him a picture real quick. Yeah, there we go. We'll just make a head here with a nose and a mouth. There we go. And we'll give him a neck. There we go. And we're going to put sound waves coming out of his mouth. We'll give him some eyeballs and some nostrils. There we go. We can't hear you. You're muted. Nobody can hear you, dummy. Watch him spaz out. Look, he's shouting now. He's literally shouting at the screen.
Another question.
Are you done with your tantrum?
You don't know how to debate.
Are you done with your tantrum?
You don't know how to debate.
Are you ever going to answer my question?
You're a trash debate.
Okay, so I'll just let you stay on mute then.
And again.
He's so mad. It's so crazy how upset they get when you just like bring up their religion. They're terrified. Listen, when I was a Christian, there was nothing I loved more than for people to ask me about my God so I can tell them about my God. This guy is literally running from his God. Look at him shouting at the screen like someone's listening. Nobody's listening to you. I'm sorry? Come again? No, nothing? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. How long should I let him crash out? Do you think he's ever going to stop talking? He can hear me, yes. That's the fun thing about the mute system is he can hear me, but I'm sorry. He can hear me, but I can't hear him. No one can actually hear him. I'll just leave him in the background. All right, we're going to leave him in the background, and I'm going to get the next guest up in here. We'll get Pete up in here. This is wild. How you doing, Pete?
Hey, g'day, mate.
Pete, welcome in. How you doing? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Mate, I am not. I'm just currently deconstructing, so I've just come out of it. But been watching a few. I kind of stumbled onto Daniel's video. I think you know him, and he's really kind of helped me a little bit in my journey. And then it's kind of come over to you, kind of helped me a little bit the last couple of months. So thank you so much for everything you guys do on here. Hey.
Sure. Well, listen, I really appreciate the kind words.
I just wanted to. Sorry, I think it's lagging a little bit. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll just.
Oh, we lost him. Pete, we lost you. Come on back when you get the chance. Sorry about that, Pete. He's going to be up here. Yeah, look at him flexing. Oh, he's such a strong man. Oh, big man. Big old muscles. Big old muscles. Oh.
Hello.
Look at him. Literally, look at the veins. Look at the veins in his neck. Anyways, how you doing, Robert? Welcome in. I'm just going to put him in the middle of the screen here for a while. Robert, you with us?
Hello.
How you doing, Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Robert, can you hear me?
Hello?
Robert, sorry, you got an audio problem. You got to fix your audio and come back. Thanks for stopping by, though. How long is he going to yell at the screen? Does he think anyone's listening to this? How you doing, Victor? Oh, Victor dropped. That didn't last very long. Victor might have been up here by accident.
I was on the YouTube queue, and he is yelling like crazy. He's beefing with the other guests.
He's yelling at the other guests in the YouTube queue? He's yelling with the other guests in the YouTube queue right now. That's what he's... I can't with these people tonight. I can't. I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying, guys. Hold on, I gotta get some Kraken. It's crazy. He's yelling with the other people waiting in line.
When he was flexing his arms, he was flexing it too.
Oh my god. This is too much. Em, this has been a crazy night. I'm taking Kraken straight from the bottle tonight, guys.
And the thing is, he's asking you about abortion. Within his paradigm, abortions are allowed.
I know. These people are wild. Listen, Em, I'm going to grab another theist, but stay up with me.
Of course. Yeah.
I will grab Flocat. He's still... Look at him go. This guy's wild. Imagine being this angry every day. This is definitely getting clipped. I'm posting this like tomorrow or the next day as soon as I can clip it. This is crazy. I've never seen someone crash out so hard. We're trying to get the next guest up in here. We'll see if Flowcat can connect. While we're doing that, thank you, Hashi, for the $2 super chat. Hashi says, "Hey, Justin, you're going to catch UFC 311 this Saturday." I'm sorry, I will not be catching UFC, but I love actually watching a little bit of UFC, actually. I'm a big fan of UFC. We're having a little trouble with Flowcat not connecting. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in, but you know, it's one of those things with TikTok tonight. It's been a little bit slow for guests connecting. So I'm going to try to wait them out and see if they'll be able to connect, you know? That's right, Thistle Honey. He's wearing himself out. You have to treat them like children. Eventually, they'll cry themselves to sleep. You have to let them really work it out, and then afterwards, you know, give them a nice little bottle and tuck them in. They'll be fine. This is kind of that's kind of how things work, you know? I will try to get Robert back in here. Robert hopefully has got the audio situation fixed up. How you doing, Robert?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Good. I heard you earlier. Well, it's been a while ago because I've been waiting a while. You was talking about, I think you're talking about healing, and you went to the scripture saying these signs shall follow them that believe in my name. They should cast out devils, speak with new tongues.
Yeah, we were talking about that verse. What about it? Wait, so for starters, are you a Christian?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what's the evidence that your God is real?
Well, the thing that makes me think God is real is when the Bible talks about people going to die. And I see people dying every day.
Every holy book talks about people dying.
Yeah, like in the beginning, say if you do this, you do that, you will surely die. And another thing is when it talks about how the herbs heal their body. Then I see how herbs heal people's body every day. So those are the things that make me believe he's for real. Not to talk about people, because people talk about Christianity and all other religion all the time, and most of the time be wrong. So I don't go off what people, think they believe, because most of the time it be wrong.
Buddy, you said a bunch of stuff, but I'm not sure you actually said anything yet. I'm trying to figure out why you believe that this God is real.
I told you because the Bible says that beginning from Adam and Eve, that if you eat all the fruit, you will surely die. And then we see people surely dying all the time.
But they actually didn't die. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die, which that didn't happen.
Yeah. It said people would surely die.
Oh, he dropped. He finally dropped.
No. Hello?
Hold on a second. Look, I got.
Oh, talking about the other guy? Yeah, he crazy. He crazy.
He's still here somewhere. Hold on. Did he leave?
When he was flexing, When he was flexing, he was flexing it to a guy in the queue called Messiah.
I know. I'm looking at the guy in the queue called Messiah. I just turned his camera on real quick, and he's got his shirt off, and he's out here shadow boxing people. The Muslims and the Christians are fighting with each other in the comments.
Yeah.
Dude's got his underwear showing, just out here shirtless. Hold on.
Oh, what are you doing? What?
What is he doing?
Yeah, great.
He's so upset. Dude, these people are insane tonight. Listen, this is a real person. This is a real person in real life.
Boy.
Oh my God. He turned his camera off. That was enough. All right.
I think we disagree on the correct moral structure that will benefit society and create let's say, a thriving society. So I think
I don't even know what your moral structure is.
Okay, so I believe, for example, that subjective entity is very flawed and it's impossible for subjective entity.
So what God do you worship?
So
Shut the fuck up.
I worship the one God.
What's his name?
I mean, you can give him whatever name you want. I just worship a singular God. I'm a monotheistic ideology.
So you pray to a nameless God?
You a bitch.
Yeah. I say God when I pray to him. I pray to God. Yes.
Why do I feel like you're a Muslim up here lying to me?
What does it matter if I'm Muslim or not?
I'm just asking. Are you lying about actually having a religion?
I'm not lying.
Sounds like you are.
How am I lying?
Okay, so swear on the nameless God that you don't actually have a religion, that you just pray to a nameless God.
But what does this have to do with anything? Why do you need to know my religion?
Just do it. Just swear on your nameless God that you don't actually have a religion.
I'm sorry, I never made that claim that I don't have a religion.
Okay, what's your religion?
I'm not gonna disclose that right now. If you
of course, because you don't want to get cooked on your Muslim God. I know.
Why do you need to do that? Why do you need to?
Do you think that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that
do you think that 6-year-olds? I asked you a question already. You're going to answer it. Do you believe 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married?
Yes or no? 1 million abortions in America, is that moral?
Nobody heard
yes
your
or
question.
No?
Do you believe that 6-year-olds in Iraq should be getting married? Yes or no?
Do you believe in America 1 million PBs should be aborted?
You're muted. No
yes
one can
no?
hear you.
Oh, so you don't want to
actually
have me answer the question.
It's a very easy question. You can scream at the screen. No one can hear you.
So
my question was very
me?
easy.
Why are you asking me a question?
Do you believe? Listen, I don't know why you're still talking. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. Do you believe, it's yes or no, do you believe in Iraq that they should allow 6-year-olds to get married? Or it's 9-year-olds.
I will answer that once you tell me if it's moral to have 1 million abortions in America.
Now,
yes
it's
or no?
a yes or no question. This is my live, not yours.
You don't know how to debate. You don't know how to debate.
So it's yes or no. Do you believe in Iraq that they should be allowing 9-year-olds to get married?
You don't know how to debate. This is how you debate.
So you're just
going to
force me
to answer one question and you won't answer my question?
Oh,
why don't you answer my question?
Crocodile tears. I'm too afraid to defend my God.
That's why he won't answer the question, right? I'm the one that's afraid.
No one can hear you. I don't know
answer.
why you're yelling.
I'm not yelling.
Nobody
he's
can hear
speaking
you.
Over me.
Nobody can hear a word you're saying. Until a yes or no comes out of your mouth to my question, you will not be engaging in any dialogue. You're still muted.
Because you don't know how to
You're
debate.
still
I'm
muted.
not going to answer your question until you answer my question.
Is
1 million abortions in America moral thing to happen in America every year? Yes or no?
No. This guy has no idea what's happening.
So you don't know how to debate, by the way. So you're just going to force a question on me, and I'm not going to force a question on you, and I force a premise on you as well. I'm going to do whatever I want to you.
We'll draw it for him.
Who are you? Who are you deconstructing? You act like you're a smart guy. You're nothing.
Can't actually hear what's happening.
Only people small like the dude before me are gonna be below your feet. I am above your head, my brother. You're the one below my feet.
Head here.
You're the one below my feet. Deconstruction.
And a mouth. There we go.
You are the one that has a small head. You have a small brain. You have a tiny brain. You don't know how to debate. You don't know how to debate. You don't know how to debate deconstruction. You don't know how to debate. Hey guys, look, I come into the room and I say, hey,
you're
muted. Abortions in America, is that moral? And then he wants to go and ask me another question. I'm not going to answer another question.
Out. Look,
I'm not going to answer another
question.
He's
shouting now. He's literally shouting at the screen.
I'm not going to answer another question. You're
Are
a
you done
loser.
with
You
your
don't know how to
tantrum?
debate.
Are you done with your tantrum?
You don't know how to debate. You don't know.
Are you ever going to answer my question?
You're a trash debater. I'm exposing
so I'll
you right
just
now in front of everyone.
let you stay on mute then.
What's the question again? Can you answer my question? Is a million abortions in America, is that
He's
moral
so
or no?
mad. It's
a million
so
abortions a
crazy
year,
how
guys. Is that
upset they
moral
get
or no?
when you just
Guys,
like
he wants
bring
to
up their religion.
change the claim to
They're
something that happened 1500
Listen, when I was a
years
Christian,
ago.
there was nothing I loved more than for people to ask me about my God, so I can
He
tell
wants
them
to ask
about
me
my
about
God.
my
This
God
guy
because
is
he wants to
literally
talk about
running from
1500
his
years
God. Look at
ago.
him shouting at the
Today,
screen like
a million
someone's listening.
babies are dying every
Nobody's
year in
listening to you.
America. Why don't we talk about today? You loser. You want to talk about 1500 years ago? Why don't you talk about the
Can't hear
immorality
you.
that's happening
Can't hear
today?
you.
Let's have a discussion about the million abortions
How
happening a
long shall
year
you
in
let him
America.
crash out? Do you think he's ever going to stop talking?
Hey, you're the one that's a fucking loser that doesn't
He
know how to
can hear
debate.
me, yes.
You're the one that's
the fun
standing
thing about
there
the mute system
muting
is
me
he can hear
because
me.
you're scared. You're muting me because
But
you're scared.
I'm
and
sorry.
I know you can hear me. I don't give a
He
fuck
can
because you're
hear me,
stopping
but
to
I
speak
can't hear
the
him.
moment
No
I
one can
start
actually hear
speaking.
him.
So you're the one
I'll
that's
just leave him in the
underneath my
background.
feet.
All right, we're going to leave him in the
Oh, you're gonna
background,
leave
and I'm
me,
going to
right?
get the next
Yeah,
guest
yeah,
up
yeah. You're
in here.
beneath my feet.
We're getting
Remember
Pete up
that
in here.
deconstruction. You're nothing. You're a trash debater. You don't know anything about anything. You're a trash debater. You're shit.
It's wild.
You're
How you
shit.
doing, Pete?
You're actually shit. You don't know how to debate. A million abortions in America. Is that moral? You fucking trash debater.
Pete, welcome in. How you doing?
Fuck
Are
you
you
and
at
your
least
mother.
18, and are you a believer?
Trash debater. You're a fucking trash debater. Trash debater. Loser. You're a
Please
fucking
stop.
loser. Fucking loser. Trash debater. Trash. Zero.
Sure. Well, listen, I really
This
appreciate the
guy,
kind words.
supposedly the famous guy. This is the guy. This is your best. This is your best. This
Yeah, I
is
can
your
hear
best
you.
for real. This guy can only ask me a single question. When I changed it to the abortion, he shut up like a little bitch. Like a
lost
little
him.
bitch underneath my feet.
Pete, we lost you. Come on back when you get the
You're
chance.
not
Sorry
helping.
about that,
Underneath
Pete.
my feet. Hey, Messiah, you're not
He's
messing
gonna be
around
up
with
here.
my
Look at him
arms.
flexing.
Hey, your arms are
Oh,
fucking.
he's such a
My
strong
arm is
man.
bigger than your head, you little
big
bitch.
man.
My arm is bigger than your whole head. You fucking loser. Hey, I'll step on your head, Messiah. Don't touch me.
Look
Hey,
at him.
don't put that in front of my
Look at the
face.
veins. Look at the veins in his neck.
Hey, you're a
Anyways,
loser. You don't know how to
you doing,
debate.
Robert? Welcome
Yeah,
in.
deconstruction. You're a trash debater. Prove
I'm
it.
just gonna
I
put him in
proved
the
it
middle of
today.
the
You don't know how to
screen for a while.
debate. You're actually beneath
Robert,
my
with
feet.
us?
I'm gonna upload this clip, by the way. I'm gonna upload this
How you
clip. I
doing,
swear.
Robert?
You're beneath my feet.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, act like you can't hear me. You're beneath my feet. I'm gonna
Robert, can
upload
you
this
hear me?
clip. I'm gonna expose you for a trash debater. You don't know how to answer a
Robert,
million
sorry, you got an
abortions in
audio problem.
America. Is that
You gotta fix
a
your
moral
audio and
thing
come
to
back.
happen?
Thanks for stopping by, though.
Okay, yeah, fuck you, man. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't wanna ever stop by, man. The only reason I'm
How long
here
is
is
he
my
gonna yell at the
actual
screen?
community wanted
Does
to
he
have
think
a real
anyone's listening to
conversation
this?
with you. We
How you
thought
doing,
you're a
Victor?
real person. You're trash. You're beneath our feet, bro. You're beneath the low of the low. I'm telling you, you're lower than
Victor
the
dropped.
low
That didn't
because
last
you
very long.
act
Victor
like
might
you're
have been up here by
smart.
accident.
Because you act like you're smart and you act like you're all enlightened and everything. And then when somebody asks you a singular question about your trash moral compass, a million abortions in America, what do you have to say? Nothing. You're trash. You're a
Yelling
trash
at the
person.
other guests in the YouTube queue.
Why are you laughing nervously, you loser? Why are you laughing nervously?
With the other guests in the YouTube queue right now. That's what he's.
Why are you laughing nervously, you loser? Loser.
I can't with these people tonight. I can't.
You're a loser.
Wait, are you talking
I'm dying,
about
I'm
the
dying, guys. Hold on,
deconstruction
I
guy?
gotta get some crack.
Yeah, he's a
It's
fucking
crazy.
loser. What a trash. He's like, in Iran, do they okay with
Yelling with
60-year-olds
the other
marrying
people
9-year-olds? I'm
waiting
like, what
in
the
line.
fuck? Okay, well, what about you today in America? Is it okay to have a million abortions? Yes or no? Well, no. And then he just wants to fucking talk over me. What kind of debate is this? Me and him, we can go over this a million times. Is it okay to fuck your
Oh my
murder
God.
somebody?
This is too much.
Direct
Damn, this has been a
self-assisted
crazy
suicide
night.
in Canada. Is that a moral thing to do when they do self-assisted directed suicide?
I'm taking Kraken straight from the bottle tonight, guys.
Deconstruction,
Yo,
you're a
can
trash
you quit-
debater. You don't
can
know how to
quit
debate.
talking?
Look at, come on, Messiah.
think he
Wallah, I'm gonna step on your mother's feet, you fucking ugly bitch. Messiah, I would literally.
For a while.
Hey, bro, Messiah, your
Listen, Em, I'm
nose
gonna
would be
grab
under
an
my
atheist,
feet.
but stay up with me.
Messiah, wallahi, I would crush
Go grab
you
Pluck
under
Out.
my feet
He's
with your,
still-
and your
look
nose
at him
would be
go.
the first
This
one
guy's
gone.
wild.
Hide your
Imagine
face,
actually
you
this
little
angry
punk,
every
I
day.
would step on you. Don't
They're
fucking come
coming,
with your
Messiah. He's
fist in
coming
front
for
of my
you, bro.
face.
This is definitely getting clipped.
Deconstruction, you're a loser, bro.
I'm posting this like tomorrow or
You're
the
a
next
loser.
day.
Yeah, I'm posting it today. You're a
I've
loser.
never
You
seen
don't know how to
someone crash
debate,
out so
and you have
hard.
trash people around you.
We're trying to get the next guest up in here. We'll see if Flowcat can connect. While we're doing that, thank you, Hashi, for the $2 super chat. Hashi says, "Hey, Justin, you're gonna catch UFC 311 this
fucking
Saturday. I'm
loser you
sorry, I
are,
will
man.
not be
You're a
catching
loser.
UFC,
How
but
did
I
he choose,
love
by the
actually
way, who
watching
he goes
a little
ahead
bit
and
of
debates
UFC.
against
Actually,
in this queue right here? Is it
I'm a
just
big
random?
fan of UFC.
I don't
We're
know,
having
man.
a
You
little
gotta
trouble
sit
with
here for a
Flowcat
while,
not
man. You gotta
connecting. I don't know
be
if they're going to be able to make
like
it in,
Messiah,
but
living and
you know, it's
sucking
one of
on this
those
guy's
things
nuts.
with TikTok tonight.
Get
It's
in.
been a little bit slow for guests connecting. So
Why
I'm
is this
gonna
guy
try
so
to wait
happy?
him
He's
out
the
and see if
smallest
they'll
dude
be
I've
able
ever
to
seen in the
connect, you know?
world. Why is he flexing on us?
That's right, Thistle Honey. He's wearing himself out.
But hey,
you have
Alex,
to treat
you
them
got
like
the biggest
children.
nose in the
Eventually,
universe. I'll tell
they'll
you
cry
that, Alex.
themselves
Nice
to
nose.
sleep. You have to let them really work it out, and then
Alex, nice
afterwards,
nose,
you know, give
bro.
them a nice little bottle and tuck them in. They'll be fine.
Alex, nice nose.
This is kind of the, you know, that's kind of
Thanks,
how
dude.
things
I
work,
appreciate
you know?
it.
I will try to get Robert back in here.
Big ass nose. It's bigger than mine.
Robert
Damn.
hopefully has got the audio situation fixed up. How you doing,
Who's
Robert?
this guy? Who's he flexing on, bro? He would get stepped on.
Yeah, I can hear you. How you
swear to God,
doing?
I would step on him. Bro, you're like 120 pounds, bro. Who are you flexing on, bro? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm 200 pounds. I would just sit on you. Look,
Do
he
you like
still
to
got
sit
me
on other
there.
men?
He still got me there.
I'm taking Kraken straight from the bottle. Yeah,
He
we were
still
talking
got me
about
on the
that. Verse.
screen.
What
He
about
still
it?
got me on the screen, guys.
Wait, so for starters, are you a Christian?
Who are you debating,
Okay.
me?
And what's the evidence that your God is real? Listen, M, I'm going to grab another theist, but stay up with me.
Yeah.
I will grab Flowcat. He's still look at him go. This guy's wild. Imagine being this angry every day. Every holy book talks about people dying. Getting clipped. I'm posting this like tomorrow or the next day as soon as I can clip it. This is crazy. I've never seen someone crash out so hard. We're trying to get the next guest up in here.
Because people are losers. You have losers around you. He's gonna tell me he's never seen somebody crash out. Look at the guy in the fucking Discord. He's fucking boxing himself. And he's gonna say he never seen anybody crash out more than me? Alex, this guy is a fucking loser.
But you said a bunch of
Deconstruction.
stuff, but I'm not sure you actually said anything yet.
Deconstruction,
trying
you
to
got a
figure out
dude
how we
fighting a pillow
Exactly.
in
This
in
goddamn
your
hell.
room, and you're gonna make fun of me? You fucking loser? You fucking loser, bro. You're a loser. Who the fuck is Messiah? Messiah, wallah, you're 100 pounds.
But they actually didn't die. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die.
Oh, go
Which
fuck
that,
yourself, man. You're fucking trash. Go fuck yourself. Trash debater.
here, we'll see if Flowcat...
This guy's a
that
trash debater.
begin from Adam and Eve that if you
He
eat out
put
of
my
food, you will
screen on
surely
there
die.
and then muted me
And
and
then we
started
see
debating
people
other
surely
people.
dying all the time.
But they actually didn't die. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. Which that didn't happen.
Yeah.
What a loser.
It said people would surely die.
Oh, he dropped.
I dropped?
He
You
finally
fucking
dropped.
Pig. I finally dropped?
Hold
I'm
on
coming
a second.
back.
Look, I got.
I dropped.
Oh, talking about the other guy? Yeah, he crazy.
I'm a
crazy.
king. I'm gonna make you guys
He's, no,
scared.
he's still here somewhere. Hold on. Did he leave?
When he was flexing. When he was flexing, he was flexing it to a
Oh,
girl
you guys
that
are
in the queue
scared
called
of me.
I
You're
know.
watching
I'm
me.
looking
Y'all
at
are
the
scared.
guy in the.
Y'all are literally waiting
came
for me,
back.
watching me.
Dude, leave.
You're waiting and watching for me, huh? Deconstruction. You have no other content except me, huh? And this other ballistic missile.
Upset. Dude, these people are
How am I
insane
upset?
tonight.
I'm happy.
Listen,
You're a trash
this is a
debater.
real
I
person.
expose you for being a
This
trash
is
debater.
real
Why am I
person
upset?
in real life?
How am I upset, guys? He has another guy that's a schizo fighting himself in a pillow.
Oh my god.
I fucking shit on him. He's got
turned his
another
camera
dude with
off.
the biggest nose in the
Alright.
universe. That's his crowd, and
anyway,
he's making
sorry,
fun of me,
Robert.
guys.
It's been a crazy
That's
night,
the crowd
Robert.
that he's hanging out with, and he thinks he got content on me, guys. He thinks he got content on
Okay,
me.
so my
I'm the one that's
point was, the Bible
exposing
says that
deconstruction. I'm the one that exposed deconstruction for the lying piece of shit he is.
This guy's mad.
You fuck your mother. Your mother is a whore. Why the fuck are you lying on the name of people? You piece of shit.
People die. We've known that forever.
Why are you lying on the names of people?
Well, the Ugaritic mythology
Hey,
talks
can you
about
quiet
people
down,
dying,
please? I'm trying
right?
to
So,
fucking loser.
that's what I'm saying. Okay, in
Please
the
be
Ugaritic
quiet.
mythology,
Mute him.
there is a line that is spoken by one of the gods,
Man, y'all are trash. I'm leaving, but y'all are trash. You don't know how to debate. Why is he going debating somebody else when I'm here?
Hands. And that the mouth of death is what's the word?
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Unquenchable. So the Ugaritic tablets that came far
Manar, the king of the world, proves his might
has a 100%
with the blessings of God.
So
this guy asked me my religion because he has no argument. He needs to know where religion I am. Why would I give him that? Why would I give him what religion I am? Did he give me money? Did he pay me $1 for me to tell him my religion?
Asherah are all real.
Fucking loser. He goes and assumes and starts making arguments based on this assumption. That's exactly why I would never give him my religion.
No.
Your mother was wrong for having you. Deconstruction, and you're a piece of shit for lying on the name of the people. And you think you're a good debater. You're trash, and you're never gonna explode, and your channel is gonna be dead forever. And fuck whoever supports him. They're trash like him. Why are you getting pissed?
What state is your accent? What state is your accent from?
I'm Kenzonian.
He's not okay, I was trying to figure out if Mississippi or Louisiana. It's a fun one to listen to.
Yeah, well, nobody, and it's never fun to listen to you. You're a trash debater. You make fallacious argumentation, and you're scared of holding on to your position.
True in the death part.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
This is not funny.
Still going.
This is
If the
terrible.
Bible,
All right. Hopefully this works. I'm just gonna try it.
if the Bible wasn't true in everything that it said, if it said something that wasn't
This Q does
what would that mean?
work, but manner is really ruining it for everybody. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I promise you, I'm not the one that ruined it for y'all.
I agree. Yeah, let's
No,
touch on
but
that.
you were screaming,
right? So
and
there's
that
a passage in the Bible.
nobody's gonna listen to you if you're
if you go
screaming.
to
I'm sorry, but that's
Ezekiel
not gonna happen.
33.
Yeah, that's why they were looking. They're literally watching me, waiting for my videos.
Yeah, man, this is embarrassing, bro.
It says,
It's funny though.
Bro, your mother is
They're not
embarrassing. I don't give a
watching
fuck.
you
I don't. Who the
anymore.
fuck are you? You're embarrassing
Stop
for
it.
existing.
Stop
What the
it.
fuck
I
are
got a
you?
mother,
Do you
bro.
think
I grew
anyone
up with
gives
no
a
mother.
fuck about you and your embarrassment? You're embarrassing for speaking. Does anybody care? I didn't mention that. I'm embarrassed for how small and tiny
Definitely
you look
not,
and how
obviously,
fucking
right?
fat and ugly you
But
look too.
when we go to Deuteronomy
Did I say
28,
anything? I'm embarrassed for you.
when
I
he
didn't
talks
say
to the
anything.
Israelites
Everyone
about
in the
when they
world is
disobey
embarrassed
him,
for you, you fucking
Yeah.
loser
just as
virgin
the Lord
bitch,
took delight
who
in
no woman
making
will
you
ever love.
prosperous
Nobody
and
said
numerous,
anything.
so the
Everyone is
Lord will
embarrassed
take
for you.
delight in bringing you to ruin.
Sure,
and
you can be
destruction.
embarrassed for me, but nobody asked for you to be embarrassed
So
for
in
me. I'm
Deuteronomy
the king.
28, he does
I
take
own
delight
you.
in destroying the wicked.
Why are you still here?
I
believe in
own
God?
this room.
Right, but what I'm saying is in Ezekiel,
Which one
it
of
says
you
that
is
the Lord
actually
does
feeling
not take
embarrassed for
delight in
me?
the destruction
This
of the
bicep
wicked.
is bigger than all your heads. You're gonna be feeling sorry
Please
and embarrassed
stop.
for me? Look at this guy. He looks
Do
like
you
he needs a
even
haircut.
live,
He looks
bro?
like he's just found a house
Please.
tonight because it's so cold outside. He found a shelter.
How embarrassing. Keep going, bro.
I
You
think
have
he looks
no
pretty
muscle
good.
mass, dude.
How embarrassing. That's all he has. How embarrassing. You sound like Dexter from the Dexter Laboratory.
Well, you're breaking up on us, Robert.
You sound like Dexter, bro. You probably look
Anchor
like
is not a
Dexter. You're
good
short
look
and
on you.
ugly like him. Bro, why are you pissed off?
Yeah.
Sir
I
Salty,
can
what
hear
do
it
you
now.
want?
But listen, Robert, I appreciate being here, but it's getting late. I've got to get to bed.
Oh, he needs to go to bed,
And I think our
guys.
connection
He
is
has to
pretty
go to sleep
poor,
now.
and your smoke detector is driving my audio
Because I was
crazy, so I
fucking
gotta-
him. He needs to go to bed, guys.
Your audio is broken again.
Hey, Daniel, get ready to go to
Thanks
sleep,
for being
baby.
here, Robert.
Men are.
I was
Come back
fucking
anytime.
him. Now he
Just
has
try
to
get
end the
Wi-Fi,
stream
okay?
early.
Guys,
He
thank
has
you
1,000
so much for
people
being
watching. He
here.
has to
We
end the
got
stream
the
early.
last of
Hey,
our
men
super
are.
chats
Men
here.
are.
We got some fun ones.
Yeah,
Josh,
everyone's
thank you for the
laughing at
$5
you.
super chat. Josh says,
Bro, I'm
someone
content.
needs to make a
I'm
hand
recording
puppet
content
for
right
this
now.
guy.
Leave me alone.
Oh, for sure.
You're
Although,
fucking losers.
like,
It's a
if
laughing
anyone
party.
could say, like,
On
what
TikTok,
would be
man,
a good
everybody's just going
caricature
Bro,
of
who
a
are
Muslim
you? You're a
person? That's
pathetic
him.
loser. You
That's
can't even
all.
show your face.
That's-
I don't give a
that's the
fuck
guy
if you
I
laugh at me.
envision.
I bet if you show your face, I'd laugh at you with nothing. You don't have to open your mouth. I'll just laugh. You just have to show your face and I'll start laughing.
Great stream
I
to
promise you that.
LMAO. Yes, I'm so glad you're
I
here.
promise you that. I promise you I'll start laughing the moment. I bet you.
Here, and thank you so much for the super chat. And thank
squeezing
you
your arms
so
and
much.
stuff.
Yeah. And I'm embarrassing you. One of my arms is bigger
Yeah,
than your
bro,
whole
can
head.
you flex
That's
again,
fucking
bro?
embarrassing. That's the true embarrassment.
Crazy night.
How one of my arms is bigger than
Thank
your
you
whole
for the
head.
$10
That's
super
an
chat, and
embarrassing
It was
part.
a hell of a show tonight.
And I'm not
It
even
was a
I'm not
wild
even
show.
strong.
I got a headache now, actually.
One full
after all
arm is
the
bigger than your
craziness
whole
tonight.
head, you fucking loser.
GH, thank you for the $2 super chat. It
It's
says
weird
that
when
chirp
you
is
have to,
giving me
like,
lead
resort
poisoning. I
to trying to
agree.
be
I can't
physically-
handle the smoke.
It's weird when you have to be physical. Yeah, when you're a fucking nerd, everything in the world's weird. You fucking little weird nerd.
But how can any
Fucking
sane
hipster.
human being live with
yourself
that
another
chirping in the
wedgie.
background?
Bro.
And Alosa, thank you for upgrading to Kraken Crew Elite. You now have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. And Wilma Dicklift, one of the best names on YouTube. Thank you so much for that name. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, this is the greatest live of yours I've seen so far.
Get a little
Muslims,
bit higher up your
shadowboxing
ass crack.
Christians,
I love
dogs marrying cats, and it's the beginning of Doug's
Yeah,
judgment.
that's
Hell
pretty
yeah.
impressive.
The
Not
world's
gonna
falling
lie.
apart because Doug is ready to judge.
Fucking break
Yeah,
your
Matt
necks.
Oh my
Cross,
gosh!
dude.
Now,
I'll
guys,
fucking
we
Yeah,
break
that's
your
impressive,
necks.
bro.
live
But
right
still
now.
embarrassing.
Who's live right now? Well, let me go. Pull
Yeah,
up.
I'm embarrassing
Who
too.
is-
I'm embarrassed for you. Can you do a one push-up?
Cyber
You beat
Deconstruction's
your
live right
boyfriend
now.
with those muscles?
I could probably do like 7.
Let me grab him real quick. Let me grab Cyber Deconstruction's live. I gotta log in. For some
Yo,
reason, TikTok
Manar,
decided
how
to
many,
log me out.
how many
It does that
9-year-olds could you
periodically. I
marry
think it's
with
because
those
I'm logged
arms?
in using TikTok Studio. Cyber and
Hey,
Mezzo
I
is
would
live
love
right
to
now.
have you guys
Of course, yeah, I've got
and
to
destroy
verify
you
my
live
account before I let me log in. I don't know why.
on that debate. Can we actually
No one's hacking
record
into
that
my
debate
account.
and have
I
that
don't
real
know what
debate
you're
and
doing,
no muting me, no like stopping me. Let me actually have a debate on this. Because I would embarrass you.
Log into the account there. So
Because I really want to know, beside the biological indicators, what
There we
other
go.
indicators do you
Guys,
guys look
we
for?
rated
You think the
cyber
age, the
a
arbitrary
lot.
age is the
So let's
indicator
go
we're
ahead
looking for, or is it
and
something else?
Mezzo,
fucking
rated-
loser.
we haven't rated Mezzo in a while.
There we go.
So I want to get
Bro,
Mezzo's
nobody gives a
screen
fuck your
up here.
presupposed idea of what is moral. Who gives a fuck? You fucking allow a million
And there we
abortions
go.
a year
We
in
got
America.
his account,
Nobody thinks.
and I'm gonna put it on
Nobody
the
believes
screen.
you know what morality is. You
This is
fucking
where we're going,
loser.
guys. Mezzo
Not a human being in the world believes you know
WS.
what
He's
morality
live
is.
right now.
Okay.
Why are you
Listen.
laughing? There's a
Let's see
million
where he's at
abortions
right
in America.
now.
It's not a laughing matter.
He's at 282 followers,
Weirdo.
guys. Let's get this thing up
Weirdo.
over
Look at
320.
me. You're
Let's go.
creep,
Let's
man.
everyone
Why are you
over.
nervously
Mezzo's
laughing?
live right now. Mezzo
You fucking
underscore
creep. Why are you
Let's get
nervously
over there.
laughing?
Let's get him over 320. Tell him I sent
You're
you.
a
Tell him
fucking
Justin sent you.
weirdo.
Tell
You're
him
nervously
M
laughing
sent
at a
you.
million
Here with me.
abortions a year.
Moon into.
A million
I
abortions a
missed
year.
you, but
That's
it's
a
always
laughing
glad,
matter to
always
you.
glad to have you.
You think babies come from blood clots?
Absolutely. Cheers, guys. Make sure you're following.
No, oh yeah,
We're over
no.
300.
Oh, hey guys, a baby doesn't come from a sperm, right? It doesn't come from a fucking sperm. Go fuck yourself. They come from the sperm, you loser. At least that's a level higher.
I see
You're
319.
trash at debating, bro. You're shit at debating. Your problem is that the blood clot. That's the
Gotta
problem.
get a 320. They're
You're shit debating.
I
would embarrass you. I would embarrass your mother. I would bring your friends. Bring all your friends. Bring deconstruction. Look how scared deconstruction is. You won't even allow me in for one more minute. What a loser. Bring all your friends in. Let me fucking shit on all of you. But let's be serious about it.
Dude, you can't have a rational conversation.
Okay, because what you were asking me were rational questions, right? You weren't trying to agitate me.
I don't know if you realize that.
Okay, but who gives a fuck about you? Nobody cares about your opinion. Can
I mean,
anybody
my
here in the
opinion
room ask me? Does anybody even know who's talking right now?
rational mind.
No one knows his
I
name.
care about his opinion.
No one even knows who's talking. I don't know if it's Alex, if it's Silver. I don't even know who the fuck is speaking right now. I don't give a fuck about you. Whereas
Silver.
all of
Fucking
you know who's
correctly.
speaking right now. You all
You're
know
loud,
who's the king
bro.
right now.
And
Yelling
you're
at
annoying.
Silver, I don't know if you knew that. By the way, he's done with the live. You can
Q
just
called
go.
Messiah. I just turned his camera
go
on real quick, and
scream in
he's
your
got
room
his
by
shirt
yourself.
off. And he's out here
Without
like
having to
shadow
get
boxing
people.
people. The Muslims and the Christians
Okay.
are fighting with each other in the comments.
He's not here anymore, is he?
Yeah, he's done.
Just gotta.
Walked away.
I think we should all just hang out together.
Yeah.
He was never going to talk to you because of your attitude, dude.
No, because he's trash. He tried to start the debate by trying to control the questioning,
Just
and I didn't allow it.
Are you trolling?
And
more than
yeah,
that.
he tried to tell me Iran is Iran allowing 60. Who the fuck? What does
listen to
Iran have to
yourself?
do with the whole conversation? Why is he bringing Iran to me? Am I Iranian? I don't fucking know anything about Iran.
Are
What
you
the
Muslim?
fuck? So all I did was I asked him about America. Well, I didn't mention if I'm Muslim or not in the debate.
You
so-
know if it's
no,
okay to fuck
did
little girls or
anyone,
not,
did
don't you
anyone know
answer
if
the
I mentioned if
question.
I was
Yes or
Muslim or
fucking
not?
no. Yes or fucking no. Is it okay to fuck little girls or not?
I'm a Muslim, and the answer is yes.
So there you go.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know me.
A million abortions in America, and this is the laughing matter.
Yeah, see, you change the fucking subject every time. You
I
fucking
changed the
arrogant
subject. How
fucking
about that's the true
idiot.
subject, you fucking loser? The true subject is
Wait, who's
today,
angry now?
not 1,500 years ago. How about that, you fucking big nose?
I'm
bitch?
glad you make up for passion what you lack in brain cells.
The ability to choose.
Okay, why are you bringing my brain cell count down when you actually literally sound like you're mentally retarded?
Like how many?
It's a lot of projecting,
babies
bro.
Did your
I sound like I'm
God
mentally retarded. I'm
actually
literally
unalive?
debating 6 people in one room. I sound like I'm mentally retarded. You, by the way,
Yeah,
you sound like you're a little bit
you
slow
do.
too.
Yeah.
You're the only one screaming.
Because 6 people are interrupting me,
It's
and
not really
I'm
a
debating 6
debate.
people in one room by myself.
You're not
That's why.
debating
No,
anybody.
you were not
Here's
even
the
debating.
dude
You've
that's
just
screaming.
been yelling at us.
I'm
You've
not
been yelling
not
at us for
yelling.
10
I'm
minutes now.
You're
overwhelming.
yelling
Yeah.
and you're screaming and you're doing push-ups and you're
I'm
flashing.
definitely,
your
I'm overwhelming. Yeah, the other girl was impressed. Not my fault that you guys can't do a single fucking handstand push-up.
Show us the muscles
Can
again.
you do one? Hey, can you do one more? Actually, you were lagging. I just saw the handstand.
Who was impressed?
Can you do one more?
Can you do a
push-up?
one-hand push-up?
Who
Oh,
cares?
man. I didn't even want to debate Justin. I just wanted to hear Manar fucking crash out hard. And I got
For real?
it. Got what
Yeah.
I wanted.
You have
Great.
problems. Who would want to hear that?
I find it quite
Hey,
entertaining.
do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'm live right now.
Yeah,
I
can you,
exposed your boy for being a liar. He wouldn't let me ask one question, and he forced the conversation.
What's
somewhere we
the
can
name?
see
That's a
videos?
trash debating tactic, and your boy doesn't know how to debate. He's a trash
I'll
debater. I
sub.
exposed him. He's
It's
worse than
his
Destiny.
live. Deal with it.
I know, but just I know. Deal with it, and I'm the only one that's gonna know that he's a trash debater. But just know that your guy is a trash debater.
Oh,
He's
I mean,
not up
he
for
would have
nothing.
he would have destroyed you as well.
That's why he kicked me out, right, guys? Okay.
Because you couldn't answer a single question.
Why would I
No.
answer any of his
You could-
questions if he can't answer any of my questions? I tried to give
You
him a
couldn't
litmus
say
test.
yes
I was
or
like,
no.
let's see if he-
Nobody wants to be yelled at. That's
I'll
why.
play. I said I'll play. I'll give you a question today, moral question about today instead of 1,500 years ago, like he went or whatever
would
he's
have been
talking
able
about
to
Iran.
ask a
I didn't even go
You
to
can't.
Iran. I kept it here, domestic
Manar.
in America. I don't know why he went
Manar.
to Iran. I don't know. Did anybody tell him I'm
Manar.
Muslim or something?
Manar.
Did I tell anybody I'm Muslim,
He
guys?
would
Did I say I'm Muslim to
you
anyone?
to ask a question.
Guys, am I a Muslim? Did I tell anyone I'm a Muslim? Am I a Muslim,
You're
guys?
not capable of having.
Guys,
a-
does anyone know if I'm a Muslim? Why is he? Why was he?
Well,
Why
we
was he
can-
questioning me about Iran?
We can assume the way you act that you're a
obvious.
Muslim.
Did I make any Muslim arguments today, guys? Did I say I'm a Muslim? Did I make a claim I was a Muslim? Why would he ask me about Iran?
Manar, are you not Muslim?
I'm just asking you. No, so no one's gonna answer my question, but I have to answer yours. Why would I answer yours if you won't answer mine? Answer my question first, and then I'll answer yours. Did I make a claim that I'm Muslim today?
Are you so afraid of
No,
it?
you did not.
Why
but we
would I
know you
answer
are.
a question if you won't dabble me and answer my questions first? I'm testing you to see if you will dabble me. If you won't dabble me, I won't dabble with you. So answer my question. The other girl
Manar,
answered.
just
She
say
said
yeah.
no. Can you also say no? I didn't mention that I was Muslim today, right?
Regular conversation, dude.
So did I mention
No,
I was
he
Muslim
did not
today?
say
Yes or
that.
no? Are you gonna have a regular conversation, or you don't know how to speak?
Do you hear anybody else yelling?
Do you know how to
Justin,
answer questions? Yes or no?
Yelling doesn't help you.
I'm not yelling. I'm asking you if you know.
I think it's his normal voice level, and
know, I'm just
I
asking you
It's okay to
if
fuck
you,
little girls
if
or
you
not.
know. I'm just asking you if you heard everybody else saying.
Please stop asking
Women
that.
don't find your aggressive behavior like
Final
attractive.
time, I'm gonna ask the question to see if you're good faith. Did I actually mention I was Muslim today in the debate today with the deconstruction zone? Yes or no? Anyone?
No, not.
Okay,
Can
thank you,
please stop
thank you.
now?
At least that one is
No,
good
you did
faith.
not.
Hey, by the way, that's proof that deconstruction doesn't know how to debate. By the way, that's proof because he doesn't know anything about me, and he started talking to me about Persia and Iran. Iran, 60-year-old men with 99. Who am I to talk about Iran, 60-year-old men? Why don't we talk today about America's 1 million abortion babies? Let's
How do
talk
you
about
stay
that.
this triggered for this long?
I'm not triggered. I'm just telling you what happened today. I'm proving to you that deconstruction was trash at debating.
Now you're just lying to people.
Deconstruction is trash at debating. I exposed them.
Okay, just
He
take
actually
take a
forced
breath.
upon me. He forced upon me that I'm a Muslim without me telling him I'm a Muslim
Have you ever
first.
tried whispering? Maybe whispering is like your normal.
I know, but he forced upon me that I'm a Muslim, and I never told him I'm a Muslim.
But
Then he
no.
refused to actually answer any of my
wait,
questions
no.
about the actual moral arguments of today.
Do you like
Manar.
actually have a point, or you just like pissed at the world?
Manar, my nose is not bigger than yours, bro.
No. Hey, by the way, I have a big nose, but yours is bigger.
Dude, come on.
I can sleep on that nose.
Come on, dude.
I can step
My
on
nose
that
is
nose
bigger than yours, Billy.
and then have like a
Who
stairwell.
literally cares?
Dude. I mean, what
I'll
kind
give
of
you credit.
debate?
Nessa, you don't sound cute. I don't know why you're laughing. What you're laughing about? You sound like you have
Because
crooked
you're a
teeth.
great
Hey,
representative.
when you're
of
laughing,
Allah.
Nessa, you sound like you have crooked teeth.
What? Show me yours.
I mean, it's respectful. It's
My
like a car
teeth?
crash.
You want to talk about my teeth?
Yeah,
damn, bro. You mean
Look at gorgeous smile that I have.
That's why
Wow,
I'm here.
you got pretty good ones, yeah.
Why does it
Are you
sound
gonna
like you
play
guys?
nice
Hey,
now?
why does it sound
Being
like
nice
Alex
to you?
smells?
Hey, Manar, you look like you smell.
Yeah, because I just did 16 push-ups behind you on my handstand.
You
Still
did
here
16, bro. You did
just
do
because
16.
we want to see the spectacle.
Because can you even do one handstand push-up? I really, I want to see you guys
No,
try
I
one.
can't, no.
You're fat ass, ugly shit for brains, faces. I want to see one of you do a one handstand push-up. Except Nessa. I believe Nessa doesn't have a shit for brain, but everybody else in this room, especially Alex with that big ass nose.
Oh, Nessa, he's trying to
Collects
get
a
on
lot of
your-
mucus.
Why did you change your mind so quick? I thought you said I had crooked teeth.
No,
excuse me.
look, I don't think you're dumb. I think you just look a little bit ugly.
This is the first woman he's been allowed
Oh,
to
that's
talk to
fine.
outside
I
of
don't
his
care.
religion.
I'm kidding, Nessa.
Okay,
He's
come
talking to his
on.
mother, his sister.
Hey, I have a question for Menard.
Are you trying to antagonize me? Yeah,
We're
please.
playing games. He's having fun.
Yeah,
He's
go
having
ahead,
fun.
go ahead.
Look at him,
I'm
he's
fucking
smiling.
having fun.
Nah, speak, Daniel.
I destroyed deconstruction.
Hey,
I
wait,
exposed
Daniel
that
has
he
a
doesn't know
question.
how to debate. A lot of
Hey,
people
yo,
had respect
Menard,
for deconstruction
Menard.
before I showed up, guys. A
Hey,
lot of people had a lot of
hey, yo.
respect for him. In my viewer base, guys, a lot of people had a lot of respect for deconstruction. By the way, no one has respect for that little dog that's barking right now and whispering. Who the fuck was that
Ask the
whistling
question,
dog?
Daniel.
Hey, you little whistling
Menard,
bitch. Who the
can you
fuck
let
are
him
you
talk,
whistling
please?
and whispering and thumping your nail do like that, you little bitch? I'll
I
come
was
and
just
fuck
gonna
your
ask him a
mother
question, but
and
I don't
step
think
on
we
your
had
head
too
and
much
pee
listening.
on your
He's just
face,
yelling.
and then I'm gonna do this to you like the little dog that you are, you little bitch. Come here,
I
baby.
don't want to yell
Come here,
back
little
at
puppy.
him.
Come here, puppy.
God,
Hey, but
you
first
hate
of all, I'm
yourself
gonna
so
pee
much.
on your
It's
mother's
so
face.
sad.
I'm gonna pee on your mother's face, then I'm gonna be like this. Come here, puppy, to your mother. You fucking dog. You're
Hey,
gonna come
Menard.
talk to me like that, you little dog? How about you stop?
Menard, bud.
Stop! Shut the fuck up, you little doggy. Come here, little doggy. Come here, you fucking.
Menard.
I'm gonna pee on your
Hey,
mother's
Do you
face,
live
you
in
fucking
Dearborn,
bitch.
Michigan?
For that, I'm gonna pee on your mother's face. Fuck you.
Do you live in
Menard,
Dearborn?
quick question for you. If you're able to
Live
respond.
in Dearborn, huh? You would love to come. Man, you would not be able to stand in front of me. I don't know why you're trying to come stand in front of me. This would be in your funeral.
Live, so maybe he's
They would
talking
play
to
this
like his
song.
audience. He's a musician? What the heck?
Whoa.
He does.
I kind of like.
Okay, that took a fucking turn I was not fucking expecting.
Sing for us, Menard. Sing for us.
I fucked deconstruction. He stood on his bed. And then he left the room. And he left Nessa with me. Let's go, baby. Alright, anyways.
No, go back to that. You should have been doing that the entire fucking time. You've been holding out on us, motherfucker.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm literally
pretty good,
just
I'm not gonna
content.
lie.
But hey, you guys have to be honest with me. Deconstruction doesn't know how to debate. He forced upon me that I'm Muslim. I never told him I'm Muslim. And then he doesn't know how to debate. Because if he didn't know I was Muslim, he had nothing. Do you guys understand that? That's why I was testing him. I am a Muslim,
Nobody
guys. I am a
agrees with
Muslim.
you, but you keep
I am a
repeating.
Shut up,
Muslim.
man.
I am a Muslim, Nessa. You got me right with the big nose. I know you're smart, girl. But the truth is, he didn't have anything else against me if he didn't know. That's what I was showing you guys.
Do you just not care what people think of you? Because like
I am the king of all of Earth. I'm stronger than anyone in this room. Why should I give
this.
a fuck about any of you? All of you are going to tell me to not stand on the coffee table, but I'm still going to stand on the coffee table. Why should I care what you say?
Wait.
Why should I care what you say? You're going to tell me not to try to hit on Nessa. If Nessa likes it, why should I care what you say?
everyone
or something?
see that your behavior.
Damn,
That's wrong
Nessa.
if he's saying
God
he's
damn
the
it.
king of the earth and asserting
Hide that
himself higher
face.
than the
He
deity of Allah.
Hey, make it dark again. Make it dark again. God.
At least he's consistent, guys. He's a fucking psycho. I love it. He's a
Make it
consistent
dark again.
psycho.
I don't want to see that.
Well, I think
It's
psychos are
great
inconsistent.
entertainment.
In that case, he is very
Of his
consistent.
Hey, so you guys are going to follow me? You guys are going to follow
I
me in
guess.
our reports?
Yeah, I'll
Nah.
drop you a follow, bro.
For real, I'm live right now. Nick really invited me. He's a big fan of deconstruction. I've never heard of deconstruction. I knew he was
Of course you're live right now.
I swear I'm
We
live
knew
right
you were
now.
live, dude.
Deconstruction. I swear I've never ever heard in my life about deconstruction. Ask Nick. I swear to God, I've never heard of him in my life. But I do these debates a lot. Earlier, I did a 9-hour debate today. Or like a session of stream, and you guys can see it. I did it today. So, and then again, I stopped by, and all of a sudden, Nick called me out. He told me deconstruction is live, and he would love for me to stop by, and I wanted to stop by for him, and he sent me a couple of super chats for that. So that's why I stopped by. That's all. I didn't
swore
mean
to God, so you know you could trust him.
I didn't mean any hard feelings. I really want to have a good discussion with deconstruction. But before, what happened to me, and I've uploaded this video, Planet Peterson did the same strategy on me, guys. These TikTok debaters, they do the same strategy where they force the question upon me, and I'm not allowed.
Peterson?
Yeah, I debated Planet Peterson last week.
About what?
And then
Same thing. He controls the conversation. I come in and I stop by and I make an argument. I'm like, hey, I really believe this is an important
I don't know,
discussion
bro. I
to
think
make.
you're bad at debating. Not gonna
I
lie.
came in, I said, hey, this is a very important discussion to make.
You're fucking terrible, bro.
This is just ranting.
To be honest.
It's okay.
This
It's okay.
is
It's
called
okay.
ranting, not
It's okay. But
debating.
what happened was I did the same thing. I said I came in. I really believe that there's one moral structure that's very beneficial to the society. I really believe it's important for humanity to come to an agreement on what that moral structure is.
Manar,
That's
I'm
how
gonna
I
ask you a
started the
serious
debate with
question.
Planet Pearson. Exactly how
What
I
would
did
that
today.
be?
That's exactly how I did today. Then he forced upon me that I'm Muslim. I don't know why.
Hey, answer the question.
Go ahead, Nessa. You look fucking. Do you even have hair?
Is your moral
Are you
standard
baldy?
is it objective?
Nessa, you look like a bald. Are you hijabi, Nessa? I didn't know there's some hijabis in the room. Okay, go ahead. I would have been a little bit more respectful. I wouldn't have called out mothers.
Does moral standard actually like revolve around an objective morality, or is it based on religious views? Where are you coming from?
Sure. In the end, I was Muslim, so I was gonna come from that angle, but I was gonna bring a scientific and moral argument and
If
a
you
logical
check if
argument.
there's a religion which
And that's why he
anger
immediately
is a
went
good
toward
thing.
problem.
I know, but
in your
imagine I was Christian. There's
morality.
Syrian
I'm just
Christians. You know
watching
that there's 10% of Syrian population is Christian.
Morals, it's okay.
You know, 2% of the Syrian population is Alawites, so they're not even Muslims or
mute myself
Christians.
so I
They're a
don't,
whole
like,
different religion.
cause too much of a ruckus.
address what I said.
And with my nose, I could be mistaken for a Jew at any point in time in all of history. So I don't know why he made a forced presumption that I'm a Muslim forced upon me. I could have been.
But you will never be mistaken for an asshole.
It's very
that
obvious.
one I can
Anybody-
agree with you. I always look like the alpha in the room. I always look like the asshole. You could say that. You could rephrase it for that word. Yes. The fuck
Look
boy.
like?
Another person would say fuck boy. All of you take a negative note to it and a connotation. To me, it's a sense of pride that I've been chosen for that outcome. Go ahead.
Is it fuck boy or is it fuck boys?
Nessa, how is there three of this?
So
What is happening?
does
Okay,
your
sorry,
moral
I can't take you
standard
seriously.
Does your moral standard allow for diddling 9-year-olds like your prophet?
Okay, I'll answer that question. If you answer to me, is your moral
No,
standard
I
allow?
asked first. Go right ahead. Go ahead and
Okay,
answer.
let me ask the question. Does your moral standard allow for aborting 1 million babies a year? Yes or no?
Go ahead
Is
and
that moral?
answer.
Mine does.
Mine
yeah.
does. I believe in protecting the people
mine
that
does.
are alive,
it's
not
moral
clumps
to
of cells.
murder
So now you
1
can go ahead and
million
answer the question. Is
babies
it
a
okay
year.
to have
So it's
relations with
moral-
9-year-old girls?
So it's moral to you to kill an unborn child at 1 million?
Yes,
of
I
them
answered
a
the
year.
question. Now move on.
You can kill billions in my
So I
moral
don't have
view,
to
yeah.
answer any other questions. To you, it's moral to kill babies. Why do you even care
Wait,
about
what?
the age of their consent or whatever? It's moral
You're
for
a
you to kill
coward.
babies. I don't have to
You're
keep
such
going.
a coward.
Wow.
Where do you want me to go with after that? Honestly, how can I go after that?
I
Where
want
can
you to
go?
answer the question. Is it okay
Nessa,
to have
you debate
relations with
that.
a
Hey, Nessa, you
9-year-old
debate
little
them.
girl?
Nessa, you debate.
I'm
gonna
more
let you
concerned
debate
about
them,
that than a clump of cells.
Nessa, they just argued it's okay and moral in their worldview to murder 1 million babies.
He
I don't
doesn't
know
have
what
to
I need
answer.
to say about
We
that.
already
I don't
know the
need to
answer.
say
Hey,
anything.
Nessa,
I'm
pay
gonna just
attention.
be quiet.
Yeah,
after that.
he's not
No, pay
gonna.
attention to me.
I'm not
This
gonna
is
say
a waste of
anything.
time.
You just made okay. Like I'll give you another
I
question.
cannot hear him. I cannot hear him at all. I can't see him, and it doesn't even show up. So
Lucky, we could all hear him very loud.
Be happy.
no, I can't. I can hear you guys, but I can't hear him.
Be happy.
Turn
Why?
yourself, Lucky.
It's not good. Trust me.
I mean,
Okay. Here's the claim. How can you say it's
you
moral
answer
for
the
1 million babies to be aborted? Never seen number in history of all of the universe, and then come and talk to me about
Hey, are you gonna call
children.
again?
What are you talking about?
You consider them babies. I don't.
Okay, let's have the actual debate instead of having the 1500-year-old debate. Why don't we have the today's debate where I disagree with you that they are children?
Why
you
do
fucking
you keep
maniac.
avoiding the question?
I believe
Why
you're a
do you just,
psychopath.
like, it's been like what, an hour and a half, and you can't say
Nick,
yes
I
or
can't
no
believe
because
you
you're
made
a
me do this,
coward.
Nick.
You can't back up. You can't back up.
You're a
shit.
psychopath.
You're
What do
just
you
a
mean I
coward.
can't back up? Let me debate you. Give me a minute. You're a psychopath. You just argued it's not a baby.
See, you're so
You just
triggered.
argued
Just
the
trigger
child in
boy.
the
You're
mother's
trigger
womb
happy.
is not a baby. Let me talk to you a little bit. Calm down. Why are you spurging out? Calm down. I'm gonna destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you. Stop. Calm down. Hey, let's dive deep into this, guys. Nessa, laugh at this. I'm gonna dissect your boy. And after this, you're never gonna have an abortion after this, Nessa. You're never gonna have an abortion after
I'm pretty sure I will
Nessa.
never have an abortion.
For real?
Hey Nessa, if you ever felt me, you would never have an abortion. I swear, you would want them. You would want those cute eyelashes. Hey, let's keep going here, though. Here's the idea, guys. The idea is that if this guy believes that these are not even babies, what can they be? What are they then? Are they another species of humanity? Are they dogs? Are they animals? What is he gonna call them if they're not babies? He wants to call them a clump of cells, but technically speaking, we're all clumps of cells. So what is the actual technical definition? Actual specific definition.
Is it a chicken or is it an egg? Oh my god, I can't figure this out!
Minar.
You literally are trying to argue they're not babies, they're not humans, is your argument.
He can't have
are all
like,
babies-
actual discussion whatsoever.
Nessa, don't have an abortion. These guys are lying to you. They don't know what they're talking about.
I'm missing half the conversation. So what's the point?
Don't have an abortion.
It's a one-way conversation.
I'm fucking you. That's why it's one way, because you just
Well, I
said these
believe you,
babies
but
are
I
not
don't know what
babies.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm
Only
fucking
one
him in the
person
asshole. Do you
from
guys
Mars
want me to
talking.
pull out my penis? He just said the babies are not babies in the mother's womb. What else do I have to say? And then he said it's moral
No,
for
you're
you
right,
to
you're
abort
right,
a million
Lamar, you're right.
babies.
Totally.
What else do I have to say?
You're right.
Imagine deconstruction said that. We would have been laughing. We would have been laughing. We wouldn't have to
you're
say anything.
so
We don't
true,
have
bro.
to keep going.
Oh
We
my
just
God.
have to expose you by laughing at you.
I'm convinced, bro.
We laugh at you.
You
You think
convinced
it's
me.
a one-way conversation.
Bernard,
You're
can I
getting
ask you a serious
exposed.
question?
All of this is getting recorded. I'm getting
Bro,
money
no
by the way.
one
I'm getting
has
super
talked,
chats.
bro. You've been
I'm
talking
getting super
straight,
chats.
like-
Are you getting money for this conversation?
Oh man.
I'm fucking you, and I'm getting money for it. It's a great time for me, guys.
Bernard, can I ask
It
you a
looks like I'm
question?
angry, but Alex's nose is kind of in the way, so I gotta like talk over it.
No, you're getting recorded.
Bernard,
I
can
don't
I
know
ask
if
you a
knew that.
question?
You're gonna get exposed. You're gonna
No,
get
can I seriously ask you a question?
With me,
Can I ask you a
Alex.
question, Minar?
No, but you can't ask me about Aisha. Because
not
anybody
about
that wants to
that.
ask
I
me
mean,
about
seriously.
Aisha has to answer, is a
Yeah, I
baby
know
in
how
the
to
mother's
question.
womb a baby?
It's not
Or a
about
clump
that.
of
It's not
cells, or
about
what
that.
is
It's
it?
not about
two
that. Can I
different
ask you?
topics.
Can I ask you a question related to this, but not about Isaac?
All right, go ahead.
Again, what is the conversation
So when you
about?
come into these spaces,
it's not
is
really
your
a
goal to
conversation,
convert,
it's just
or what is your goal here?
The goal was to actually grow my channel with the help of deconstruction, maybe find a couple of
Seriously,
people
why
that
am I
will
not
converge
getting
between my content and his content, and maybe come up to a point of agreement so we can get more panels and more debates and get a more lively YouTube audience. The outcome was
I
that
ask
he
one more
believed that I'm
follow-up,
a the outcome was he believed I'm Muslim and immediately shut me down, like immediately shut me down, wouldn't let me talk, wouldn't let me do anything. And do you really believe I came here to embarrass deconstruction? I believe deconstruction
Hey,
had much
Lamar,
bigger
when you
audience
answer
than
a
me.
question, can you keep it like 10 seconds, please?
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Last point. Deconstruction is much bigger audience than me. I would like to work with him. I would never want to go against deconstruction, but if he wants to start the argument and bring me on and then not allow and assume my gender and my fucking religion and then not allow me to actually answer, not actually answer any of my questions, I'm not gonna take him seriously after that. He's not a real debater.
Your feelings are really hurt tonight, man.
Sure, you can say that. I just made $15 just from these last 2 minutes, but okay.
Big
Actually,
baller
20 bucks,
shot
20 bucks,
caller.
20 bucks, 20 bucks. You keep saying I'm pissed off and I'm like angry. I'm happy. I exposed deconstruction. My chat is happy. We made a couple of bucks. What am I sad about? You guys are exposed to. You just exposed yourself for being okay. You just made an argument that's moral to murder a million babies because you don't believe they're babies. So you
inspired me tonight.
So you actually proved that
go
you're
into
not even a
gynecology. I'm gonna become an
scientifically consistent
obstetrician.
human
I'm gonna
being.
start a free
Why am I
clinic.
sad? Can
perform
anybody explain?
abortions
Can
daily.
anybody tell me why I should be sad? You guys,
Go
these
for
guys
it.
are fucking losers. I make money. I expose them. Why should I be the one that's sad here? Can I understand this? I'm beautiful. I'm gorgeous. I'm big. I can do handstands. What
Show
can
your
you
muscles
do?
again, bro.
What can you do?
Flex.
Can you show us your muscles one more time?
I can
Just
trip
flex
for you
one more
for
time, please.
easily.
Assuming that I'm mad? You can't assume I'm mad. I don't look ugly like Daniel. If I look like Daniel, you can assume I'm mad. If I had the nose of Alex, you can assume I'm mad.
Ugly.
But
Don't
you
say
can't
that.
assume I'm mad
Nah,
when
bro,
I
you're
look
pretty
like
ugly.
this.
You're pretty ugly, bro.
No, honestly, I'm being serious right now, guys. Wait. Let me say something real quick. I only think it's
No, he's
moral
flexing. Wait,
to
hold on.
abort those babies if they're Muslim or if they're
Are you
born to
flirting with me?
Muslims. I think they should be
No,
mandatory.
I think you're
He's
flirting.
trying to flirt with all of us.
I'm not flirting with nobody. I just wanted to flex.
It's kind of working, not gonna lie.
I don't know. I think you're a little gay for me. That's okay.
Oh, hey, at least
I'm
one
here for
guy
it.
agrees that this is a cute Syrian boy. At least one of you guys agree. Fuck them. Do I look like a give a fuck?
How you doing, Hadassah?
Very well. How are you?
Doing very well. Thank you for asking. Hadassah, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes. I'm 42, actually.
Right. And you believe in some kind of a God?
In Jesus, yes.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
The best evidence would be the believers.
Oh, tell me how, because like the New Testament says that the believers are going to like behave a particular way and that like we should know like Christians should be different from non-Christians, but I don't see much of a difference.
Right. Well, it's been 2,000 years. A lot happens in 2,000 years.
So,
I mean, are you aware of the end times theology at all?
I'm quite aware, but that doesn't actually address what I was saying. Like the New Testament says that Christians are going to behave a particular way, right? Do you believe that the Holy Spirit makes people a new creature?
I do.
Okay. Do you think that people that are new creatures in Christ are going to behave the same as non-Christians?
No, they're not.
Okay, so they are going to behave slightly differently. Okay. And what sort of behaviors would I expect from Christianity that I wouldn't expect from non-Christians?
Humility for one, and that's a big one.
Okay, I'm going to hold on, let me mark this down real quick. I want to make sure I don't want to forget these bullet points. So, number 1, Christians should have humility. Okay, anything else?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What else?
I mean, right now, that's the one that can't be mimicked as well as the others.
Sure, yeah, but what are the others?
I mean, let's see. I mean, in this day and age, like I say, most things can be mimicked. Most people know the gospel knowledge to the degree that they know it. So, and they like it, you know, everybody agrees that it's peaceful, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. So,
right. So what other characteristics would I expect from the Christians?
You're going to expect them to make better decisions,
like how
quicker.
So? Oh, like they're going to be smarter.
They're going to have wisdom because they have chosen to use a map rather than navigate their own way.
Okay, so Christians should be more intelligent than non-Christians?
They are more intelligent than non-Christians.
They are. Okay, so just make sure we're checking this off. So point number 1, Christians are going to be humble. Point number 2, they're going to be smarter than Christian or non-Christians.
Right.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't know. I mean, what else is there? You know the rest of it.
I'm asking you.
I'm trying to pick. I'm trying to pick things that wouldn't normally be noticed because you seem lost, particularly about it.
I mean, you could just tell me what the Bible says. What does the Bible say Christians are going to be like?
Is that because that's the only text that you know? So we should stick to the text. Why don't you tell them? Why don't you put your script out?
You can make stuff up if you want. Listen, if you think there are other characteristics,
I might be able to. Would you be able to hang with the argument if I made stuff up right now?
Oh, I'm certain
Probably not.
I'm certain I can hang
Probably not
with any argument that you lay out. So,
really? Oh, okay.
Hadassah, remember you're supposed to be humble. Okay. So don't
yeah, right,
don't
right, okay.
don't
But I can see through you.
Hadassah,
so no, you're not going to use
don't
that shit as a
counteract.
leash.
Don't
Gaslighting asshole.
counteract. Oh, there it
What?
is. Okay.
Don't what? There it is. What?
Point number
there it is.
one.
What? Calling you out.
Point number
Calling you
one.
out. Point number one.
Point number one was humility. Humility. Do you have
humility?
Do you have
You
humility?
wouldn't see. You don't know what you wouldn't know humility with both your hands.
That's what
bro.
you said. What is
you don't know it?
Do you know what humility means?
You don't know what humility. No, you don't know what it is.
It's crazy
so
that it's crazy that we started.
You don't know what it is.
We started this conversation by me simply asking you a few questions.
And you and your fake ass.
We started this conversation by me merely just asking you a couple questions.
And I always get muted. And you.
We started the conversation by just asking a couple simple questions. I haven't even engaged in any like argumentation yet, and you're already upset calling me an asshole. Did I say?
I'm not. Yeah,
Did I say something to you?
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
You're full of shit.
What did I say to you?
Everyone here knows it and feels it, and you're acting like an asshole.
There's that humility.
I don't care about your stupid.
There's
I don't
that
care
humility,
about your stupid trophies.
There's
I know
that humility
better than
and
that.
love of Christ.
I know better. I know.
Do you know?
Yeah, this is the love of Christ.
Do you know
right
what the?
here?
Do you know what the Dunning?
How would you know?
Do you know what the
How
Dunning?
would you know?
Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
Yeah, it's some shit that used to be called something else, and then they named it after some dude. I'm old enough to remember when they just fucking called it whatever the fuck they called it, common sense or whatever the fuck.
What is it? What's the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Just give it to me, my guy.
You said you know what it is.
I don't sit in front of Google. I don't sit in front of Google memorizing the definitions of things so people think I'm smart. So why don't you give us that?
Well, first of all, you said
you go ahead and sound. I concede. You're more educated.
So you said that Christians are going to be smarter than non-Christians, so you should know what this is. So I'm expecting you to know what it is. If you don't know what it is, you should have said that you don't know what it is, because that would mean
that's what you think smartness is.
So that means you would actually be humble, right? You said Christians are going to be more humble than non-Christians, which means if you're being humble people don't claim to know things that they don't actually know. So what we've discovered so far is that you're not humble.
You're a phony.
Is that you're not humble. You're not behaving like a Christian.
Phony.
And that you're also a liar. Because you said that you knew what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, but now you're telling me that you don't actually know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. So
you know what it is.
Okay. What is it? Tell me then.
I've heard
of
it.
What is it?
What is that supposed to prove whether I know what it is or not?
Yeah, if you say you know what something
is. I'm 42 years old, bro. I got a master's degree. I got a lot of shit in here.
I'm sure you do.
So just save us some time, my guy.
So you should be able to.
Why don't you graciously save us some time?
So you should be able to tell me what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
Graciously save us some time. I know you're looking right at it. So why don't you graciously save us some time?
I'm waiting for you to save time because you said you already know what it is.
I do know what it is.
Sure, then what is it?
I've watched YouTube before. I did that of my own volition. I didn't hear about it and then said, oh, I better make sure I know about it.
So what is it?
I actually was interested in that shit.
So what is it?
Oh, God, for fuck's sake. It is some stupid ass explanation y'all try to make up to explain why Christianity is still around, even though we can't answer your fucking questions.
Not even close to true.
That's what it fucking is. That is exactly what it fucking is. That is exactly what it fucking is.
How much money you want to bet on that?
What do you mean money that I want to bet? That's my opinion of what that fucking thing is.
But aren't you a prophet? Did God tell you this? You're not a very good prophet.
No. That he didn't tell me that. I looked that up.
You certainly.
What the fuck?
So you're a liar then, because you didn't look it up. So you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
My guy. It's just one of many things to know that we could Google. You could be Googling it right now. You're just trying to make me look weird. I'm making myself look weird. Just save your time and look it the fuck up.
If you don't know what it is, you should have just said you don't know.
I know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. I'm 42 years old. I pick and choose what shit I need to save in my brain.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I remember the conclusion I drew about it, which is, what the fuck? Why are they trying to name old shit after some guy and make it seem like it's some new ass information?
That's not at all what it says.
That's what I remember reacting about it.
Do you
when
even
I
know?
heard about it.
Do you even know what the principle of the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
Just fucking tell us, bro. It's just a Google.
But you're
it's just 2 sentences tops.
You're a prophet. All you have to do is ask your God.
Refresh my memory. No, that's not how it works, bro.
Do you know, or
That's
do you know or not?
I don't remember. How about that?
So then you don't know. You should have said you don't know.
That wouldn't be true. That would be a lie.
It would be a lie. You came up here lying. You said you knew what it was, but you can't tell me what it was.
No, I know what it is. I forgot. I probably forgot more shit than you fucking know in your life, bro.
I'm sure of it. You haven't demonstrated that so far, though. What you've demonstrated is that you're a liar.
Because you haven't moved the conversation on.
So the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I think people can tell who the dumbass is and who isn't.
Yeah, you got that right. The people can certainly tell.
Because I'm pissed off and I'm still dominating.
I know you are so pissed right now. So the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I am pissed and I'm still dominating.
Not even close. So the Dunning-Kruger.
Continue.
So the Dunning-Kruger effect is something that we find in psychology where people that are the least equipped and the least educated and the least knowledgeable in particular subjects actually believe that they're more knowledgeable, more capable, when it's actually not true. Because as it turns out, the people who know the least are more likely to believe that they know more than they actually know because they're not actually aware of the things that they don't know. They're so delightfully unaware of what they don't know that they think because they've learned a couple things that they actually know a lot. When in reality, the people who do get PhDs, the people who do learn a lot, the people that do excel greatly actually start to underestimate how much they know. It's a really fun thing that happens in psychology. So when people come up here and they claim to know a whole lot, and I sense that maybe they don't, I just ask them simple questions to find out if they know as much as they claim, which is why I'm asking you questions. I want to test you. You're claiming that you're really smart. I just want to know if you are.
Okay, well, you could have just asked me what my credentials are.
Sure, what are your credentials?
I have a master's degree in English. And what are you laughing about?
You got a master's degree in English? You might as well have done underwater basket weaving.
No, we're talking. This was 20 years ago. This was when degrees were actually very good. Still, this was while the internet was being born at the same time.
Oh boy! And what do you do with your master's degree in English?
I'm a writer.
That makes a lot of sense.
Among other things.
Sure. Does your master's degree in English equip you to be an expert in things that are not English?
Absolutely, it does.
Like what?
Let me tell you how.
I just asked you what.
Okay, that's because that's what you think that's going to answer your question or something.
Hadassah, I know how learning
humanities,
works.
Excuse me.
Hadassah, I know how learning works.
Okay, really? Okay, well,
I'm just asking.
Let me tell you how.
What other fields
when you're in the humanities? I tell you when you get a degree in the humanities.
So just cool your memories for a minute. I'm just asking you, what other fields of study does getting a master's in English prepare you for?
It prepares you for quite a bit because you learn how to express your ideas and have a conversation like we're doing now.
I don't think we're having a conversation.
Skill for many decades. Oh, I know you don't, because I am dominating you with my pinky and it's uncomfortable for you.
Again, you're just demonstrating that you're falling into the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is not.
No, you're falling. Excuse me. Did you know that I had a master?
Hadassah, just remember that as a Christian, you're supposed to be humble, and you're not being humble right now. I'm waiting for the humility because you're proving your claims to be false. Imagine being a prophet of God.
Does it look like that whip works on me, my dude?
It does. Hadassah, you
can put that whip away.
Hadassah,
put your whip away, bro. You know, it doesn't work on me.
Did you know that
it doesn't work on me?
I have a master's degree too.
I don't care. You're the one being an asshole.
Do you think that
you're the one disrespecting believers?
For no having reason. An opinion?
When we
having
an opinion,
Hadassah,
you're using this platform to roast our.
Hadassah, did I go to your house or did you come to my house? Where are we right now?
I came to your house, but you know what?
Okay, Okay, so I'm in my house.
Okay, what?
So I'm in my house saying things in my own house. Did I force you to be here?
This is a public platform, and you know it.
But this is my stage, right?
You're trying to draw audiences.
But this is a space
so
that
you drew me. You drew me.
I worked in
I'm
it.
drawn.
Yeah. Okay. So this is
yeah, it did.
So this is a space that I made to say things that I believe and have dialogue about things that I believe. Do you think that I should be entitled to say things that I believe in a space that I create for myself?
Sure.
Okay.
What does that have to do with me having the tone that I have?
Because you're coming in here and you're upset that I have an opinion about things, and I'm saying it in my
because there's consequence.
And I'm saying it in my space, a space that I created so I could say these things. I didn't come to you. I didn't knock on your door. I didn't come to your live stream. You came to me. So you can't come and complain.
Your God is a
You can't come and complain
Your God
that
is imaginary.
I'm saying things.
Prove me wrong. It's the
That I'm saying things in a space that I created for me specifically to say things. So
your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong is what your room says.
Yeah, can you do it?
Probably not.
Oh shit! Sounds like you're in the wrong place then.
It doesn't. It will never happen. That's why this room works for you. That's why this room will never go.
I expect a prophet of God to be able to prove me wrong.
Ever coming to a.
What can God do?
It doesn't work that way.
What can God do?
It does not work that way.
What can God do?
What can God do?
Yeah.
Anything.
Like what?
Anything.
Say one thing he can do.
It would take too long. It's called anything.
To say
he can
one
do
thing.
Anything. What do you not conceive about that?
Name one of the things that is in anything.
What do you not conceive? That is stupid.
I can do it. I can say, listen, I can say,
it's too stupid.
I can say, Doug can do anything, but he can also wiggle his eyes. See, the wiggling of the eyes is a subset of anything. I'm looking for something that is a subset of anything. And it didn't take a long time. What's one of the anything that God can do?
What in the magician's trick shit is that? What conversation are we having?
Asking you, what can
God
do?
Why don't you pick? I'll let you pick. Pick your optimum. Pick your optimum one.
I don't believe in your God.
What would you dream for me to say?
I don't believe in your God. I'm asking you.
No, tell me your dream response that you think of in your head.
I'm asking you, do you believe that your God is capable of doing things?
He's capable of doing anything.
Can you name even one of those things?
He can create the world.
Cool. What's the evidence of that?
That the world is created.
No, that's not evidence that he created it.
Yes, it fucking is.
No, it didn't. Doug created it.
Yeah, it is.
No.
What created it? I just told you.
No, Doug did. I just told you.
Who is Doug?
You already saw him. Doug and his consort Sharon Stone. They're the rock of ages, the firm foundation that you put your feet on. They instantiate all possibilities and hold the grounding of all logic. They created everything.
Okay.
Not your God. Your God's fake.
Okay.
So the evidence...
Well, aren't we free to believe anything? So what the hell are we doing?
The evidence that Doug is God is the fact that you exist, Hadassah. Doug's merciful enough to allow you to blaspheme him.
Doug's merciful enough to allow you to blaspheme. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a prophet of Doug, by the way. I'm a prophet of Doug.
Doug sounds just like my guy.
How about,
I think we're talking about the same guy.
We're not. So let's do.
I think we are.
We're gonna do a God competition. I'm gonna pray to Doug, and you're gonna pray to your God. We're gonna see who wins. So I'm gonna hold up. I'm gonna hold something up. Hold on. So I'm gonna hold up this pen, and I'm gonna pray to Doug that the pen cap stays on. You have to pray to your God that the pen cap comes off, and we'll see who wins.
I have to?
Well, we're going to see.
I have to?
We're going to see which God is more powerful.
Okay, but what if I don't want to do that?
Well, you're just admitting that your God has no powers.
No, I'm not admitting to that. I don't want to subject him to that. I think it's stupid.
But can your God do it?
I think you're an asshole. I don't want you to do it.
Again,
here's the thing.
It would convert.
Here's the thing.
It would convert everybody
here.
here.
You don't understand.
It would convert everybody here.
Well,
do you want to convert?
You don't talk to enough Christians. You don't talk
Do you want to convert everybody here to Christianity? Do you?
No, I do not, and neither does God.
Oh, so what do you want?
I want the gospel, the actual truth of the word to be preached so that people can know what they're turning down.
Is the Bible true?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So in the Bible, when it says, have nothing to do with stupid and senseless controversies, you know that they breed quarrels. But it sounds like you're doing the opposite of that.
That doesn't make it not true. What else dumb shit you got to say?
So you're literally doing it right now. You're engaging.
It doesn't make it
in
not
stupid
true.
and senseless controversies.
It's proving that it's correct.
Oh, you haven't proved anything correct. And
What the fuck?
It says the Lord's servants must not be quarrelsome, but kindly to everybody, an apt teacher, patient, correcting opponents with gentleness. Are you correcting people with gentleness right now?
No.
Oh, so you don't believe in the word of God?
I am not doing that very well right now.
But it says you're supposed to. It says the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but kindly to everybody. But aren't you a prophet?
It does say you're supposed to. Yes, I am.
Didn't you know this verse existed?
I do know that verse exists.
But you're not being very humble.
Is that, do you not know how to just, it's like a family. It's not this thing you conform to. It's a guidebook, okay?
The family?
So,
what are you talking about? The family is a genetic.
I'm trying to explain.
The family is a
Have
genetic
you ever
group.
been a Christian?
I was a Christian for 20 years. That's why I know that Jesus isn't real.
Oh, okay. So you're disgruntled. That's what it is.
No, I'm not disgruntled.
Listen.
I
No,
just know it's not true.
you are.
No, I'm not.
You are. You're
No, I'm not.
disgruntled. Yeah,
No,
you
I'm not.
are.
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
you're the problem. I
No, I'm
think
not.
you are.
No, I'm
Because
not.
everything was fine. And now y'all.
It's like she thinks that calling me a liar is a valid argument. Listen, I had a delightful time in Christianity. I know that it's not true because I studied the Bible professionally. I went to Bible college and seminary, and I know that Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. The Bible's full of contradictions.
Why?
It's full of scientific inaccuracies, and it's 100% true. Everything I said is true. You want me to prove it for you?
I believe that you went to seminary. It's a very common problem. It happens to a lot of people.
Do you want me to
in
prove my
seminary.
claims?
Prove your claim. No, because I know what you're going to say.
I can prove it.
And furthermore,
I can actually prove it. You want me to prove it?
Furthermore, people like
Do you believe
people like you.
Okay, so you're saying I'm wrong, but you
You're
don't.
so
You don't actually want me to prove my claims.
If
I don't think you actually know how
hold it
debates
right
work.
now-
The way that debates work is typically like one person makes a claim, another person might make a counterclaim, and then the different people debating need to actually provide like logic, reason, evidence for their claims. Now, as it turns out, my claims I can back up. Like I can go to the Bible, I can show you where it contradicts itself. I can go to the Bible, I can show you where it says Jesus fulfilled prophecies that he never actually fulfilled. I can back up my claims. All I'm asking you is, would you like me to back up my claims, or are you afraid of me actually doing that and proving you wrong?
If I surprisingly crumble every last one of your claims to dust, what are you going to do then? Are
Not
you
worried.
just going to mute me and cut me off?
Not even close to worried about it.
You're not worried about, I asked you what you're going to do because these people need to know, because then you're going to gaslight them and say that
No.
some shit is going on that isn't going on. You're not going to panic and mute me.
No. Only
All
if
right, go through your through your dumbass shit.
Only if you continue.
Let's go.
Only if you continue to be rude and interrupt like you have been. That's the only reason why you're getting muted.
Yeah,
you know that,
right.
right?
Oh, okay.
Like,
See, you
so
see what he's going to
you're-
use? You see what he's going to use?
So just so you're aware, you're the reason you keep getting muted, not me. You're getting muted because you're the one being rude. You're the one over talking everybody. You're the one that can't hold an adult conversation. All you actually have to do is behave like an adult, and I wouldn't mute you. In fact, I don't want to mute you. I would prefer to not mute you, but I can't do that because every time I talk, you talk, which is
You're
why
full of shit.
which is why you keep getting muted, and you're doing it right now. You're still doing it
You can see everyone.
as I'm explaining to you why you're getting muted. You're doing the thing that I said is going to get you muted.
Okay.
Okay. So now I would love to take turns. I have no problems taking turns. The problem is I sense that you don't want to take turns talking.
Bro, I'm on the spectrum and you taking so much fucking time, bro.
Well, first of
let's
all,
hear these claims that are so wonderful.
Being on the spectrum doesn't have anything to do with your bad behavior. My son is heavily...
Are you on the spectrum?
My son is on the spectrum and he doesn't behave like you. And my son is a level 3 on the spectrum, which is as high as it goes.
Okay, well, I was born in 80.
The problem isn't that you're on the spectrum. The problem is that you're full of yourself and you can't actually behave like an adult. That's
Projection.
why you're behaving the way that you behave. I work with quite a few people that are on the spectrum because I'm an electrical engineer and I work with a bunch of engineers. And as it turns out, people in engineering are quite often on the spectrum. So being on the spectrum doesn't mean that you have to be a piece of shit, because the people that I work with are delightful. And I know for a fact that a couple of them are on the spectrum. So would you like to first talk about how the Bible contains contradictions? Is that an easy place to start?
Sure.
Okay. Is it your belief that the Bible contains contradictions? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Does the Bible even contain one contradiction?
No.
Okay. Now, if I did show you a contradiction, this is a hypothetical. If I did show you a contradiction, what would it mean?
I would probably be able to tell you how that's not a contradiction, and then you would say some bullshit about how I'm wrong about that.
That wasn't my analogy. My analogy said, if I did show you a true contradiction, what would it mean?
Okay, clearly, I'm going to have to break out of your analogy if I'm going to show you something you've never seen.
Nope, wrong again.
Okay, well, then I guess I'm not allowed to end your stream forever, I guess.
So my analogy...
That makes sense.
My analogy includes the fact that I showed you a bona fide contradiction. I'm saying, if I did indeed show you a true contradiction, what would it mean about the Bible?
First of all, you got to look at every translation, because translations are tricky.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know Greek and Hebrew?
I know my way around a translation.
Oh,
that's another thing you learn with a master's in English. You know research pretty good. You're doing a lot of writing, a lot of papers.
Yeah.
Did you
learn the original languages?
I learned many languages. I understand how languages work.
Did you learn how to read Greek and Hebrew?
Do you know why they tell you to do that?
It's crazy that you can't actually say yes or no. Answer the question. Do you know Greek and Hebrew?
You know why I can't? Because you have already established in
that's all I
your
want to
mind
know.
that is the height and...
All I want to know is if you can read the original languages that the Bible was written in, because that seems to be the most important thing. If you think something's mistranslated, what we should be doing is going back and seeing what was in the original language. So I'm asking you, do you know the original languages?
Everything I don't know can be found. Google Translate exists.
All I asked you was whether
Bible apps.
I don't know why she can't answer a question. All I asked was whether or not you know the original languages. All you have to say is either yes or no.
I'll answer your question when you answer me if you're capable of free.
Wrong again. I asked you a question already. I'm not going to let you run from it. It's an easy question. The question is, do you actually know Greek and Hebrew? It's just yes or no.
You're not going to let me run from it?
It's yes or no.
It's an irrelevant question.
It's yes or no.
It's irrelevant.
It's yes or no.
Okay. What do I know the Greek or Hebrew? I know enough. I study it quite a bit. I know some words, actually.
Okay, so you know a couple words.
I can't have a hold of conversation, no, but I have studied the Greek and the Hebrew, and it's look-upable.
Do you know what?
Sake.
Do you know
what?
Such
a thing as a concordance.
Do you know what the aorist conjugation is in Greek?
The what?
The aorist conjugation.
The aorist.
Yeah.
Is that the verb to be?
No.
What is it?
It's a form of conjugation in Greek. So you don't know Greek. Cool. All right.
An aorist conjugation. No. Excuse me. All conjugations are the same.
No, they're not.
All conjugations, yes, they are.
Nah.
You got a first person,
Not even
second
close.
person, third person.
Wrong.
Yes, they are, bro.
Wrong
Yes,
again.
they are.
You're wrong.
You can
You're wrong.
and you can look it up.
You're wrong.
You can look up anything. No, I'm
You're
not
wrong.
wrong.
No,
I
you are.
have a degree. I've studied.
You don't have a degree in Greek. If you did, you would know that the aorist conjugation is a way of conjugating verbs where the action of
If
the
you
verb
just-
happened in the past, but is actually ongoing. So it's a past tense verb that is still continuing, right? That's an aorist verb in the Greek. I asked you that because it's a very common way of forming verbs in Greek. And I'm just curious if you actually know any Greek, or if you just like learned a word once and now you think you know Greek.
Learned a word once. I just told you I have a degree in English.
Right,
All you're
but-
doing is describing.
But not in Greek. Okay. And you don't know any Hebrew either. I'm not even going to ask you about Hebrew verbal stems. That'd be
verb.
that'd be a complete waste. Okay, so now let's talk about the actual
You're acting like
So let's talk about the actual contradiction.
tell you anything.
So what I'd like you to do is open your Bible and go to 1 Chronicles 21. Can you do that?
He doing some illusionist bullshit on y'all. What? Where is it at?
They're watching you crash out right now. It's 1 Chronicles 21.
Yeah, because you're a liar.
Just go ahead and turn to 1 Chronicles 21.
And the only people that know are you and me.
No, you don't know anything. You're the Dunning-Kruger effect, remember? Just turn to 1 Chronicles 21. We'll actually get to the point.
1 Chronicles 21. Oh yeah, like you understand anything about the Old Testament. We'll
Yep.
be here for a while, I'm sure.
I literally have 2 degrees in biblical studies, both of them focusing in the
Like
Hebrew
I
scriptures.
said, like I said,
So between the two of us, I would say one of us is actually prepared to read the Old
Between the
Testament.
two of us.
So 1 Chronicles 21. Are you there yet? Let me know. Yeah, you're right, Mason. She's new here. She don't know. She's going to find out today. Let me know when you get to about verse 11 in 1 Chronicles 21. It's going to be a wild night. I was going to go to bed at midnight, but I'm having so much fun. I might stay on all night with Hadassah. Hadassah, did you find the verse yet? Do you know where Chronicles is? Or do you have to look at like the reference guide at the beginning of the Bible? Maybe God will give you a prophecy about how to find it. She's probably still yelling. She don't even know she's muted right now.
You never did tell me for where in First Chronicles.
I did. 21.
First Chronicles what?
21:11.
First Chronicles 21:11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, who's reading? Am I reading or what?
I'll read it for you. In fact, I'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
It says Gad, that's the prophet. It didn't say God. It said Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land." So Gad is giving 3 options to David for a punishment. And the first option is 3 years of famine. The second option is 3 months of devastation. And the third option is 3 days of pestilence. Follow so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the parallel story, because this story is told twice, is going to be in the book of Samuel. If you go to 2 Samuel 24, we get the identical same story, except something is different. Let me see if you can find it. In verse 12, he says, "Go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, choose one of them and I will do it to you." So Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come to you on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" Did you spot the difference?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Where's the difference?
The one says 3 and one says 7.
Yeah. Are those the same numbers?
No.
So then was it 3 or 7?
I don't know. I'd have to do some further research on it.
Sounds to me like it's just a
It might
contradiction.
be. It's a big ass book, and all of it intersects.
I know. That's why I know it's a contradiction.
No, you don't know that it's a contradiction.
I do.
No, you don't.
I do, because 3 and 7 are different numbers.
Oh my God, let's throw the whole fucking book out.
Oh, this is
That's really responsible.
This is literally just a tip of the iceberg. You want to keep going?
Sure.
All right. Well, today you're going to learn. Mark chapter 2. I assume you know where Mark is.
No. Actually, yeah, you're right. I am. Because when I come back and look up every last one of these and in your fucking channel, I'm going to fucking spit on your grave.
Can't wait. I literally cannot wait for you to come back. And
I know that you can't wait.
I
know that you can't wait.
Your bad apologetics, because I already know all the apologetical answers for this.
My bad apologetics, bro.
And
I said I'm a prophet.
And they don't work here. So
I said I'm a prophet.
Mark chapter 2, verse 26.
First Chronicles 21:11. Okay, and then this one is what?
The other one was in 2 Samuel. And
2 Samuel.
Let's see, what chapter were we in 2 Samuel? It was going to be chapter 24. Maybe you can ask God for guidance.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
It's interesting that I bet your research is going to be looking stuff up on the internet and not getting revelation from God. I'm willing to bet that. But anyways, let's go to Mark chapter 2.
And if I find some shit, then what happens?
Nothing's going to happen. I already know what shit you're going to find. I already read it.
What do you mean? What? Okay. Fine, keep going.
Listen, you go to Apologetics Press or gotquestions.org, come back with the bad answer, and I'll cook you on your bad answer just like I'm cooking you now. So Mark chapter 2.
You're not going to cook me on shit.
Yeah, I will. You're
going to get cooked.
In your dreams. Go to Mark chapter 2 for me.
In your dreams. What?
Go to Mark chapter 2.
No, you said 2 Samuel 24.
We're already done with it.
And then you didn't say anything else.
No.
What did we say?
It's already done. 3 and 7 are different.
No, that was 1 Chronicles 21:11.
Which is a contradiction of 1 Samuel 24. Or 2 Samuel 24.
Oh, those are addressing the same thing.
It's the same story. 2 different authors, different details.
2 Samuel 24. 2 Samuel 24. He wasn't king in 2 Samuel.
Yeah, it was.
Hold up.
Sure was.
2 Samuel 24.
Literally the same channel.
Let me just double check. Because you just saying any fucking thing.
Literally the same story. You could put those 2 chapters.
David enrolls the fighting men. Hold up.
Put the 2 chapters side by side. They're the same story.
David enrolls the fighting men.
You're right.
Okay.
Freed. She was supposed to be smarter. I expected better from a Christian, being that they're supposed to be smarter than us atheists.
This does not indicate smartness. You're not getting me on that showy bullshit.
It seems to me like you're not very smart if you don't know that these are the same chapters.
You're not very smart. This ginormous book, 3 and 7 is all you got.
I got
2
a lot.
numbers.
I got a lot more than that. I got so much.
Oh, you got 7 typos where it said comb instead of brush.
Nope, not
Jeez Louise.
Not even close. I've got so much more. If you can actually get the mental.
The second one is just a shadow of the first one.
If you can actually muster the mental fortitude to keep forging on, you can see some more.
Keep going.
Okay. Did you find Mark chapter 2 yet?
No. What is it?
Go ahead and turn to Mark chapter 2.
Mark chapter 2, the whole chapter? What the fuck?
Verse 26.
What's the verse?
Verse 26.
2:26. Okay. Mark 2:26.
Now Jesus is speaking
Y'all
here.
love to say this shouldn't, none of these should even count. These are eyewitness accounts. This is so freaking stupid.
Mark wasn't an eyewitness. Mark was the cousin of Barnabas. Do you think Mark was a disciple?
Mark wrote it. No, Mark wrote it on behalf of Peter.
Oh, where's that in the Bible?
It's Peter's. That's known, just like you pulled out that Barnabas shit. That's not in the Bible.
Yeah, Colossians chapter 4. Want me to read it for you?
Colossians chapter 4, what about it?
Says that John Mark is the cousin of Barnabas. You haven't read this book, have you?
What does that have to do with anything?
You have no idea what's in this book.
No, listen, you don't have to perform for everybody.
It's crazy to me.
You don't have to perform everybody.
All right.
Mark was writing on behalf of Peter. Everybody knows that.
No, they don't.
That's Peter's.
I disagree.
That's Peter's point. Of course, everybody knows that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I disagree.
Yes, they do.
I disagree.
Okay, well, they should, because it's old news.
It's not old news.
They only started changing that shit.
It's
They
mythology.
started changing that shit since the internet.
Nah, it's just mythology. So in Mark
No,
chapter
it's not
2,
fucking mythology. How old are you?
it's mythology. Mark chapter
How
2.
old are you?
I mean, if you want to read the book, we can read the book. It sounds like you're afraid to read the book.
It's not. You know why it's mythology? Because it's true, bro.
It sounds to be that you're afraid.
Why would they lie about it?
Sounds like you're afraid to read the book. You want to read it?
I'm not afraid to read the book.
It's on the.
I'm saying that
it's on the screen right now.
I know about what Mark is.
You don't. Hadassah, read what's on the screen.
Yes, I do.
Read what's on the screen.
How he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of the presence, which is not lawful for any but the priest to eat. He gave some to his companions.
Right. And who's this about? Do you know what's happening in Mark chapter 2?
David.
Okay, right. Now, do you believe that when David went into the temple or the shrine at Nob and ate the showbread, that Abiathar was the high priest?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Do you know where that story comes from?
Somewhere in Samuel.
Yeah, because I'm typing it on the screen. 1 Samuel 21. All right, so now.
No, I know where
Samuel,
I read my Bible.
Oh, I'm sure you've demonstrated.
You pompous ass.
You've demonstrated that so well to us.
I read it for funsies.
Says, David came to Nob to the priest Ahimelech, and Ahimelech came trembling to meet David and said to him, why are you alone and no one with you? And then what happens? He has a whole conversation with Ahimelech, and Ahimelech gives him the showbread. He says, give me 5 loaves of bread and whatever is here. And the priest answered David, I have no ordinary bread at hand, only the holy bread. So actually, who's the high priest here?
It says Ahimelech.
Oh shit! Is Ahimelech Abiathar?
I don't know.
No, they're not. They're different people.
Okay.
Which means
that doesn't change the point of anything.
That means Mark chapter 2, verse 26 is wrong. They quoted the Old Testament wrong. That's another contradiction. Want to see more?
The Jesus himself quoted the Old Testament wrong. How about that then?
I love it. Matthew 22. We'll do it right now. We'll do Luke 4 and Matthew 22. And there's even a passage in Matthew where he misquotes Psalm 8. But my favorite is Matthew 22. If you go down to verse 41. It says, while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them this question, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. And he said to them, how is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet? What is Jesus saying? Why is he quoting Psalm 110 here?
Because he's asking who the Lord is in the sentence.
Right, but what's he
and how can it be his son?
What is he suggesting about the Messiah?
He's suggesting that the label is not correct.
He's suggesting that the Messiah is not just the son of David. The Messiah is also on par with God. Right?
No, I don't think that's what that means. I think that means that he is questioning the son of David moniker. He's saying, why are we saying this? And the scripture says this. So they were calling him son of David.
So Jesus is making something very interesting here. He's just saying, if David calls him Lord, how can he be his son? He's just saying that the Messiah is going to be Lord, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you believe then that when Jesus is quoting this text, like I should go back to Psalm 110 and I should see David saying, the Lord said to my Lord, right?
Sure.
Have you read Psalm 110?
A couple of times, probably, yeah.
Interesting.
It's a big book. I read it. It's part of my life. So I'm not, I don't have a stick up my ass. I don't have a medal for how many hours I've spent reading the Bible, like some people.
Odd for a prophetess. So Psalm 110 starts out with Naum Yahweh, which means an oracle of Yahweh. It doesn't actually...
Oh, slam dunk. You guys are idiots.
I don't think you actually know what I just said. So it doesn't start out saying that the Lord said to my Lord. It says Naum Yahweh La'adini, which means an oracle of Yahweh to my master. That's what that means. This is clearly an oracle from somebody in King David's court about King David, which is why he literally says, sit at my right hand until I make thy enemies my footstool. the exact promise made to David that came true in 1 Kings chapter 5. So this is not David even
That
speaking.
is somebody's interpretation.
No, it's not.
That's someone's interpretation.
Nope.
If Jesus is using that,
You're wrong.
Jesus himself is using that as reference
And
to
he's
himself.
wrong. Do you know why he's wrong?
Oh, Jesus is wrong.
Do you want-
Oh shit.
Did you-
Okay,
yeah,
you're
do-
that deluded.
Do you
You're
want?
delulu.
Do you want to know why he's wrong?
Why is he wrong?
Because he doesn't know how to read Hebrew, or whoever wrote the Gospel of Matthew didn't know how to read Hebrew. They're quoting it from the Greek. Do you know what the Greek text says?
What does it say?
It says, "The Lord said to my Lord." Do you want to know why it says that?
Why does it say that?
Because just in, like our English Bibles, rather than saying the name of Yahweh, quite often they would say the Lord instead of Yahweh to protect the divine name. So in the Greek text, it literally says Hakirios, the Lord said to my Lord. And it sounds, if you're reading that, it sounds like it's talking about two different lords. But when you read it in the original Hebrew, it's clear that there are not two lords. There is an oracle of Yahweh to a lord, to the master. Adonai just means my master. It's what they called the king.
That Adonai is the name of God. It's
Nope,
plural.
it doesn't say.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't say Adonai, and Adonai is not plural.
Well, what does it say then?
It says Adonai. Adonai is a different vowel pointing.
Okay, so I don't agree with your interpretation. That's just an interpretation.
Well, then,
first of all,
show me where it's wrong.
First of all,
show me where it's
listen,
wrong.
Listen.
So first
like
of all,
I said,
did you know
like
that?
I said,
Did you know? Did you know that?
Are we going to have an actual conversation?
Not if you keep
because
talking.
I don't think you're capable of that.
So-
I don't think you're capable of that.
Does the word Naum?
You got me going down your funnel. You got me going down your weird ass funnel, thinking this
What-
is important.
what does-
None of this changes.
We'll just try this again. Does the word Naum, is that a verb or a noun? Do you know?
What is what?
Is it a verb or a noun?
Is what a verb or a noun?
The word I have highlighted, Naum, is that a verb or a noun?
What does it mean?
I'm asking you, is it a verb or a noun?
I don't know what the translation of the word is, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, it's a noun. It's not actually a verb. It doesn't say that Yahweh said anything. It just says an oracle of Yahweh. Naum Yahweh.
You do know that
is
Bible apps have Hebrew on them.
I know.
I would
which
click
is-
on it right.
Which is why I went to school to learn Hebrew, so I wouldn't have to do dumb things like use websites. So
Went to
Naum.
school to learn something that
so-
you can just look up on an app.
I know,
So
yeah.
congrats, bro.
I know you went to learn English. You went to learn something that I learned as a 5th grader. That's what you did. I went to school and I actually
Just
learned
because
the original languages
you're arrogant.
and history of the Bible.
You're arrogant. Okay,
I'm not arrogant. I'm just right.
I
so
learned
the fact of the matter is,
those were my
Naum is a
those were my electives too.
Naum wasn't a verb. It's actually a noun, right?
Nothing. All you're saying is gobbledygook, bro. And I know it.
It's not gobbledygook. Naum,
Yes, it is.
Do you think
it doesn't prove?
Do you think that verbs and nouns are the same?
Are you an asshole and a cocksucker?
It sounds to me like you're incapable of answering the question. Do you think that verbs and nouns are the same?
Do you think that your arrogant act is fooling any fucking body?
It sounds to me like you're feeling a little hot under the collar and you're incapable of engaging with the dialogue, which is why you're crashing out like a toddler.
Because it's
So the question was, do you think that verbs and nouns mean the same thing? Because if this is if in fact this is a noun,
this time's coming.
If in fact this is a noun, it doesn't say that God spoke. It doesn't say that Yahweh spoke. It actually is announcing.
This over with.
It's actually
Real
announcing.
Christians have
It's actually announcing something.
have
So the question is, what is it?
Christians.
The question is, what is it?
Real power.
What is it announcing?
They don't need these stupid ass arguments.
You've got
They're
real.
stupid.
You've got real power. Oh shit!
Yes,
What power do
real
you have?
experience.
Show me your power.
You're an asshole.
Show me the
You're-
power.
I got the power to
Show
not
me.
to see through your bullshit
Show-
and know that
Then-
it has nothing to do with the truth. The people are thirsty for someone who's going to give them something real. And you
It sounds
your
like you're
shit is
incapable
over.
of doing that.
All you did was copy the Pharisaical Christian model, make it secular. I'm not impressed. It's retarded, and the Lord's coming for it. The prophet Hadassah is debuting today because it's Easter, Passover, and 420. What's good? If you hearing my voice and it's 420, smoke your shit. Find the Lord because he out there.
It sounds
Call
to me.
on the Lord. I'm talking about Jesus.
Sounds to
And
me.
by-
Sounds to me like you're out there, and I don't know if you know how this platform works, but this platform is certainly not
Men
a
will
place where you get to preach. So. The question is whether or not you want to engage in some dialogue. I'm more than happy to engage in some dialogue.
Cut out the middleman. Go find the Lord. Go find Jesus. I'm gonna. That's what a Christian. What's good? What's good? The Lord is good. He loves you. Fuck this guy.
That's all she
He's
got.
a liar.
That's all she got.
He's got pride.
Praise Jeebus.
Pride is what caused this whole thing.
Let me know when you're done. I'll call your mama and have her come change your diaper.
Pride is what caused. It's what caused. Pride is what the whole thing. That's why.
Oh, well, I mean, at least she was fun. Well, I mean, we'll give her that. She was fun at least.